Hey, Royal Family. I figured we would start this live just a little bit quicker. I do apologize if my audio sounds like shit for some reason. Even when I put my Yeti on mute, I could still hear audio, and the settings are dedicated to that audio specifically. So I don't know what the fuck is going on. But anyway, child, before we start this live stream, into which is going to be a laid back live stream, I got me some little mini Coronas and things. You know what I'm saying? About to smoke on this blue runts, right? This blueberry runts. Anyway, before we get started, let's listen to Vindictive by Vindictive, which is a Molly Brazy diss by Rocky Bad. Let's go.
Hey, rest in peace, Prodigy, man. You know, I'ma hold the city down, though, for sure. Yeah, I know who the fuck it is. B! Yeah, they ain't gonna like this. I mean, what the fuck did y'all think was gonna happen, though? Do y'all not know what the fuck I do? This type of shit right here keep me going. Bitch, slow down for what? Who you in front of?
Look, who holding my city down? You can't name no one else. Post a flyer for a show, then I came by myself. Fuck niggas thought I don't hang with the help. I ain't asked for this shit. I played the hand I was dealt. You said I'm motivation, right? You look goofy as shit. You just a cute broke bum, chain icy and shit. She invisible, wear the same clothes twice in them shit. But you went and touching the shit and dog who writing her shit. I swear they pussy and they frauds. I ain't liking this shit. I'm Big B, yo big homie. I ain't fighting this shit. Put this pole down your throat like I'm piping this bitch. When I'm round, I'm snatching souls. Bitches quiet as shit. I guess these niggas heard I'm single. Okay, now they tryna fuck. I made bitches put it up, cause if they don't, they get in touch. Not a shame, I'm from the bottom. We ain't really come from much. I made bitches leveled up and made them pick that metal up, cause it's the real B. Bitch, who with this rap shit? It's me. Bitch, I'm a West Side legend, that's Queen. Shit, you ain't jumped off the porch, you ain't seen shit, cause it's the real B. Bitch, who with this rap shit? That's me. Bitch, I'm a West Side legend, that's Queen. Shit, you ain't jumped off the porch, you ain't seen. Even when I'm on chill, anywhere I stand out. How bitch is so tough, whole time head down. Shouldn't have said my name, I got the upper hand now. You was shook when I seen you, I gave you a pass now. How the fuck a bitch gon' mimic being flex? Claim she up next, talk to shoot 'em up, bang, but ain't did shit yet. Not with nobody, you don't really be on shit. You don't slide down no blocks, you don't pop at no bitch. It ain't even real beef, y'all just some internet hoes. I'm the same one who told you Joe should buy your ass some clothes. When I seen you, I seen hoe. But I fuck your nigga, no. Lil' B, I'm grown as fuck, my pussy fatter than your nose. When I seen you, you was froze. You ain't even have a chain on, should've cheese at your ass and told you quit it with the names real. Bitch, I ain't no bully. These bitches can't get to me, that bitch know that she can't whip me. So back up, then I'm on before you had a name, you was all on my dick. Kept posting me and my bitch, I was posing with that stick. Then you got some fame and start copying my shit. People think you made a wave, but you just copied off my shit. You don't do this rap shit, mommy, you just wanna follow. It's facts that I made you. You should've tried modeling. These bars light as fuck, I got a lot of shit that's bottled. Talking numbers like you Nicki, but it's only kids that's following. When shit get real, y'all make calls and say it's over. Then the same bitch who used to post up on the corner in the club off Patron, probably standing on the sofa. Hey, for what, Lil' B, you wanna go? Even from the road, better try that shit again. Your fans think you got it, why you lie to them again? Wanna keep it strictly music, I'ma body her again. All these fake tough pages, I know it's probably her again. Joseph told me, Rocky, you the coldest in the city. So why the fuck you tryna make your artist go against me? She probably write her shit, but them guns you can't convince me. Listen, you are not a shooter, you ain't never low to send me. You ain't got enough muscle for that Draco not to kick back, little boy head, bitch. I know you scared to get your wig snatched. Banging on the toilet, little hoe, I wouldn't did that. You ain't bought it if that address ain't exactly where you live at. I tried being nice, but I'ma tear your ass apart. On my mama, you was scared to see, I really got a heart. I know niggas geeking you, you could've played it smart, but now I gotta sheet to you and really make it hard.
I swear to God, I seem to have a soft spot. When I see bitches is not with that shit for real, like, hoes gon' bully you, bitch.
This rap filled with corny niggas, I ain't got a lot. Some of my niggas don't rap and I ain't really got a lot. You do it a full image, you ain't really on the block. And that shit so disrespectful, bitch, I really did a lot. Rapping like you bought it when we clearly know you not. Little bitch, I hold weight, I swear to Chris, you can get dropped. Type of bitch, you drop the gun, they can't even run a spot. She so grown, but when I hold her, niggas acting like she not. Cause it's the real big bitch, who with this rap shit? Me, bitch, I'm a West Side legend, that's Queen. Shit, you ain't jumped off the court, you ain't seen shit. It's the real. What time it is? I should smack the shit out your ass, ho.
In that order. Anyway, well, family, I am back. Okay, period. You feel what I'm saying? Like, we are officially shadow banned. I think that YouTube was like, okay, Queen's Throne is intermingling with the drama. Let's promote her page. And then I started posting real content again, and they shadow banned me. Okay, so if you do not know, hello, I've been posting a lot of pre-recorded videos on things that we would normally talk about here. So on the days that I'm not able to come live, guess what? There's videos up. You know what I mean? What's good, duffel bag full of dicks? Wow, okay. Shout out to you. I don't know what's going on with my audio today, you guys. So I hope it's okay. But for some reason, like I stated a minute ago, it's like not dedicating my audio properly, okay? But we gonna figure that out. What's good, TRG, Emmanuel, Sierra? I see Leaky was up in here. I don't know if she's still in here. She gotta work tomorrow, y'all. Okay, let me go up. And Heaven Sent. Shout out to Heaven Sent in the chat. Shout out to everybody up in here. So drinking my little baby Coronas, little baby Corona, right? This ain't even a real, like, whole bottle of Corona, but I got me a couple of them because I don't work tomorrow, and I'm actually celebrating because my daughter has won, her team has won 6 games. And let me tell you this, the other day, I really had a rough day at work. Now I'm working at home, but not because of that. But I had a rough day at work. Like, it was just a lot. It was a lot going on. And my daughter also had a game that day, right? So I didn't get out of work until what I thought was going to be too late. I thought I was going to miss, like, at least the first quarter of the game. I ended up getting there on time because traffic, definitely, made room for me, right? And right as I was walking in, my daughter made the first basket for the game. And I was like, hell yeah. So baby girl is really just doing a lot with her games. She got some more games this week. So I'm excited about that. You guys, like, she is bomb as fuck. She got a couple of things that she got to work on or whatever. But I like how, like, her team, they really work together, like, sportsmanship as far as the team and things like that. And there's a couple of other winners over there. Y'all know that if you don't know, my daughter's about to be in the 9th grade next year. And, I know a couple of scouts or whatever, for the next few years, hopefully she can get, a scholarship for basketball. She is, like, really that good, for real. And a couple of other girls on her team as well. There was another girl on the opposite team, and she was really good for the game that I was talking about earlier when my daughter made the first basket. But you guys, I don't know. I really wasn't even going to talk about this before we get started, but I'm not even going to put a name to it. You know who you are. And this is definitely not in a bad, light. But earlier today, you reached out to me to let me know that I have been lied on by a certain person. Okay, I want to go into it, but I'm not. Anyway, shout out to you for reaching out to me and asking me, and then allowing me to prove that they were lying on me and things like that. Because in the event that, said person would have fired up a live and got to talking shit, it could have got messy or whatever, because I didn't know what the fuck was going on. But, a little, at least one situation got handled behind the scenes. Now, another situation that won't be handled, I'm really trying to use some restraint and not talk about that situation, but I'm losing my patience with the situation. However, we shall continue. Now, right before this live, right, I was in Lady Snoop's chat. Lady Snoop ended up having the mayor of Detroit join his platform, and they're doing an interview tomorrow. And I got put up on some information, like I knew some of it, but I didn't know it all. So tomorrow they're doing an interview, and you know who's going to remake the video, okay? So that will be Wednesday's live stream. And speaking on live streams, what I'm going to try to do, unless I get tangled up in work, or like it's a holiday or something like that, right? Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I'll be live. And on other days, those other days, I will be posting pre-recorded content. And even on live stream days, I may post pre-recorded content that is actually about something, not talking about the YouTube streets and things like that. So please make sure, again, that you check out, my channel. Again, I'm being shadow banned because YouTube didn't like the little stunt, I guess, that I pulled. But oh well. Anyway, also did a video on the Kanye West situation. And of course, YouTube is removing certain videos. When it comes to that, if you use Alex Jones' work, mine was also removed, but I did not get a strike. But I think that that's just trash that they would, try to control every motherfucking thing. Like I could see if Alex Jones was in the video talking shit about YouTube or, Sandy Hook, but that was not the case. However, a lot of videos are coming down. Also, there's one video with 900,000 views that YouTube is not going to take down, but it was very similar to mine. Okay. The only thing that was different was mine was a little bit longer, and they had different music than me. Okay. But they're not going to take that video down because that video is making YouTube money. So I ask YouTube, if you're going to stand on something, if you're going to have a rule on here that Alex Jones or anybody that's banned is not allowed on the app, regardless of wherever you got the video, then make that all across the board. Okay. Period, point blank. But if you know that Kanye West was acting a fucking fool, okay? A fucking fool. And, I'm not really surprised because I did videos and actually got banned on all social media by Kanye for exposing that he sacrificed his mother. He went after my video. He tried to get my channel taken down. Okay, I got a copyright strike and I got a motherfucking harassment and bullying because of that video. And then lo and behold, years later, he comes out and states what I exactly had said. Like, what? I don't get it. But anyway, right now, me and YouTube ain't seeing eye to eye. But we here, though. We going to talk about some serious cases. And like I said, Wednesday's live will be a messy live. I'll get in there and start editing and stuff. There's a couple of situations that I've been looking at and making sure that I download the video and stash it away in a safe box just in case or when I need to come out. And there's one particular situation where there's a lot of clout chasing going on, a lot of lies, a lot of people trying to change history, and it's just really crazy. But anyway, today we are going to talk about the Catfish Killings and the Athena Strand case. Now, if you don't know, both cases are equally kind of fucked up. I'm going to be real, though. In the Catfish Killings, the press conference, I was a little bit irritated by one of the survivors that was speaking. It was just the way, I don't know, I sensed like the white privilege. I don't know. And at the same time, I say that because at the same time, I'm looking at melanated cases where children, were victimized and shit like that. And, it ain't really getting no play when it's pointed out. And I think that's really sad. But today's cases both involve Caucasian people. So if that's a deal breaker for you, you might want to, leave or whatever. We only got 5 people in here. Shout out to YouTube shadow banning me. But I don't even know which one to start with first. Let's start with the catfish one so I can just get it out of my system, child. I'm probably not going to say much during this, but if you don't know, The Catfish Killings was basically it's something that happened recently. It was a teenage girl. She was on some type of social media app, and was approached on the social media app through like a messaging type of thing by a man that was posing to be a teenager, but was really a grown ass man. And also, he was also a deputy, okay? Well, an ex deputy. You know, they don't want to claim you now, sir, or whatever. But, so first of all, it is illegal to try to finesse, right, or entice a child in any way, shape, or form to meet up with you, give you that their address, etc. But this man ended up getting the information that he needed and ended up going to, I guess, the where the child was staying at or some child, and killing like 3 people. And the reason why we're going to talk about this, and really in reality, when it comes to true crime, I don't give a fuck what color people are, but I do notice that children that are highly photogenic, they make it to the big screen and everybody is interested in their cases. And then I also noticed that white cases are also promoted and pushed, you know what I'm saying, far as justice or whatever. A lot of these cases of melanated situations, that's because people have to do their due diligence and go and find those cases. But today we'll be talking about the Catfish Killings first, and then Athena Strand. I made a 55-minute video for the Catfish Killings and an hour and I believe 14-minute video for the Athena, right? Catfish was 55 and Athena was an hour and 14. So we're going to look at it. And just a little bit about Athena. I always keep saying Athena. It's Athena. I don't know why I just keep putting an L in there. But anyway, no disrespect. That case involves a little ass girl. I think she was like 4 years old. She was at home with a stepmother. The stepmother and the little girl got into an argument. Like, what the fuck is you arguing with a little ass child for? Okay. And ended up, you know, they got in an argument. The stepmother told the little girl to go to the room. The father was on like a fishing trip or a hunting trip or some shit, right? Or on his way there. And then allegedly a UPS driver came to deliver a package, snatched up the little girl, and killed her within a few minutes. So those are the cases that we're looking at today. And again, because they involve children, I'm always going to be interested no matter what, you know what I'm saying, color they are. And in my opinion, even the Athena Strand case possibly may have child molestation in it, because I don't understand for the life of me who would kidnap a child to then just kill them. And then, you know what I mean? But UPS is stating that they're working with the police. They actually were able to track his whereabouts and things like that. And the police say they have reason to believe that baby girl was only alive for a little while after being abducted. She was missing though for like 48 hours. And people in the area were concerned because the temperatures obviously have dropped and she did not have a jacket. But anyway, first, before we get to that one, let's look at the shorter one. Let me pull this up and get this over here. What the fuck? Okay, that's not what I was trying to do. Okay, so this is the one that we gonna start with or whatever. Y'all know that when I smoke or whatever, I don't be cammed up, but I'm here. You feel me? Shout out to those that did come and support. I appreciate it if you do share this out somewhere. I will eventually be sharing it out as well. But yeah, it's sick. And I had actually I was gonna talk about this. I was gonna do a video on this, as you know, just the Amber Alert and stuff like that. And then I had looked at some other content that it really, at the end of the day, after researching it, it really just pissed me off. And I decided that I wasn't going to look at it. And I accidentally went to my YouTube history and deleted what I had already had, you know, for the Athena Strand situation or the Catfish situation. That shit is crazy. And we need to also be mindful. So if anything, worst case scenario, if you're one of the people that, you know, because there are people that, oh, it's a white case, I'm not interested in it, I don't even want to look at it, I don't want to hear it. It is important because there are gems in here that if you don't pay attention to your children, they could possibly be catfished by a grown-up. I know that when my children play PS5, like my son is kind of doing now, whatever, because they don't got school tomorrow, child. But when my son is playing PS5, or my daughter, like, you know, they sometimes will have the headphones on, but that's when we're right there because you can hear through the headphones or whatever that it's a kid. But a lot of the times we'll, you know, just let the sound of the game and the other kid, you know, so their mic is on or whatever. But you got to be mindful, you know what I'm saying? You got to be mindful, especially on these apps and shit like that. What's good, Naomi? Naomi's been over there doing a lot of research. What's good, Lola Bear? Lala Bear, my bad. On a lot of cases, you know, doing uploads and going live and things like that, trying to catch up. But she's doing a good job as well over there. So make sure you go over there and check her out. I forgot to give her a shout out last time. But anyway, let's get started at this video. Okay, period. I didn't mean to do that. But let's go. And we'll see what's cracking on with all. Oh no, baby, Naomi, I'm shadow banned. I've been through this before. It normally takes about 60 to 90 days.
That new information in that triple murder case is horrifying. The killer dead after a wild shootout with deputies in a Mojave Desert ghost town.
We can tell you the teenage girl who was with the killer is safe tonight.
Michelle and Jory, it's very disturbing. Police say this triple homicide was committed by a predator who developed an online relationship with a teenage girl, then traveled across the country to California, killing her mother and grandparents. Chilling new details about the murders of Mark Winnick and Sherry Winnick, both in their 60s, and their 38-year-old daughter, Brooke. The bodies found Friday.
This was allegedly the mother of the child, the last woman that was up with like the red hair or whatever.
Friday morning after a fire broke out in their Riverside home. Around the same time, police officers were dispatched to do a welfare check after a girl who appeared distressed was seen getting into a red Kia with a man near the family's home. Detectives have identified that man as 28-year-old Austin Lee Edwards of North Chesterfield, Virginia.
We had,
let's not leave out the fact that he was a deputy or some shit.
Grandmother, grandfather, and a mother of this teen murdered by this suspect who travels from across the country.
Yes, hit that like button, y'all, please.
For most likely would be the sexual exploitation of this teenager.
Police believe Edwards lured Brooke Winnick's teenage daughter into an online relationship.
What happened here in terms of the catfishing, as they call it, that common practice of online deception where you're pretending to be someone else.
Detectives say Edwards, who recently worked for the Virginia State Police, traveled from Virginia to Riverside and parked near the Winnick's home. They believe he murdered her family before leaving with the teen. Hours later, his vehicle was spotted in San Bernardino County in the area of Kelso. Investigators say Edwards was killed during a gun battle after firing shots at deputies. The teenager was not injured.
This is just a very tragic example of how dangerous those interactions can be.
Police are still looking into Edwards' law enforcement background. Now, we reached out to the family, and they say they may make a statement on these new developments tomorrow.
Good morning, and thank you for coming to our press conference with the Winnick family and the Riverside Police Department for this awful series of events that have occurred. I'd first like to call up Michelle Blandon. Michelle it was her parents and her sister who were murdered. She's going to come up here and read a statement, but she's not going to take any questions. Michelle?
Now, no disrespect to this woman. I did check for tears and I did see some. Her eyes also look like she was crying. But first, I was like, get this fake ass shit out of here. Okay, period. But I think that it's just like, I don't know. It just comes off as privilege to me a little bit. And I feel funny saying that because of the case that we're looking at. But I digress. Maybe y'all will pick up on it as well. Callie is in here. You're saying this happening, Callie.
Good morning, and thank you for everyone for being here today. My family and I truly appreciate the love and the compassion that we have received thus far in this
Yeah, it wasn't Callie. My bad.
trying time. To our neighbors, our friends, and our family members, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the outpouring of well wishes. We have heard all of you, and we appreciate you more than you will ever know. Nobody could imagine this crime happening to my family, to our family. Especially it just being one.
I mean, when she kind of said that right there, I was like, so it should happen to somebody else's family? I'm confused.
Day after Thanksgiving.
What's good, Jen?
It was just a few days ago that we all celebrated together that Thanksgiving of
That's another thing that I was like, oh, okay. Okay, I see what's going on.
blessing and gratefulness. And we recounted many of those blessings that we had in our lives together on that day.
Honestly, I want to let you guys know that I was about to pull this whole part out. But then when I was editing, I felt guilty and I put it back. So just know that I only did that for the case, like going forward or whatever, right? Because we want to see what was said. I could have grabbed more clips or whatever, but these cases that we're talking about today, this is the first glance. But I was really going to pull this part out. But I really just felt kind of guilty. You know what I mean? I don't know.
We had a family debate and it got heated.
Facts. My hair would have been all fucked up, all over my head, child.
On if the brownies my mom made should be frosted with sprinkles or just left plain.
And some of this shit, in my opinion, no disrespect to her, right? I don't know. I ain't never been in the situation that she's been in, and maybe she was just looking for words to say and fill a space or whatever, right? An allotted amount of time. I don't know. But some of this could have been left out. Like, we didn't need to know about the brownies and some of the other shit that she was talking about. I'm just saying.
It seems silly at the time, but that's a conversation and a debate that will forever resonate in my heart. Little did I know on that day that would be the last time that my husband and I would see my parents and my sister again. The next day.
Also, for sisters, her and the younger victim did not look alike, in my opinion.
While we were out buying Christmas lights for our home, I received a phone call from my parents' neighbor of 22 years.
I'm telling you, Sprinkles.
They were best friends. They looked out for each other.
Facts.
She called to tell us that we needed to get there as soon as we could because my parents' house was on fire. This is the home that my sister and I grew up in since we were little.
Period. Period. And at the end of one of these cases, I believe it's the other one, they're already forgiven dude that killed. Yes, it's the other case. They're already forgiving him. Like, y'all just found out she was dead, and now all of a sudden you ready to kumbaya with this nigga and give him a hug? Bruh, what?
I couldn't get there fast enough. We left everything in the shopping cart at the store and took off. When I had arrived at my house, we had learned that something more tragic had happened. In a time where communities are afraid to report strange sightings,
Well, in a way, now thinking about it though, she's not gonna be able to get give a victim impact statement because dude had offed himself. But so I'll give her that. You know what I mean? You know, that kind of wavered in my mind too in editing.
The loving neighbors on my parents' street saw an unfamiliar car and they immediately reported it to authorities. Ultimately, this is our community and we need to look out and care for one another. Making that call from that neighbor saved my niece's life, and that neighbor is a hero in our eyes.
What's good, Vanessa? What's good, Preach?
If something like this horrific tragedy can happen here in our neighborhood, in our community, it can happen anywhere. Sadly, we were too late to save my dad, Mark, my mom, Sherry, and my youngest sister, Brooke, from that vicious crime. They are forever in my heart, and I miss them deeply. In this tragic moment of our family, our grief, we hope some good will come from this.
I mean, and then another thing, just because I'm gonna be real, all that sniffling she's doing, and it was a minute before a tear, or you really could see that she was wet around the eyes.
Parents, please know your child's online activity. Ask questions about what they are doing and whom they are talking to. Anybody can say they're someone else, and you could be in this situation, which I do not want for the world. This horrific event started with an inappropriate online romance between a predator and a child. We have some solace that this person will never harm anyone again, especially a minor.
Yeah, only because he took his life.
But we also want to make it very clear that we do not applaud his death.
That's true, Lala.
This was an adult that traveled across the country to kidnap a 15-year-old girl, my niece, our family member, with the idea to kidnap her and kill and devastate our family. He took an oath to protect, and yet he failed to do so. Instead, he preyed on the most vulnerable.
Yeah, that's why I gave her the benefit of the doubt and just included it. I don't know, I didn't feel right just getting what the police said. There's an attorney that's gonna speak next or whatever. She is not attorney for the family, but she allegedly knows the family for years, so.
When you hear the term catfishing, you think of a long-running dating show or series about a national sports figure, both glamorizing and sensationalizing online relationships.
And I agree with you, Jen, right there. You feel bad for the little girl. I'm sure that she feels a lot of guilt, so much guilt. I agree with that. You know, her grandparents and her mother were murdered because she was on there talking to, you know, somebody that lied to her, you know, and that's just sad and it's scary at the same time.
However, in this instance, catfishing led to the deaths of the three most important people in my life: my dad, my mom, and my sister. Please, parents, guardians, when you are talking to your children about the dangers of their online actions, please use us as a reference. Tell our story to help your parenting, not out of fear, but out of example of something that did happen.
Now there's something else that's quite sad about this situation as well. Is this is the first time that I've seen a case like this highly publicized where children met with people online, and regardless whether people lost their life or not, just the damaging effects of it, it was really highlighted. And I think that's sad as well.
My sister Brooke was a loving single mom who did her best to raise her 2 teenage daughters in a loving way. She supported them in their school endeavors and enjoyed watching color guard performances and choir concerts for both of her children. My sister was an avid collector of the famous Starbucks tumblers. Every release day, I would get a text at 4 a.m. from her, wondering why I wasn't waiting in line with her to pick up the newest release.
And also, I was thinking as well, she probably cried her eyes out already. And it's just like, we're seeing like the end portion. Again, I've never been in her situation, do not wish to be. I'm not trying to judge her. But if she was giving a speech about anything else, it just kind of rubbed off white privilege, in my opinion. Like, I don't know. I don't even know. Like, I hope you guys pick up on the little hints or whatever, as far as things that she said. Like when she said, I could have never seen this happening to my family. Like it should have happened to somebody else. It shouldn't happen at all. Hey, Nicolette.
Dad Mark, the silly old man that I always reference him to be, was
What you mean, Lala?
soft-spoken and humble man who would go out of his way to help a friend or stranger in need. He was known on their street as the one to depend on if anyone needed anything. In 1993, his love for coaching high school athletes began at La Sierra High School.
Oh, I got you. Rumors. Yes. Okay. Shout out to Lala.
Where I had the privilege and the honor of not only calling him dad.
I kind of am in a certain line of work where I do work with those type of people, that commit, crimes like that or whatever, or are in that type of situation. It's just on a different side. So, yeah.
But also,
so I know that when I'm offline, I'm still working in a crime type of area.
Coach, as he coached all 4 years of my soccer team. He continued coaching high school sports at many schools in Riverside County.
Honestly, I think, I feel you, Emmanuel, but I also think that this crime, this situation, this exact situation could mimic itself a couple of times over. Maybe not that 3 people are killed or that it's exactly the grandfather, the grandmother, and the mother, but that maybe, the child is snatched out of the home, that type of situation. But I feel you, though. I feel you.
And ultimately found his home at Arlington High School, coaching the softball and the baseball teams. He was a man with a big and caring heart who unselfishly gave to his student athletes.
Thank you for pointing that out, Lala, because I didn't even think about that. I appreciate that.
My mom, Sherry, the matriarch of our family.
Never mind Vanessa, she's catching up.
With the biggest giving heart imaginable. Did anything and everything for everyone and never needed or wanted anything in return. She loved my sister and I, along with her 4 granddaughters, with every ounce of her being. She enjoyed baking with us, and the highlight of the year was baking and decorating Christmas cookies. And that is a tradition that I will carry on as we go forward. My mom always said,
I've seen that she's given, like, character, just allowing the public to understand who the people were in life before they got their lives taken.
that God puts people into your life for a reason. And in this time of tragedy, he has done just that. He has brought so many great people into our lives and to help us navigate through this terrible ordeal. We are so amazed and overwhelmed and grateful for the amount of affection and support from friends and strangers. Without this assistance, we would be lost. My husband and I are very grateful to everyone who has reached out. We are just ordinary people living with an extraordinary circumstance. There are no words for the gratitude we feel for the outpouring of support that we have received, and I know that we will continue to receive.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. And I think that's another thing that at the time of editing, like, I knew that dude that had done this bullshit of killing these 3 people and kidnapping the little girl. She's home, she's safe, or not home, but she's safe. Now, I wonder also, is the aunt taking care of the child now? I don't know. There's gonna have to be a lot of therapy or whatever. But yeah, I at the time of editing, I don't think I really wrapped my head around the fact that he was gone, and like after this, it will be done. But another thing that kind of reminds me of, okay, so I had seen where some court shit is happening in the Petito case. Now, am I confused or not? That was that YouTube girl. I thought that her boyfriend was found dead. So who are they bringing to court? Like, I totally was out of that case because I just saw how highly publicized it was. And sometimes that pisses me off in correlation with some of the other cases that myself or other people that look into crime point out, because a lot of the times some of these cases really do not get any publicity from the news, but they should. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, at the time of editing this, when I was going to take what she was saying out and just pop up to the lady that comes next, I wasn't really, I don't think it really entered into my mind that he was done. And this is like her last time. I'm sure later on down the line, she'll publicly speak or whatever. And maybe she'll start mingling with people that are in the lines of work about waking up how children are targeted online. You know what I'm saying? But at the time, I really don't think that I really understood like the gravity or thought, because in my mind, he would have killed the 3 people and got caught, with the girl that he kidnapped. Oh, girl is fine or whatever. Hopefully he didn't abuse her, but he was alive and going to court. And that was definitely not the case with that. I knew that, but it really didn't sink in. You know what I mean?
For my 2 young nieces who are now left motherless, we hope that this community can wrap your arms around them.
Yeah, so what are they talking about, a court case with the Petito? I'm confused, y'all. Like, what?
And lift them up.
But there is a trial right now that's going on. So I think it's like, his name is Dean. Aaron Dean is on trial for basically taking Tatiana's life. If you remember a few years ago, she was the one chilling with her nephew. I had watched a little bit of the opening arguments and things like that, opening statements, and was like, well, we normally look at trials. So let me know, I'm not going to guarantee that we'll go live and cover the whole case. We might, but I can also upload as well, You know what I'm saying? This is day one, so let me know before we get too far behind. And even if we do, and you guys requested, I'll still look at it. Yep, Aaron Dean, yep.
They have the most difficult journey ahead, as they are minors and they don't understand everything that has happened. We hope and we ask that this community continue.
Yeah, I was looking at that, Lola. Lala. I got somebody in here. Her name is Lola as well. I think she's on one of my other channels, though, mainly. So when I say your name, I'm not intentionally doing it. What's good, John Columinati?
To shelter them, protect them, and wrap them in their arms, and continue to lift them up.
I heard about some of the drama. We'll be talking about some of it Wednesday. If you guys don't know, Lady Snoop is having an interview with the mayor of Detroit. Now, the mayor had asked me when I commented under his video, he asked me to, interview him or whatever. But I think Lady Snoop is also a good person to do it. So I'll be watching that and then also editing it. We'll be back in that old school moment or whatever. I think I'm going to dedicate one of my channels to just that shit so we can also stay focused on this type of shit. But Wednesday's stream will be messy as hell. Trust and believe.
Please pause.
What's good, Roll a Mile? Y'all check out Roll a Mile in My Shoes TV. Check out that channel. She's a great content creator.
Please support them. We have started a GoFundMe page in honor of my parents and my sister, Winnick Family Fund, in which it will be used to help my nieces, my sister's 2 children, live their best life and start a college savings.
Oh, and I wonder if the other daughter, like, low-key blames her sister for the fact that the grandparents and the parents are dead. We were talking about guilt earlier. That would be sad, too. But, yeah.
Thank you to those that have already donated and to those that will.
I'm kind of liking it, honestly. I'm going to let her talk in a minute, but I have not seen y'all in a second. So, hold on, really short break. But I'm kind of liking, making, going back to editing. Like, I thought about it to myself too, like, not a lot of people can edit, especially the way that I can, or, other people can on the YouTube. We're very far and a few. I think a lot of people are just live streamers because they really bring nothing to YouTube other than drama and continuing that. So when I heard Lady Snoop say that she's going to do other content as well, she's still going to talk about the beef, but that will be on another channel. And she's getting, more in tune with, she's going to keep it a certain type of way, on some things. I really felt that because when I've been doing my videos or even the last few lives, like, they could be looked at as kind of messy, but they don't talk about the YouTube streets. Like, there's a whole world out here other than the YouTube streets. And I think more people need to click in. You know what I'm saying? Period.
Eternally grateful. Thank you for giving up your time this morning to be here and to support us and honor the lives of my mom, my dad, and my sister. They lived and loved selflessly. And in the words of my favorite New Kids on the Block boy bander.
You're welcome, Roll a Mile in My Shoes. I'm going to try to get you added on my featured area of channels too. I don't mean to, not shout you out or, not comment under that. I'll be watching a lot of stuff, but, it's only 24 hours in a day. But you are a great content creator and keep it up.
Donnie Wahlberg. Spread love and love will spread. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you also, John Columinati, because, I'm sipping on these little Coronas, these little 7 ounces of Corona, each little bottle. I think they're so cute. Like, I'm so excited. The hell. I was chilling the other day editing a video. My king came in with a box, and I thought that they was just a regular one. Then he showed me, and I was like, I didn't even know they made them. Like, what? sipping on a couple of them, and also smoking on some blueberry runts.
I'd now like to bring up Allison Soros, a close friend and advocate for the family, to make a few comments.
Good morning, everyone. The number of you here is a testament to those parents, those teachers, law enforcement that are all concerned about what transpired.
Do it, John. Do it. I'll support it.
That gave rise to this press conference today. My name is Allison Soros, and as I was introduced, I'm here as a friend, a longtime family friend of the Winnick family. I'm here as a parent, and I'm also here as
Majestic.
not as their attorney, but I am an attorney. And I'm here because I spent over 15 years as an LA County Deputy District Attorney before leaving the DA's office to kind of shift gears and pursue working with teenagers in the mental health space. I became a licensed counselor, and I worked as a school counselor in the schools for several years.
Naomi, you are not a YouTube, a live streamer. You're a content creator. Oh, that was Vanessa.
Before.
It's good. Sometimes you just feel like being messy, and sometimes you don't.
Leaving and going into private practice, where I focus on young adults and teens and mental health and criminal cases that involve mental health related issues. And so when this happened, I jumped in to just help negotiate the system. I'm here voluntarily to just do what I can, as all of you are, to help get this family through this horrible, horrific situation. To get here, it took a lot of work on behalf, as all of you know. Not only has the Riverside Police Department gone out of their way, the compassion, the expertise, the dedication that every single member of law enforcement and this agency has shown is unparalleled. And that's coming from someone who has worked with law enforcement agencies for years.
I agree, Lala. It should be. It definitely should be. More people, everybody needs to be talking to their children, shit, your niece, nephew, whatever. Because, you know, after this case, wow, I was like, what? This cannot be real. You know what I mean?
The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department and the California
But I'm sure that things like this happen every day. And again, not probably that, you know, people lose their lives, but that children are, you know, meeting people online, talking to people online, and get abducted possibly, or are in the process of being groomed.
Highway Patrol are to thank for what transpired here. The Riverside Fire Department, the San Bernardino County Fire Department are here and need to be thanked for what, for their involvement today.
Thank you, John.
And the other agency that I believe is here today is the Riverside District Attorney's Office. And as a former Deputy District Attorney, victims—
I got a bottle of Patron, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not even touching that shit today.
Of crime is one area that really is emphasized and needs to be addressed from a global perspective.
Me too. Okay, now I'm going to shut up. I swear to God, I'm going to be quiet, or we're never going to get through with this.
Situation, the Riverside DA's office did something that you don't really see very often. When there is a crime and it gets referred to the DA for a filing because someone is prosecuted, the District Attorney's Office Victims of Crime steps in order to provide support and resources for those victims of crime. But when there is not a filing, oftentimes it gets missed because law enforcement is not the one handling the victims of crime. And so you have someone who commits a crime, let's say a murder-suicide, and now there's no one to prosecute. Oftentimes we have victims that are left without support or just knowing where to go for support, not because of any malintent, just because of a difference in agencies handling that. I
love Lady Snoop. She gave me life. I was missing her. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet after this. I was missing Lady Snoop, but I got a notification. I missed the one yesterday, but I got the one today, and she was doing like a mic check or whatever it started with. And then just listening to her, you know what I mean? commentary, and she was laughing and things like that. And she was literally just having a good time. Like, it was funny, you know what I mean? And not all of it was messy. Most of it was, you know, some serious shit. Also, make sure that you check out Leak You and Interloper Nation and Interloper Nation 2, because she has been going the fuck in dead ass on real topics and, you know, the YouTube type of shit. You feel me?
Client who was the victim of a home invasion robbery when he was in his early 20s, and he was pistol whipped and left for dead and transported to the hospital, where he remained in a coma for several months afterwards. As you can imagine, he suffered physical issues, but also mental health issues that led him into my office as a client. When he came to me, I asked him if he had received services and help, and he said, no, they never apprehended a suspect. So no one helped him get the support he needed as a victim. Riverside DA's office in this particular case took it upon themselves to independently reach out to Shelley in this case to offer services and support. They did it immediately Monday morning, first thing when their doors opened. When the handling advocate was not available because she was off that day, they had who handles the homicide cases. She handed it off to somebody else who immediately called me. We spoke on the phone, and we have already put in place supports for trauma counseling, for assistance with funeral expenses.
Thank you, Leak You.
So to the DA's office, thank you. I know many of you as members of the press are here today in order to help understand what happened last week. And I'm not here to answer those questions. The investigation is ongoing. But
I think she said, I thought she said she was like the prosecuting attorney, like the head DA.
I think the question
before, like, I don't think she does that anymore, but
we all need to
but she's still an attorney, but she's not the family's attorney.
Ask ourselves isn't what happened that day or the next day, but why? And what can we do as parents, as community members, as educators, as law enforcement, in order to make a difference, to raise awareness for what's going on?
She does look about like 40 something.
Tangentially, I work in conjunction with a nonprofit called I Can Help. It's an organization that was started by a school teacher that helps promote social media safety. For instance, the director explained to me this morning that Snapchat, TikTok, and Instagram all have access to put parental controls on their phones. And this organization helps educate school resource officers and administrators in helping students have these conversations, so that if a student knows that their friend is engaging in conversation with people online that they shouldn't be, they're not afraid to say something. They know where to go and what to do. I know the family is really concerned about this issue, and they are happy to further engage in conversations about this. But at this time, they have a lot of work that needs to be done to bury their family members. And so we ask all of you for privacy while they get through the next couple of weeks so that they can regroup and then help share their story in doing so. I'm here to answer questions with regard to the family. So after we finish, after you hear from the chief, then I will stick around if anyone has any questions that I can answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll get case information from the chief there. Let's do so
Allison,
now.
I'd now like to have come up Riverside Police Chief Larry Gonzalez to make a few comments.
Good morning, everybody. Larry Gonzalez, Police Chief here in Riverside. I'll be brief. Most of this was covered wonderfully by Michelle and Allison on some of the things I was going to talk about. But I first of all want to say, on behalf of the entire Riverside Police Department and the entire Riverside community, that our hearts go out to the Winnick family during this time of tremendous grief. And like I said, it's really a tragedy for all of us. Early on in this investigation, our detectives learned that the suspect was, in fact, a law enforcement officer out of the state of Virginia, where he, you heard before, traveled all the way from Virginia to commit this heinous crimes. And just to kind of let you know, when these type of investigations are ongoing, you've heard this a lot from us, that it's still ongoing. It's going to be lengthy. Similar to physical crime scenes like we have at the home, detectives also have a digital crime scene to investigate and comb through evidence that could help us learn more of the details about this online relationship that you heard earlier about, and maybe possibly what some of the intentions he may have had. This is still a very active and extensive investigation that will take time to continue to unravel. We believe the suspect, as you heard before, was engaging on an online enticement called catfishing. It appears that the suspect met the victim online through a common form of enticement called catfishing, where we believe he portrayed himself as a teenager to develop an online relationship with her. Excuse me. This is a broad category of online exploitation that includes sextortion, in which a child is being groomed to take sexually explicit images and or ultimately meet face-to-face with someone for sexual purposes, or to engage in a sexual conversation online, or in some instances sell or trade the child's sexual images. This type of victimization
does look stumpy.
Takes place across every platform: social media, messaging apps, gaming platforms, etc. Some of the most common tactics that are used to entice children,
good point, Emmanuel,
are engaging in a sexual conversation or role-playing as a grooming method, asking a child for sexually explicit images of themselves or mutually sharing images, develop a rapport through compliments, discussing shared interests, or liking their online posts. This is
a norm out there, Naomi.
Also known as grooming, or sending or offering sexually explicit images of themselves, and also pretending to be younger, which appears to be the case in this investigation. Also offering an incentive, such as a gift card, alcohol, drugs, lodging, transportation, or food. Most importantly, this is yet another horrific reminder of the predators existing online who prey on our children. If you've already had this conversation with your kids on how to be safe online and on social media, please have it again. If not, start it now to better protect them.
Yeah, because a lot of children are groomed. I was watching a live stream or whatever on the Roblox, and how children are groomed on there and stuff like that, and some of these other, like even Fortnite, right? They, anything with mic access, basically, it's sad and scary. That's why, like, we monitor the PlayStation. Like, we could tell who adds them as friends. And actually, about a month ago, somebody with child predator, and it was some numbers or whatever, was trying to like friend request my kid on there or whatever, and we picked that up because it came through the phones.
I don't have anything else, and I think we'll be around. We'll have Ryan come up for questions.
Thank you, Chief. At this time, we'll open it up for questions. We have our Chief, we have Allison, and for any questions specific, not to this case, but online.
Okay, Naomi.
Enticement. I also have Detective Rob Olson from the District Attorney's Riverside County Child Exploitation Team.
As we continue listening in, some viewers here with us are going to be taking a quick 2-minute break as we hear more about this case.
Unfortunately, we don't. She's
Up here. Microphone, please.
And then look at this dude. And then the fact that he used to be a deputy, like, that's crazy. And I think that if he would have been alive afterwards, like if he was going to court on the murders of all this, he should have been even though he killed 3 people, and, you can't give him much more than his natural life, right? But I think that they should start, because certain police been doing fuck shit for a minute. And when they're charged, the police departments don't look at them as law enforcement anymore, but they're charged like a normal citizen. No, they should be charged more severely because they were once or at the time sworn in to serve and protect. So when they violate, I think that should be another charge.
She is in custody. I'm sorry, she's not in custody.
I agree, Majestic.
She is in placement with Child Protective Services, so we don't have a lot of information on her. We do believe she is getting extensive medical treatment that she needs following these events.
So I'm also wondering why the aunt that came up here and was speaking earlier does not have the child, you know, maybe because she needs extensive treatment, you know, and I feel that because think about what she just went through and she actually was kidnapped. So I'm just wondering at some point in time, like, what? Maybe that's the, you know, down the line, the thing, but wouldn't she probably want to be with family? Like, she don't know them foster care people and all this CPS and all that. You know what I mean? She's already been through enough. So to place her in a home that she's not familiar with, in my opinion, possibly could do a disservice to her.
Unfortunately, I don't have any of that information.
We're still trying to determine
John,
how long this relationship was going online.
Do you have any more specifics about how contact was made, apps, how exactly, in a specific way, this predator did this so that other parents that no one would be aware of?
We don't know exactly the app or if it was a gaming app or whatever it was. This is part of the whole digital investigation that's ongoing, and we still.
So how do you not know where it was from, but you know who had went in? Child, like what? Okay, obviously because he was laying there somewhere unalive. Like I'm just confused about some
collecting evidence,
things about this case or whatever. But also one thing I've noticed is because I watched a situation unfolding on KHOU, which is a news channel in Houston. So allegedly there was a separate case. There was a man and a woman that were sitting in a car outside of Children's Hospital somewhere in Texas. And the man who was allegedly the driver or something shot the mother of the child. Now the child is in the back seat. It's like an 8-year-old little girl. And then he shot himself. I'm just wondering, like, why when they came they couldn't give a lot of information. Now if it's something that's going to damage the case or whatever, then that's another thing. But I've noticed, long story short, that a lot of law enforcement is giving out little to no information, and then after the press conference they're either leaking it to mainstream media or just, you know, telling them whatever, and then mainstream media comes like they got new information in the case that clearly they would have gotten from law enforcement.
To try to acquire that knowledge.
Do we know about the image that this catfisher used? Is it an image of a teenager who actually exists?
I'm not aware of an image.
Hey, Danielle.
From what I understand, he portrayed himself as a 17-year-old. I don't know if that was through an image or through texting or what.
Chief, you were talking about earlier, you were giving the overview of what catfishing was. You included extortion and other things like that. Are you saying that all of those elements that you described happened in this case?
We believe so, yes.
Okay, and then Allison, quick question.
I agree, John. I agree, because that Balenciaga situation, y'all, again, I can't talk about every, you know, child abuse type of or pedo type of thing or whatever. That is another reason why I know that my channel is shadow banned, because I have been talking about those type of situations and others. But that whole situation is crazy. But I do like that the public response was to burn their Balenciagas and boycott them. Those images were fucking ridiculous, period, and definitely, you know, show that there is some crazy shit going on. Also, I don't know if it was Naomi or Miss Ray shared me a video to somebody that we've watched over here several times, Blair White, and her breakdown in the situation. So I'll probably, you know, be looking at that eventually online as well.
line, please. My colleague Rob asked you about the current condition of 15-year-old. But can you, based on your experience, and you talked about your breadth of experience dealing with this, what is this young girl looking at in terms of her trauma?
Did he directly just quit his job, or was he just like a deputy before and then, you know, lost his job or quit, and then it was some time before he did this? That's interesting to know that he quit his job and then did it, if that's the case.
Unfortunately, I don't know, but I do know that she's currently undergoing trauma counseling.
They just said that in this case, it's a teenager.
I don't know what other medical care she's undergoing. She's going to have a long road ahead, and it's going to take
Twitch as well.
Years to try to help give her the confidence in order to adjust to the events that transpired. But unfortunately, it's just a wait and see situation.
Is there going to be a plan at some point to
I agree, Emmanuel.
bring her family into the picture, or her family?
I have no knowledge of any. I have no knowledge of that.
I can kind of speak to that. We have full faith in child protective.
No, the dude in this case, right now we're looking at the Catfish Killings. So the dude in that case had unalived himself after he killed the mother of the teen and her grandparents. So there really is no if he's getting off or not.
Services with.
Are you talking about like Balenciaga or something else that I was talking about?
County
I'm
right
a little
now,
ways back.
She is getting the immense and extensive care beginning now, and that will go on for a while. But as you can imagine, there is a process to placement, therapy, all of that. And of course, the family is going to be involved with that. Just those decisions haven't been made yet. And, you know, most likely because her treatment after what she just experienced, just alone 4 deaths that she, you know, was around.
I mean, yeah, because you got to think about it. We don't know how long she had this online relationship with this dude before they had actually met, who had told her that he was, you know, a teen around her age. That's how they do and groom to entice these children to feel more comfortable to send pictures and things like that. But so to the teen, it's not only just 3 people, her mother, her grandparents, it's also the dude, because she had to some way become emotionally attached with that. And then the fact that he ended up kidnapping her after doing all this or whatever, and then he unalived himself, she's got to deal with that as well. So there is going to be a lot, I would say, a lot of therapy and treatment that would need to take place in this situation.
That's got to be, you know, traumatizing. This is going to be the most traumatizing event in her life, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So her immediate care is
because of the press conference. Yeah, in this situation, he's gone.
Priority, and then CPS is and will be working with the family to figure out what's next. Those steps just haven't happened yet. We're still trying to determine that. We don't know yet if she was threatened, coerced. We're not describing it as a kidnapping at this point.
He definitely knows more. And for some reason, he don't want to say that. And it's not like he can bring up this man on charges. He's not alive anymore. So that's just kind of weird.
But we also don't have any reason to believe that she was complicit in any of these murders or the fire as well. But hopefully that will come.
Yeah, because if you didn't know, allegedly due to try to set the house on fire.
Out through once this digital crime scene, this footprint that all these predators generally leave, and even maybe she has one too that we can try to find out more. No, we don't know that yet. Again, that's part of this whole digital crime scene that our detectives have to go through, and that's a process just because it involves warrants. It involves a lot of documentation that they have to sort through. So it's very immense depending on what they find. It's not just going through a phone or a device. It's going to where they were having these communications. Once you figure out where, then you got to go to those platforms and get information that hopefully is archived or saved that they'll have access to. But that's going to.
But even if it's not saved, even if the perp had deleted his shit right before kidnapping and meeting up with the girl or at any given time, they're going to be able to retrieve that. And that's just kind of weird that he stated it like that. And they allegedly don't know what platform and like, what are you investigating here at this point? There's 3 people dead. You got the girl somewhere safe, right? She's, they said CPS, but I believe she's in witness protection. And yeah, so like, what is there really else to not shed light on? Like, there's no trial that's coming up that may compromise anything that is said here. I'm just wondering.
It's going to take quite a long time. Our detectives have been communicating.
How much you want to bet they make a documentary about this or a movie about this, which they should, you know, regardless. But I'm kind of
with them as of Friday. That's when it started. They have been working with them as well over the weekend with some warrants and them helping out.
Yeah, I wondered that as well. But in reality, I know he said CPS, but I think she is in protective custody. I don't know really why. And I think it is stated in this video. That's where I kind of got it from. But I don't really think she would need to be in CPS at this time, other than being in witness protection.
Out with part of this investigation on
Tina.
This side. So that will continue. As of right now, our detectives have not found anything that would lead anybody to believe that something like this would occur. But again, they'll be working with those authorities. And hopefully, again, it goes back to this digital side of things.
But why would they think that something like this would not occur? They know that they're sexual predators. They know that they're using social medias to have inappropriate interaction with children. So why is this something that even law enforcement is kind of surprised about?
We'll learn, hopefully, more.
Honestly, all the cases that I've covered several. I've never heard of something like this, but this is one of those things that's quiet as kept, because it probably in other cases, the mother, the grandparent, were not murdered. You know what I'm saying? But in reality, I think that this happens on a normal basis a lot of times. Like, you'll see cases involving children on the news, and it's literally like 34 seconds. And then they're not like talking more about it. The case really just goes away.
About him and his history through that.
Oh, definitely, Lala. Definitely. If you don't know, I've done a lot of work with, exposing child predators and things like that, but also a lot of the inner workings of, like, I guess these pedophile rings, or even when it comes to the industry, right? So a lot of that is also on Queen's Throne TV, a lot of the live streams and things like that. But yes, I definitely do agree. It's much bigger than we could even wrap our heads around. There's several people that you would think are not involved in the shit, but they are.
And that's exactly why we have one of our detectives on a local task force here. But yes, our detectives are working with these other regional
definitely
task force or federal agencies as well. Partly because there is that distance. We can't just walk over to Virginia, so they got to have help on that side.
I agree.
So
Naomi.
yes, they are working with that, and so
definitely.
Kind of look at it as, in a way, kind of it's one investigation, but a couple different components that we have different teams working on.
Is there any more information on the situation from the crime scene itself? I mean, how the family was killed?
Yeah, you could definitely sense that they know more. And again, that's what I'm seeing as a trend when the police are doing these press conferences. A lot of the times in the past, I feel like they gave us more information. It's just something that I've noticed, that they're being more tight-lipped about everything.
We're not aware of any other victims at this point. Hopefully we won't find any. But it's hard to imagine, I think all law enforcement, if you've been doing it long enough, to think that someone commits an act as horrible and brutal as this, that something didn't lead up to it. So,
and I'm really getting irritated because at the end of the day, what they're really failing to address about this perp is that he was deputy. Like, should we even trust y'all?
You know, that again may come out through the digital investigation.
Definitely showing that they're holding back.
As to how they were found, we don't want to divulge any too much information right now. A couple reasons. The Riverside County Coroner's Office still is
his computer and his phone. Yeah, exactly. Illegal images and content on it. There's probably other children that he was also grooming and may not have met up with, but wow.
Conducting their investigation, and we'll have to do the autopsies, and we want to hear directly from them. Okay. Number two, it was very disturbing. And we also want to protect and be very delicate with the family members on how we describe to them and how it's described in the public, how their 3 loved ones were found. It is obviously that they were murdered. We do know that. But the coroner's office will be able to tell us more through the exact manner and cause of their death. I believe.
Oh, what, Lala? 3 other children missing on his behalf in Virginia. That would also show, like, maybe that would have been one of the reasons why he took his life, because at the end of the day, that he already gonna spend the rest of his life in prison for killing these 3 people. And also, if he has more victims that he never was caught with.
That contact was made with the authorities in Virginia once we found out who.
Like I said, I made this video Sunday night, Sunday morning, like afternoonish. So I didn't go and check because, like I said, this is the first glance. So after, you know, I'll do updates and things like that, and probably you know, possibly, you know, I don't know if we'll come back live with it, but definitely, you know, pre-recorded video.
He worked for and gathering information. Then our detectives did some.
Ooh, John, right there. Or is this coverage and distraction from the Balenciaga situation for real? It could be. We know that mainstream media be playing in our face.
Fabulous work. Our patrol officers at the scene did fabulous work being able to identify who he was, who he worked for, and then you know, using techniques we're not going to divulge, of course, our detectives were eventually able to track his location, and then we notified San Bernardino County Sheriffs. You got to imagine, we have one person who's alive out of this whole ordeal, and the interviews with her will be a process. Okay, so detectives have been able to talk to her initially, but we can't overwhelm her with everything as well. We just want to get enough to get us started, to know what we have, what we've been saying so far. They're going to continue talking with her over time, but again, it's a process. So we don't, you know, right now we can't say, we're not comfortable to say that she was actually kidnapped. Was she coerced? Again, we need to do some more investigating to figure that out.
Girl, not necessarily. It's a whole bunch of predators that be on social media and violating their probation, but they hope not to get caught. That's another part of the catfishing too. They send the person that they're grooming or whatever a picture of somebody else, and you know, the child ends up sending more of themselves than the one that's catfishing, and then they, you know, build a bond, and the child gets to sharing a little bit too much information, like maybe an address or some identifying information, and it's a wrap from there.
Uses in those initial interviews then to determine whether or not his trip from Virginia was planned, or was it?
We're still figuring that out. We don't know if this was the first physical encounter they had. It's very possible it was, but we also don't know yet.
That might be the reason why they're being really tight-lipped about this situation, honestly.
If he
Lala Bear, damn. Shout out to Lola, but Lala definitely has, some good points.
If she knew that he was coming to California, again, that's where that digital investigation will hopefully uncover that we can figure out what his intentions and plans were. But right now, he's the only one that knows, and we're still trying to figure that out. Maybe the teen is able to provide that and further.
How wouldn't she be able to provide that, though? You guys would have been able to get her phone and look on there. And then, you know what I'm saying? Based off of that, even if he had deleted things, like you could get certain information from the victim and then, be able to apply it and find him on the social media
interviews. But right now we don't have that.
They definitely, in my opinion, they definitely know some shit. Or maybe, like it was pointed out by Lala, that there may be other victims. This might be bigger than we thought.
Right. To where we're at right now with what the information we put out, that this was this developed on this online enticement form of deception online, and that online relationship. And we do know that there was some exchanging of messages.
I agree, Naomi.
And from,
okay,
we don't.
But no, that does explain why maybe they are being tight-lipped. Like maybe it's not, just them being on some evil ass shit and not wanting to tell us. Maybe there is a reason for it.
Believe at this point right now that she
because in my mind, I'm looking at it like, okay, dude's dead. You should be pretty much, just coming out with all the information in the case or whatever. But again, I think that is really powerful right there, that there may be other or more information. Maybe they're trying to crack off other people that he was cool with, because these predators don't always, run alone. They have groups. So maybe that's another thing.
Anything to do with the murders, or knew that they were going to occur. I wouldn't know that, or not to be specific of that. Yeah.
And you know whether to use a service weapon or police department computer in these crimes?
Definitely Disney. Somebody with Nickelodeon was exposed. A lot of CEOs in the beginning of the Rona had resigned and things like that. I was actually sent a huge document. I'm like overwhelmed at how to even attack this, but there's several politicians, CEOs of huge companies, etc. I'm talking about like over 500 people that there's connections, and it shows the connections or whatever, but how it was sent to me is very overwhelming, and I still have not been able to attack it. I think in reality, the only way to attack it is to go one by one, each entry, and look the person up, look at the information, that's linked or whatever. It's definitely not something that we could do in 1, 2, or 3 live streams. Like there's like over 500 people on the docket.
As to the firearm, right now, there's no reason to believe that he used a firearm to kill the victims. But again, that will be confirmed or not through
the Hollywood industry, the music industry,
coroner's investigation on our end. As to what he used in San Bernardino County when encountered by the deputies, that will have to be determined by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, so we can't speak on that. And then what was the second part?
I highly doubt that he was a registered sex offender, Naomi, especially if he was a deputy. So, but no, I agree. And I don't think that there is any cure for this sickness of pedophilia or hebephilia or ephebophilia.
That we don't know, but again, that's where our detectives will work with Virginia authorities to see, and after, if you want to talk to Detective Olson or Opal Singleton, they'll explain that if you took this situation, this predator, and a vulnerable teen, this is kind of the classic playbook, I would say, in terms of how they meet online, and how maybe sometimes he was able to have her give him.
Wow, John, they just put it out there like that. That's crazy.
Some information. That's generally how it works. That's why they're grooming them to elicit some information from them. But we'll try to figure that out. Was not at the location.
And they've been doing blatant things that were right in front of people. And there was people that called out some. I seen like a model for Balenciaga. He was showing like how they get ready or whatever. And like, it was those sex masks and shit. It was like very fucking sick.
Yes, we do believe that this fire was intentionally set. The fire department is still conducting their investigation as to the exact cause and anything that might have used as an accelerant. We just don't have that yet. But yes, we do believe that it was intentionally set after the murders. That's what we are suspecting. But again, that digital investigation will hopefully determine that for certain. But that's typically how these predators work.
I agree, Lala.
As to the digital side of things, that I'm not aware of. That process is beginning. I don't know where they're at in that process.
He looks very nervous, like the man did in Cairo Jordan's case. If you don't know, Cairo Jordan was found in April in a Las Vegas suitcase. It had Las Vegas on it, but he was found in Indiana by a mushroom hunter. Still looking for a breakdown of what a mushroom hunter is. But anyway, because like I didn't know that mushrooms had legs and they run around or whatever. But anyway, the cop in that, the spokesman in that situation from the police department was very nervous, seeming like him. Yeah. And the mother still has not been located in that situation. And I'm really honestly starting to think that she's not alive anymore. But I wait.
No.
I look up Cairo's case every day to see if there's any information.
We don't. That could be, again, she could have provided, or he found out somehow. We're still trying to figure that out.
I heard something about a 17-year-old, so I don't know if that's the victim's age.
Again, we believe he was posing as a teenager, but probably someone under 18. But again, I go back to that's part of that digital investigation that we're still trying to uncover. We have our suspicions, but we need to confirm these first. And so we're not prepared to.
He wants to tell us or convince us that law enforcement has no, like, what is the word I'm looking for? No way to get the information from any social media platform or find out any information. Something ain't right.
Have all that information. We don't know exactly where. So yeah, we just don't know yet. It's going to take some time. We don't know yet. But again, the detective can explain how that happens. We believe so. We believe so. Anything else? No, it means that for everyone who was there and responded, including fire, the officers, the detectives, it was disturbing to look at. It was disturbing to find, but it was...
I agree, Lala. We definitely have to be proactive.
Obvious that they were murdered. We're still trying to figure out what the fire had to do with their deaths as well.
I'm pretty sure he wanted to burn the house down so that they couldn't get evidence.
And again, once the coroner's investigation is complete, we should be able to have a cause and manner of death. Once the fire department and arson investigators have completed their investigation, we'll be able to know what we suspect started the fire. But finding 3 adult bodies anywhere, but how they were found, where it's obviously they're dead, is disturbing. It's gruesome.
I talked about that quite a bit the last couple of days.
I would say, in my opinion, is leaning towards distraction because I got questions.
Disturbing. It's disgusting, really, because we said this before. Anybody in the law enforcement community, we hate that person more than anybody because it's a reflection on us. We realize things in law enforcement happen. If it happens in New York, it'll affect us in Riverside.
Well, how about in Texas? I covered a case where a police officer, I think he was a sheriff, he was working on shift or whatever, but he would park outside of bars and catch women driving intoxicated and then rape them until he was ultimately caught. There's several other cases involving police, and I really hate when they minimize it. Like, this dude right here could be a fucking serial killer. We don't know.
And vice versa. So when we see somebody, we ask the same questions you all ask. How did this person get past the background investigation? How did this person get past the polygraph investigation? Because
a lot of people that are sexual predators always do not have a registry, always do not have a case that identifies them as a sexual predator. You're never going to get into the police department as a registered sex offender. And that's another thing that people need to start taking seriously. A lot of people don't want to look at people as sexual offenders based off of maybe the words they say or the actions that they show, shit like that. But, they want documentation that this person's been arrested for it. A lot of these predators are literally dying before ever getting exposed. I was asked to look at the situation in Baltimore where several priests have been exposed for sexual predators. At least, I guess the archdiocese confirms that it's okay to go ahead with I don't even know, like the investigation. Like, who the fuck are you, first of all? And this is where we're kind of in no need to know, I'm not trying to offend anybody, but religion has to kind of take a back seat when it comes to definitely our children. If our children are going to churches and mingling with these pastors, these preachers, and all this and that, even the nuns were exposed for molesting children. Shout out to Leonard. But the shit is ridiculous. Like a motherfucking doctor could be a sexual predator. A teacher, obviously, we exposed them. Cops, anybody, literally. Like, you think you know somebody until you find out that you don't.
But from what we understand so far about him, there's really not a big rap sheet on this person.
Exactly, and teach them how to protect themselves. Y'all, I had videos up exposing NAMBLA. No matter how many numbers it got, it did do numbers. But that wasn't the point of, because when I do videos, even this live stream or any upload, I'm not like, ooh, I better get this amount or whatever. No, I'm just doing it because that's, what I believe in, exposing this shit. But them motherfuckers attacked my channel over that video to the point where I had to motherfucking private the video. And at some point I get irritated with the fact that I'm exposing this shit, and then I got a private shit, like I'm not standing on what I came up here to do. But YouTube is definitely not the place to expose sexual predators. And that's another reason why if you're a content creator, you have to say it's not for kids or it is for kids and things like that, because I exposed how YouTube was allowing children on their platforms to get groomed in the manner into which was going on with this case. There was people telling children to go live, and then they would go live, and then they would have to show their they would tell the children to show their feet and do this and that or whatever, and they were literally attacking the children's pages. YouTube was, but they weren't going after the people that were telling these kids to do this. Like, why would you want them on your platform? It's just disgusting. It's so much that I've exposed about predators that I had to, private or whatever. There's a lot still up, but I feel bad about the things that I had to, kind of put on private because A, they shadow banned me, or B, you know what I'm saying? It made me a target to these predators. They'll go to YouTube and complain like, oh, I'm a sexual predator and I can't help it. It's in my nature. And this person is bullying and attacking me. Bitch, how in the fuck do you bully and attack somebody that victimizes children? YouTube, please let me know. Like, YouTube is going to hell. Anyway, that's another video.
Or anything that would indicate
that we may have
could
some.
see that out.
Okay, period. But yeah, YouTube ain't shit.
At this point, we don't have that information from her. That'll come with not just the digital evidence, but also the interview process as well.
Chief, to my colleague's question about how you feel with being in the law enforcement community, how does something like
He's super
this
nervous.
change your approach to vetting officers?
Burn the evidence. Get it out of here.
Well, sure, we'll have to look into more to see what happened in Virginia, but I think the standards that we go by here in Riverside through peace officer standards and training, it's an
I
extensive
feel you, Lala.
background. You've heard a lot of police agencies talk about just recruitment and retention woes that we're all having, trying to get people hired. So that's an ongoing battle for us to get people hired. But the one thing that we were not going to do is lower our standards. So we're always going to have them go through a lengthy background process, check references, check their personal history statements.
I know a dude up here right now that said the most pedophilic things about people's children, yet, he still has support. And, some people that he had spoke about their children, they ended up being friends after that. Like, there's just certain things that people can do on this motherfucker that I don't care if I never talk about it again, we will never be cool. You know what I mean?
Go through a psychological exam, go through a polygraph exam, like I said earlier, and make sure they're vetted. I think we have a good system in place right now.
Yep, because a lot of people, Lala, that put out real content, when they make the decision to put out real content, if they didn't start from that or whatever, right? Because I started putting out real content, then I kind of got finagled around in other areas or whatever. And I'm not saying that we're never going to address them other areas, but I'm trying to dedicate a home for that. But a lot of the times when, like, in these sectors that we're in, when people turn and start doing real content, it's a channel killer. It really is. Like, people do not support real content. There is some great content creators out here. I'm one of them. Graphics on fleek. Okay, period. I can edit any video. I don't give a fuck if it's 12 hours. I can edit that bitch. And all type of other things. You know what I mean? We can talk about real shit. And there's people that are like, I like those real things, but do they support them? You know what I mean? But then also, I think that's the thing where your channel becomes shadow banned, and then YouTube, I don't know if they know or not, sometimes content creators look at it like, damn, like, where's my support? Well, fuck my followers then, and get discouraged and shit. But at the end of the day, that is the reason why a lot of those people that are always in mess, always talking about what was said on this person's live and that person's live, and they don't put out one video that is honestly selfless, it's doing something for somebody else or touching on a topic, then, like, they're not real people to me, honestly. Like, it's easy anywhere you go, right? Look at Bad Girls Club, look at all them reality shows, that it's all negative, it's all fighting, it's all drinking, arguing, you know what I mean, and shit like that. But at the end of the day, it's just fucked up. It's bullshit at the end of the day. Like, I'll go into a whole tangent and we'll be here for hours and not even address these cases. But yeah, and I think a lot of the time, because I've seen several other content creators make videos that are on something and people just don't click on it. And either YouTube's not giving out the notification, that channel is shadow banned, or, you know what I'm saying, it's just people, they're not really trying to support shit that ain't messy. And that just could never just be my whole life. Like, just sitting up here talking about some bitches that don't matter in real life to me. You know what I mean? Please.
And I can't really speak to
I've literally been holding on to a bitch that I want to drag through these YouTube streets. And I've been holding back from doing so because I'm really trying to go back to putting out real content. Again, we're going to be messy sometimes. I'm going to dedicate a channel just for that. But at the end of the day, like, no. But I can't wait. And it's been months. And I'm actually proud of myself, you know what I'm saying, when in that aspect, because Shorty done did too much and I will drag it the fuck out of her. However, and now him, because other people got involved. But yeah, like, at the end of the day, no. I mean, I enjoy those that do support my page and shit like that on the pre-uploads. They're in there. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. But at the end of the day, I could go in on how YouTube works and how YouTube holds back content creators that actually have good content, good graphics. And again, I think that the real reason why my channel was shadow banned this time is because I went from going weeks possibly of talking about sector shit, and now I'm back on real content. And I think also YouTube's algorithm don't like that either, because if you notice, there's hella streams where people's lives are threatened, people go after children, okay, doxing and all that. YouTube won't step in at all. They'll promote it, they'll let the all notifications come out for drama. Anyway, I digress.
The system is in Virginia, to say what's different about what we do here and what they do.
Oh, I will, Lee. Thank you for being my inspiration on days where, you know, in the past I've been like, fuck YouTube, bro, I'm out of here. Like, not the people that support me, but YouTube itself and its algorithm. Like, you get tired of arguing with a fucking computer.
That suspect, again, was a law enforcement.
Facts, but a lot of people cannot put out content. That's the thing. A lot of these bitches up here that claim that they got a following and shit, they got all this support, cannot do one motherfucking video or just redirect their whole shit about something positive or shedding light on something. You know what I mean? Doing real content. It's got to be, oh, well, I'm hoping that so-and-so argues with so-and-so tomorrow so that I have content. Like, that shit is toxic as fuck. I'm not doing that every day.
Enforcement officer from North Chesterfield, Virginia. So that's what they're speaking to. Some viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox going to go out to a 2-minute break.
Well, let me know, John, because I definitely got to know.
And I hate to keep referring to that. We have some.
Not on here. Reach out to me, you know, Queenstone, the number 9 at gmail.com or Queenstone, the number 9 on Instagram. Let me know, man.
We'll have to look at the digital evidence. It was obviously more than a week or so for him to get to this point. I'm just.
Facts, Lee. Can't edit, can't push out content, can't do nothing. Ain't got no graphics. Bitch, I wish the fuck I would need somebody else to make my graphics for me. Like, period.
Common sense would tell you that, but we just don't have an exact number to put out yet. I don't know for exactly how long. I know that the neighbor, and I think Michelle said that in her statement, she is a hero.
I feel you though, John, because sometimes people just, so know that I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about a lot of, you know, the beef sector and the black sector in reality. Like, can they really do what the fuck they need to? Even the Mo3 sector is, a lot of it is drama, beef, going in on somebody else. Save some of that energy for some of this shit that's going on out here. In the real world.
See something, say something.
In the real world. But a lot of these people jump up out of bed. First thing they worrying about is YouTube. And they ain't even brushed their teeth, washed their ass, or took a shit. But they're, you know, starting up a live stream.
That we say all the time.
It's sad.
Got a plate for us. And we were able to do some really good police work. Like we said, we're very proud of this department and the other agencies. When I talk about this department, I'm just not talking about police officers that are chasing bad guys. Talking about dispatchers that are doing up work, forensic techs that come out to the scene, crime analysts that are with us the entire way through this investigation to eventually.
Wait a minute. Lala said MU goes live and says that her daughter is hurting her son and she's doing the dog, but You can't talk about, yeah, exactly. I thought this was some new shit. Like, wait a minute, hold on. But yeah, girl, they done motherfucking chopped and screwed my whole fucking life on YouTube. It's like, and that's another reason why I have a lot of channels, because when I go in, like when somebody get on my motherfucking nerves and get the fucking lying on me and shit, and then I go in on them, then they flag that video, then I'm on another channel for a week. And while we're there for a week, we might as well stay there for a little while. You know what I mean? And shit like that. But motherfuckers want to talk about numbers. Honestly, I've already had numbers over what they have now. You know what I'm saying? It's just sad. But yeah, YouTube don't like any talk about pedophilia. And that's another reason why, you know, I'm not monetized, because I'll be damned. I'm fucking grown as hell. I'm not finna be up here censoring myself. The R worded her. No, he raped her, motherfucker. Whether YouTube likes it or not. And I don't understand for the life of me why a company would want to be known for silencing people that are trying to protect children. That is odd and awkward.
Get a lead on the plate, and we were able to spot it in the San Bernardino County area, where we were able to track him, and then ultimately San Bernardino took over.
Graphics are on fleek, yeah.
I don't know for sure.
Thank you, Bo.
If it was before or after. I thought it was after the fact.
Facts.
Polygraph tests for candidates, are they pretty standard? I'm wondering what sorts of questions would be asked, where in this case the guy somehow did his way around being a creep.
Yeah, well, you guys have all watched enough CSI episodes and crime shows to know that a sociopath can defeat a polygraph. The first answer to your question is it's not standard. There are some agencies that don't require a polygraph. The second answer is a polygraph is usually a lengthy examination where they fill out a large packet. It's usually a 3 or 4 hour process where they'll sit down with a polygraph investigator.
Sounds like an excuse though, because if the question was, why wasn't he given a polygraph or whatever, when I don't understand when this motherfucker right here was supposed to get a polygraph. Like, he's dead. How are you gonna, what? So I'm assuming that they're saying that when he was a deputy, why don't they polygraph people beforehand? And in reality, this dude's comment was, you know, it's pretty lengthy. There's a big packet and shit. Like, what? Bro, what? We're supposed to trust you with our safety, bro.
Go through all the questions.
Our children's safety, bro. And you got sexual predators. This ain't the first deputy predator that I've exposed.
And then when they've had this lengthy interview, they will go on the polygraph machine itself. And it's not, hey, what color was your first car? It's other than what we've talked about in this particular area, sexual crimes, are you being truthful with me? Yes or no? So it's a series of yes or no questions after a lengthy interview.
But I think that in reality, people don't just decide like, hey, I'm going to groom a child and then like go and kill them and their family, like snatch them up and all this extra shit. I think that it's a work in progress for these predators. They got to feel comfortable. So first they might look at child porn. You know what I mean? They might look at children on the playground, or, you know what I'm saying? Some shit like that. Look at a Balenciaga advertisement, right? Which in my mind is really brainwashed, because the images and how they're played, that's a whole nother story, child. Anyway, I'm just saying something ain't right, okay?
Yeah, it can be defeated. That's just one process. I would look more towards a psych exam than a polygraph as far as something.
I think both need to be done. And if you're telling me that a psych exam is not done for somebody to become a police or a deputy, that's crazy. I know people that have, you know, regular jobs. They're just getting in the workforce center after having children that are now, you know, in school, so they're not in daycare and all this and that. But you know, and they got to take all type of tests to get the job, and they're more like, you know, normally based jobs than the cops.
Yes, we do.
Yep.
Unfortunately,
I don't think that all sexual predators were once victims. I think that, and those sexual predators that became, those victims that became sexual predators are not victims in reality, because you knew how it felt for you to be abused and you decided to abuse other people. But in reality, I think that people are born and attracted to, I think that's a myth. I think people are born and attracted to children. It's something that is not wired correctly in the brain. It was labeled in the DSM-5, sexual predators have a mental illness, but now they're fighting for their rights, which is, that's a whole nother story. Like, this shit is fucking crazy.
I don't have much information. It's something that I've avoided asking about, given the circumstances.
This will conclude our press conference. We thank you all for coming.
Riverside for our next story. It's a bizarre story. It's a tragic story. It's a story you probably will be shocked to hear more about. This Virginia police officer catfished a teen girl, traveled all the way to California, and ended up murdering members of her family. I know it sounds almost too unbelievable to be true.
This is the home where the fire happened and where the triple homicide happened. And friends came by earlier today to light the candles again as the sun disappeared into the night. This is still a crime scene investigation, one of 3. And next door, the lady had just taken her turkey out of the refrigerator the day after Thanksgiving, walked in the backyard for a second and saw the smoke in the back of the house and went to the front and saw flames coming out. That's when she called 911 on her next door neighbors, who she says were more like family, the most loving people, she said, you could ever meet.
Why did she say it like that? Like she called 911 on the family. No, she called 911 to get the fire department out there, right? The house was burning down.
That did this. He just has no clue what he took away from this world.
For more than,
and in my opinion, another person that is giving you the crying face, the crying energy, but no tears.
In 20 years, they were next door neighbors, and the best kind.
Every neighborhood needs a Winnick family because they just were the all-American, loving, caring, supporting family that you can ever ask for.
Early afternoon, the
Facts, Naomi.
day after Thanksgiving, Riverside police say Sheriff's Deputy Austin Lee Edwards out of Virginia brutally murdered Mark, Sherry, and their 38-year-old daughter, Brooke Winnick, then set their Price Court home on fire.
It was a very disturbing crime scene. This guy.
No, I feel you, John. I feel you, though. I feel what your point is. I feel you. Yeah.
He is or was a monster. This guy's a pedophile. He's an online predator.
Detectives say he was after Brooke's 15-year-old daughter, home at the time. He'd met her online and drove his car across the country to meet her with ill intentions. They say he was catfishing, pretending to be somebody else. In this case, a teenage boy, when in fact he was 28.
The online deception, catfishing, other techniques happens daily. It's probably going on right now somewhere in the country, in our county. As much as being a parent isn't fun sometimes, I have been there, you've got to check their devices, put filters, have parental controls on these things.
Parked in another neighbor's driveway, they left. That woman, who described the girl as in distress, gave police his license plate. Officers tracked them down halfway to Vegas and say during the pursuit, Edwards lost control.
Yeah, that's interesting as well. Naomi said she heard no gunshots. Very interesting.
While shooting at police and their chopper. The girl managed to escape to safety.
I agree. He does kind of look like a teen.
Police returned fire and killed him. Edwards had worked for 2 law enforcement departments in Virginia with no priors or marks against his name.
We don't even feel comfortable affiliating him with law enforcement because that's not what someone in law enforcement is about.
He left a community
clearly it is, because this is not just an isolated incident, sir.
Torn apart, 3 family members dead, and a young girl who will likely never be the same.
This bastard come out here and did this to them unnecessarily. There's no reason for it. None. I just can't make sense of it. gonna miss them so much.
Again, where are her tears? Like, she emotional as fuck in the face, but not like, is she dehydrated too?
I'm really gonna miss their love and their compassion for people.
Yeah, Haley, just a couple of questions. What do we know about maybe some of this suspect's family back in Virginia? Has any of his friends spoken out? Do we know anything from that side?
I will after this stream, or I'll try to do it. I'm sorry.
This, are they reacting to this? No doubt.
I did ask police about that today, and they don't know of any family that's come forward yet. He worked for the state trooper. He was a trooper, and then he also worked for the Washington County Sheriff's Office. He was a deputy. Sorry, this neighbor's trying to come out right now. They've been going through a lot and are being very kind with the media in their cul-de-sac for the last few days. It's been really hard on this neighborhood, and thankfully we've met some amazing people here, but it's been, as you can imagine, so hard on this community. They have lived here for 22 years. No family from the Edwards side of things has come forward yet. There is still so much unknown.
Oh, what? Okay, I'm seeing it.
I will say, though, Riverside Police did say that they do believe that he would have done some bad things to the 15-year-old girl as well if she hadn't managed to escape.
Do we know where she is tonight? Is she staying with family?
I'm going to show it in a second.
She's in protective custody. I can't imagine
a protective custody. Okay.
Imagine what she's going through or how she'll ever recover from this. It's a wild story and pretty heartbreaking.
This is still a very active and extensive investigation that will take time to continue to unravel. We believe the suspect, as you heard before, was engaging on an online enticement called...
Oh, you didn't want me to play it during this stream?
Catfishing. It appears that the suspect met the victim online through a common form of enticement called catfishing, where we believe he portrayed himself as a teenager to develop an online relationship with her. Excuse me. This is a broad category of online exploitation that includes sextortion, in which a child is being groomed to take sexually explicit images and or ultimately meet face-to-face with someone for sexual purposes, or to engage in a sexual conversation online, or in some instances sell or trade the child's sexual images. This type of victimization takes place across every...
I'm gonna definitely look at it, though. I read the caption. Definitely, I appreciate you.
Platform, social media, messaging apps, gaming platforms, etc. Some of the most common tactics that are used to entice children are engaging in a sexual conversation or role-playing as a grooming method, asking a child for sexually explicit images of themselves or mutually sharing images, develop a rapport through compliments, discussing shared interests or liking their online posts. This is also known as grooming, or sending or offering sexually explicit images of themselves, and also pretending to be younger, which appears to be the case in this investigation. Also offering an incentive, such as a gift card, alcohol, drugs, lodging, transportation, or food. Most importantly, this is yet another horrific reminder of the predators existing online who prey on our children. If you've already had this conversation with your kids on how to be safe online and on social media, please have it again. If not, start it now to better protect them.
Do you have any more specifics about how the contact was made in terms of apps, or how exactly, in a specific way, this predator did this so that other parents can know what to be aware of?
We don't know exactly the app, or if it was a gaming app or whatever it was. This is part of the whole digital investigation that's ongoing, and we still are collecting evidence to kind of...
Looks like a bald teen.
Do we know about the image that this catfisher used? Is it an image of a teenager who actually exists?
I'm not aware of an image. I've just, from what I understand, he portrayed himself as a 17-year-old. I don't know if that was through an image or through texting or what.
Chief, you were talking about earlier, you were giving the overview of what catfishing was. You included sextortion and other things like that. Are you saying that all of those elements that you described happened in this case?
We believe so, yes.
All right, and I included the last part, even though we had already kind of looked at that. in the video, because the sextortion thing is new to me, as far as like, you know, a phrase that they're using or whatever. But we'll continue to look at that case. I do want to show the Athena Strand case and the information, you know, in that situation. I also relearned about the case from Leak You, who had definitely did a good job on the video that she did on it. But like I said, I had found it when she was missing. I was sent a notification. I'm subscribed to like literally every news channel on all of my channels. And I had found it and I had watched it, and I was going to do a video on it and go find more videos on it. But then I got distracted, got to researching something else, and I got irritated with that. And I went back and I accidentally deleted the case about the girl. And it wasn't until Leak You had did her story on it, her live on it, to where I immediately remembered the girl in the picture, not necessarily the name or whatever, and was kind of like, damn, fuck. So shout out to Leak You for reminding me about the situation and all that. I do want to show this one. I'm trying to fucking pause it or whatever. But after, so I was sent a interview, right? And I'm like, fuck it, you know what I'm saying? Might look at it with y'all. But it looks interesting. I don't know really what's it about besides the caption, but might as well showcase it here. And if I have to go back and just make a pre-recorded video on it, then we definitely can. But while we're here, you know, I don't know how long this next thing is. Now that other video was 55 minutes. It took us 2 hours or something to get through, but it's okay. You know, like I said, I'll be here hopefully Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from now on, and dropping pre-recorded throughout the week. So make sure that you check back. One video, I would play it, but I don't want to piss YouTube off or whatever, because I think I'm really like just about there with it with them. But that video was short as hell, but it was really crazy. It was like, I want to say like 7 minutes. It was a high-speed chase. The dude ended up stealing the police car, and they beat the fucking shit out of the man that had stole the police car and tore it up really bad or whatever. And it really looked like some Grand Theft Auto shit, you know? So when it comes to, yeah, it is 30 minutes. So we'll have time. We'll get to it today. I do appreciate when you guys send things in. It's just like, sometimes I don't check all my social media or social media at all. Sometimes it's just YouTube is the only thing that I see and am worried about. And now, like, normally I was looking at other people's shit or whatever, I still do, but I'm back on my investigation shit or whatever. So when I say that, you know, I'm not just being messy when I'm off of here. I'm actually looking at, you know, things that are important. And sometimes it's okay to look at messy things, but to just stay there and live there for months, or, you know, I'm not never trying to go back to living there for weeks or a week. You know what I mean? So anyway, this situation with Athena, I always keep putting the L in there, you guys. So her name is Athena Strand. She was the little girl that was abducted by, what was it, a FedEx driver, a UPS or something? The stepmother got into it with the little girl. She was about like 4 years old, paraphrasing or whatever, but she was young. Sent the little girl to her room, and then the little girl ends up, you know, missing or whatever. Now, immediately I got to thinking about, I don't trust the stepmom, because it's just really crazy that the stepmom was, you know, there with her, got into an argument. Who argues with a 4-year-old, fam? But that the father was on his way to like a fishing or hunting type of situation. I thought that was really crazy. I thought like the bitch did so do or whatever. But ultimately, it appears that they had tracked it down to a UPS driver who had snatched the child up. Like, that's crazy. They bring you a package and steal your child. But what's not funny is how many other people he had on his list and how many other people maybe he was eyeing their children or whatever. Fam, it's just crazy as hell. So this one really genuinely bothered me, and it kind of in a way, you know, because I got a light bright, right? My son is like my complexion, even though he black, you know, we black, but he's like my complexion. He's got those eyes, the gray, you know, hazily, also at times like they change. Shorty really kind of looked like the female version of my son. So I kind of, you know, I feel some way about this. And also, just like I talked to my children already today about the catfish killings, me and my son, and my daughter was really talking about it. My son actually knew and he heard about these two cases because he's been watching the news. Anyway, so now this way I'm proud of my kids or whatever, because they, you know, they're starting to peep things and stuff like that. And so now they understand why, since they were younger, when it comes to like these games and things like that, we're really literally all like over their shoulder. Like my son is literally in the same room with me while he plays the game because I want to know what's going on. And his mic is not activated or nothing. Like they can't hear nothing. He can't hear them. There's no reason to talk to my child. Like, leave my child alone, bro. Anyway, so but this situation, I just imagine like a UPS driver, you know what I mean, coming and like stealing your kids, but leaving you your package. Like, what? But I just really was blown away by this case because obviously, if we just covered a deputy, you know, that was a fucking murderer and a predator, this man had to have been trying to steal this child so that he could sexually abuse her. But in my opinion, he was like, maybe he did sexually abuse her. I don't know. You know what I mean? But in my opinion, he just killed her. You know what I mean? It was like, why do I even have this child? I don't know what the fuck was going through his head, but he is alive, y'all. And FedEx has spoken. They say that they're going to work closely with police. Now, normally I wouldn't really, you know, care what they do, but they had also stated that he was actually at work and he was a third-party contractor. So he didn't really work for the company. He worked for a company that worked for the company and ended up doing this. So obviously there's probably some camera footage and other type of logistical things that can aid in this investigation. So I'm here for it. Okay, period. This is a case that when it unfolds, I will be interested in it because, like, girl, I get Amazon packages on a daily. Okay, UPS, FedEx come to my house on a regular, at least 3-4 times a week. And if my kid was ever just, you know, in the screen door and they just snatched up my child, like, that is fucked up. So we're going to look at this case, y'all, and I'm going to follow through mainly with this one. I feel like the other one, they playing around. I think that it also might be a distraction from Balenciaga. Not saying that this one isn't, but obviously something took place here because this child is dead, right? Allegedly or whatever. I don't even know. Don't get me started in operations. But I think that it's just really scary or whatever, like just stealing your kid, bro. Anyway, let's take a look at this case and things like that. I will be following up with the story as it breaks. You know, he did have court today. I'm going to, after this live stream, go and get what was said in court and probably upload that or include that in a live stream coming up, where, you know, we kind of talk about where this case is going and things like that. And again, I'm still waiting on information on the Cairo Jordan case. You know, I feel like Cairo Jordan did make it to mainstream media, but I feel like the police are liars and they're not giving us the information that we need. And I also think that it's crazy if this woman is still on the run. She has the FBI looking for her and things like that. So just looking at those cases like this, you know, it's unfortunate when somebody unalives themselves in a case because it can only go so far. But these cases that will actually, you know, possibly make it to trial years down the line, hopefully you're still subscribed so you can see my coverage on it or whatever, because I do look at trials. We do look at the whole thing or partial. We kind of vote on it or whatever. But anyway, let me shut the fuck up, because this Athena Strand case is scary. You know, I'm a mother, and I think I would flip out if I was expecting, you know, like for some reason I was arguing with my 3-year-old or 4-year-old, and then a package was supposed to come. I got my package when my child is missing. But I do ultimately think possibly that really good police work was done here to try to track down some of this information. But right now in the case, they're talking about what was the motive, what was his motive to snatch up this child and then just to ultimately kill her. And I believe that he's just as much of a sexual predator as the other man. So with no further ado, let's take a look at this and all that. And, you know, here's the case information from day one. So this is really the first glance video. This is from day one. So you'll hear them say that she's missing. She is actually deceased. But this is from day one leading up to Sunday in the afternoon. So just so you guys know. Let's go.
Those rescue crews, they are fighting against daylight. Athena was last seen wearing a gray-black long-sleeve shirt. Excuse me. She had on blue jeans with flowers on her front pockets and brown boots. Now, this is in rural Wise County, where the focus of the search has been near the area of her mother's home on County Road 3573, which is just west of Cottondale.
Athena is still missing, unfortunately, but search crews have been out here all day long trying to figure out where exactly she is. It's a very wooded terrain, and just a few moments ago, I actually saw another group of volunteers with flashlights as they try to go out trying to find Athena. Now take a look at your screens. This is what 7-year-old Athena Strand looks like. She was last known with her dad and stepmom at her house on County Road 3573 near Cottondale. Here's what happened, according to the sheriff's office. Athena's stepmother called the sheriff's department just after 6:30 last night, saying Athena was missing. After searching for about an hour, the two had an argument, and then Athena's dad wasn't home at the time. Right now,
yeah, they said the family didn't know him, and he was just, that was his route to deliver packages. Now, in this video, somebody else in, I believe, another county was on his route, and their Ring doorbell picked up his face.
Officials think Athena
walked. So just think about it. He may have snatched up, like, if there was a child right there playing outside, he would have probably snatched up that kid too.
Out on her own. When I asked Sheriff Lane Atkin if someone could have possibly taken her, he told me all options are on the table at this point, and they will leave no stone unturned. Now, several dozen search crews have been out all day in the air and on foot.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if that Don Coleman convinced the mother into taking Cairo's life, and then she ultimately either convinced her into taking her own life, or Don Coleman also killed her.
Trying to find this little girl.
Usually you find the child close to the house, under the house, in the attic, in the laundry, under the bed. Usually that's what happened, but it didn't happen this time. So then the next thing is you look around the house, and then you've got to expand that as time goes on.
We heard what was going on. My son actually knows the girl from the fireworks displays at Cottondale. And I couldn't sit at home and know that she's out here in the cold last night.
The sheriff telling me the stepmom and dad are cooperating with law enforcement, and they are interviewing several people to try to get some sort of clues of where Athena is at this point. Of course, it is getting dark right now. That is another concern. If you know anything about this little girl, where she's at, call 911 or the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
This is an urgent search for that missing 7-year-old girl I just told you about, who is the subject of that Amber Alert. That alert.
Shit. Fuck around and find out that the stepmother got some type of girl, conspiracies, like what? It's just kind of weird to me. Like I cannot get out of my head. Some of the information, I'm gonna give it away a little bit. So the stepmother had run-ins with CPS concerning a different child. Also, the fact that she was arguing with a 3-year-old, 4-year-old child, and to the point to where the dad needed to be, called or whatever. Another thing, fathers, if it's your week to get the child, or you have full custody of the child or whatever, stop just letting, even though allegedly in this case, the person that harmed this child is not, you know what I'm saying, his wife, you know what I mean? It's not the woman. Stop just letting anybody around your children. Like, you should essentially trust nobody around your children, period. Best friend, I don't give a fuck who it is.
Issued this afternoon for Athena Strand. She was.
Oh, she's 7. Okay. I don't know I know where I got 4 because I'm researching another case and it's a 4-year-old. I apologize. That's the thing that I hate about pre-uploads and then going live with other things, because you sometimes will remember another case or like certain little things like age or something about the case and put it on another case. It's not intentional, but it happens.
Was last seen
So
Wednesday evening near the town of Paradise. Take a look there. There's her picture if you happen to see this little girl.
First, I think it's important, worth noting that we're coming up on 24 hours since that young girl's stepmother first reported her missing. You can see right behind me the investigation, the search is still very, very intense. This is just a drop in the ocean. You can see a good number of cars, people out here on the ground. This line of cars, these groups of people, they stretch all the way down this road in several directions. Right here, this is sort of where it starts to taper off, but you can see this is what's considered the command center. My understanding is that the sheriff was just in a briefing, so this was pretty heavily populated a couple hours ago. My understanding is a lot of those folks went to that briefing, which is just wrapped up, and then further back where you're looking, back that way, is Athena's father's home, where she was last seen. When I spoke with the sheriff last, I think it's
exactly, Lala. And then, well, I was going to say something else, but I forgot.
really important. We spoke with him and we said, any working theories right now? He did say.
Oh, yeah, I included a lot of information about how the public helped in this case intentionally, because I think it's really awesome. Like, regardless, some people will talk about the color of her skin and shit like that, right? There's people that actually do true crime, and I notice they don't ever talk about white people unless it's in a bad light. Like, oh, look at this white man, he killed a black dude, you know what I mean? Or a black child or whatever. But in this situation, I think this should go to show that even though they did not find out any leads from the, people searching and things like that, they found out about where her body was from the guy. He confessed to it, right? But still, it's just that when you look at it, there's some evil motherfuckers in this world. And when you see people that are in a community and they will go outside and motherfucking be cold as hell, looking for a child and things like that, just the community presence spoke a lot in this case. And we've seen that in other cases, and I just wish it was all cases. There's several children that have passed and nobody really, some people made some videos or whatever. People shared shit, right, about the case, but they never really got out there. And then sometimes the weather outside was, hot. It was like summertime, spring, you know what I mean? These people essentially, were very cold, tired, overwhelmed, you know what I mean? But the fact that they came and showed up for this child, it meant a lot to me in my heart, because we need to see this in all situations, all communities.
From their interviews with the family at the moment, at last check with the sheriff, they do
Yes, it is a rural area. This is in Paradise. You're gonna hear that a lot or whatever, and I also included that and cut it off at certain points just to showcase that, the town is called Paradise, but you could essentially be living in a rural area or a nice community, and this could happen to your child as well. You know what I mean?
that she left the home following a family argument, but there are just so many questions. It's been, good several hours, almost 24, that they simply cannot rule anything out. So they're searching, but they're not happy with the fact that they haven't found.
She might have tried to leave the house or whatever, and then, seen him out there. Yeah.
Anything yet. When I spoke with the sheriff, he said they had no leads, no tips. The dogs they have, the choppers they have, high technology that is supposed to be really helpful in situations like this. And up until this point, it just has not been.
It's really disappointing, really bad news there, Sydney. We know that with these things always, time is so much of the essence. What do we know this afternoon about why the Amber Alert was issued nearly 24 hours after this little girl was last seen?
Well, Jason, first, I think it speaks to, again, that urgency and the desperation, really wanting everyone's eyes on this little girl, working to help find her. I can tell you that, so many of the search volunteers that were around me at the time when that Amber Alert went out, they came up to me and they said, does this mean that she was abducted? Is there an indication of that? I called the sheriff, I texted him. He said, there's no indication. That's not what that means. But again, they just really want all eyes on this little girl.
And honestly, I think that the Amber Alert went out also for this case, possibly on Alex Jones's platform, InfoWars, because while he was interviewing Kanye, he had gotten an Amber Alert notification. And I'm wondering if it was this.
On this search, because you can probably tell from looking at me, it is chilly out here. There's a lot of cloud cover. It's windy. It's really uncomfortable, even as an adult dressed up in a jacket. So, the volunteers, the search parties out here, they are in tears, telling me, and you'll hear from them more at 6 tonight, but talking about the fact, imagine how cold this little girl must be walking around out here. It is going to get dark soon. So again, it just speaks to that urgency of really needing everyone to be looking for her and having all boots on the ground.
That's because they were helping at this point. Like I said, again, we're starting from the beginning. So the minute that it got posted that she was missing, but yeah, it's almost like, later on in the video, you'll see where I think I included that, where they had gotten notification of where the body was, because dude had admitted it. And that's another thing. I'm also wondering how many other children possibly are not alive anymore because of this man.
10-year-old Athena Strand. She's been missing.
Hey, Isaiah.
Since last night. And right now, there's a massive search effort underway to find her.
This is every parent's worst nightmare. 7-year-old Athena Strand was last seen right here at her home. Right now, I am standing at the command center. This is where all the volunteers are coming in to check in, to come help find her. And I want you guys to just see her photo. Her mom told police that around 6:40 last night, she went to check on Athena, but she was not there. She was last seen wearing a plaid jacket, jeans, and boots. The police began their search last night, but did not have any luck. So they came back this morning, and this morning, the Sheriff's Department and several other law enforcement agencies are combing through the woods to find her. Now, hundreds of people have come out to help and help out, including one woman who says she felt compelled to help because it reminded her of her own daughter. And Sheriff Lane Atkins says that they will continue searching for Athena no matter how long it takes.
We're looking at everything from a criminal standpoint or just a missing child. So we're not going to leave anything unturned, and we're not going to put the blinders on. It could be any number.
Yeah, Kanye was tripping. Again, I had a video up, but YouTube took it down. They said that you can not use. Okay, so long story short, they banned Alex Jones for his investigative work of Sandy Hook. I remember at that time, because I was one of them calling out Sandy Hook, and I'm not going to take it back, but they banned him from YouTube. He's going through lawsuits and this, that, and the fifth. And even if we use his video, even though he's not on the site, because he was banned on YouTube, they're removing videos and not giving people strikes for it.
So we're looking at all of those possibilities.
Honestly, as a mother, all I can think about is what her parents are feeling and how lost and how cold and scared she must be. And that's kind of all I've got in my head right now and why I wanted to get out here and join the search.
Now,
that was also very strange to me about this case. The fact that the stepmother waited an hour, girl.
many parents were emotional, just like that woman that you just heard from. And Karen, the community response has been amazing. Here it is, 11 a.m. on a Thursday. Usually people are at work or at school, but instead they are right here in Wise County trying to help find 7-year-old Athena. Now, the sheriff is asking anyone who could potentially have any information to call authorities immediately.
All right. Well, thanks for being here. And again, good afternoon. We appreciate the assistance.
I just want to point out something that I had to enhance the audio on this clip to 392. And that's sad as fuck. Again, I get it. Sometimes audio be off, like probably how my audio is off, you know what I mean, in this video. But it's sad that the mainstream media hires people to record and videotape others, and they can't even get their fucking audio corrected. 392%. That is ridiculous.
Of media, because this is a pretty big deal for us at the Wise County Sheriff's Office. And I know that some of y'all have heard a lot of the information that was put out yesterday, which is still accurate. I'm going to go back through some of it because some of you may have not heard that. This is Craig Johnson. He's our chief deputy. He's going to help me because I know that y'all will have some questions, and when you do have the questions, we'll be prepared to answer those things as much as we possibly can, understanding that it's an ongoing investigation. So on Wednesday, the 30th of November, at about 4:15, a 7-year-old Athena Strand stepped off her school bus, arriving home like she does almost every day at County Road 3573 in Paradise. At about 6:40 p.m. that same day, Wise County Sheriff's Office dispatch received a 911 call from Athena's stepmom reporting that Athena was missing.
So Isaiah, I had mentioned before that I'm gonna try to go live every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, but they'll all be late night streams starting about 11 o'clock. I'm gonna try to get in here at 10, but just to let you know, because I know you've been a supporter of the channel.
Within about, I think it was about 14 minutes, we had deputies, EMS, volunteer fire departments there, and there was a search that commenced just right away. And that search, for the most part, was that area of the house, inside the house, under the house, and then the immediate area in that 6-acre tract where they live. But they weren't able to locate the child.
So because this is a rural area, that is a little bit overwhelming in my opinion with this case, because we're talking about a 7-year-old child that, if she got into an argument with her stepmom, could have essentially looked at it like, I'm gonna run away. I'm gonna run away and nobody's ever gonna see me again, because I've been a 7-year-old. I know, you know what I mean? We've all been 7-year-olds before, where we think that the outside, oh, the house that we're living in is so, you know what I mean, whatever. And then, you know, we don't want to adhere to people's, you know, our parents, right? And then we want to go outside and, you know what I mean, whatever. But the fact that we're talking about acres, we're not talking about blocks. This is scary as fuck, because again, when they found his body, her body, he had told them where her body was. And if he would have unalived himself, they would have never found this little girl. And I think that that is scary as fuck. That's why I'm not living in no rural area, nigga. Keep me in the city, bitch.
Later on in the night,
they can drive the, you know what I mean, or whatever. I'm just saying, like, because I'm from the city. We think about blocks. You know what I mean? And certain blocks have cameras on it and things like that that can aid in an investigation. In a rural area, there is no, like, cameras just they be struggling for Wi-Fi and internet, direct TV, shit like that.
THP, who came to help,
That's
the
scary.
EMC Emergency Management Coordinator, as well as the fire marshal and multiple local PDs joined in and helped us in the investigation and
Salute to them.
And in the nighttime, we had DPS 101 helicopter, DPS 101 and Fort Worth PD's Air One that were there. And they had thermal imaging helping to locate heat signatures on the ground. But they didn't find anything other than wildlife, rabbits, hogs, and some deer. No indication that there was any human activity out and about.
Yes, a package was delivered, Lola, but a daughter was snatched up out of there. So dude came there to deliver a package at this address, but delivered the package and took something that somebody that he should have never took. Like, period. And that's what I'm saying. Like, how far does him being a third party contractor of the company, right, that he was delivering for, I'm trying to slander the company. Again, I believe that these things can happen because if the police cannot identify a sexual predator, like the case that we just looked at, then FedEx, Amazon, you know what I'm saying? Nobody else can automatically understand that this could happen. You know what I mean? These people are out here. And so a lot of the times I think that these are the first times that they ever victimize a child. Like they really, something in them says, this is your time, this is your time. But in my opinion, this child was abducted so that he could sexually molest her. Now, are we going to find out about that before trial or whatever takes place? I highly doubt this man is going to take a plea because he's looking at capital murder. I swear.
Local law enforcement, as well as
like, I'm literally surprised that he did not unalive himself.
Search and Rescue One, had their canine.
Or he looking at serving the rest of his life in prison. He's never going to see the light of day. Never.
And those canine teams worked throughout the night in the darkness until the early morning hours, trying to pick up a trail. They picked up.
I'm lost on the whole midget thing. A little person. Shout out to the little people. I don't mean no disrespect by saying midgets, but I'm lost on that. I might have missed that.
A short trail that just kind of circled around the house and then headed back over toward 2123. Two different dog teams ran that track out, but still, we didn't find Athena. So at about 4:30 that morning,
so she went up the driveway. But I wonder, was the package delivered at the doorstep? Because a lot of the times in rural areas that I've known about, they kind of leave the package by the mailbox. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I've never lived in rural areas, but I know of one situation that unfolded or whatever. It had nothing to do with children or crime. Well, it had something to do with crime, but not children. But they left the delivery at the mailbox that was a considerable amount from the house. They didn't like deliver it to the house.
Gathered
Thank
up
you,
and decided,
Isaiah.
okay, we're going to shut it down and be back at First Live. Just yesterday morning. So yesterday morning, we were all on scene at 7 a.m. as the sun was coming up, and we started the search with mostly law enforcement, Highway Patrol, Sheriff's Office, Texas Rangers, DPS, CID. And that search didn't prove to be effective as well. We ended up with about 200 volunteers from the citizens around here in Wise County. Came forward and wanted to do something to help.
200? That's a lot of people.
So with the help of our EMC, we were able to coordinate and get those folks on tracks and on search patterns so that we could cover that six acres and cover it well. We had so many volunteers, and they were I guess mostly helped by law enforcement along the way. They were walking shoulder to shoulder through the brush, but still it was no luck. From the very beginning, this was it's 2 nights ago. It was a search accompanied by an investigation. A search accompanied by an investigation. But we are now transitioning to an investigation accompanied by a search. The investigation itself is the responsibility of Wise County Sheriff's Office. We are being assisted, and thankfully so, we're being assisted by the Texas Rangers, DPS CID. We're being assisted by local PDs, the U.S. Marshals, and the FBI.
And shout out to you. I got a rock too. I ain't gonna I'll probably post a picture tomorrow. But yeah. And Naomi was influential on that. Also, my snake came out by herself. So that was nice as well. Anyway, I digress. I want to make a video about that as well. So
FBI is helping us with digital resources and investigative support. And so we're asking the citizens, if we could, we're asking the citizens that if they see anything, if they know anything, that they would either call the Sheriff's Office, 940-627-5971, and report that, or the FBI office, 972-559-5000. In hopes
do not call that number because the child has been located.
We can get some more information.
She's on the live though.
That will get us to the point that we could find Athena. It's heavy on our minds. Many of us have gone without sleep. So we're asking for the public's help and the media's help.
I mean, but if you got information on the case, then call.
We also would ask that if you would put the information out to the citizens who live in that area, and we've talked to Wise County Messenger already about this.
I mean, but sometimes I get packages and I don't have to sign for them. It's only like if they come and they're not able to somehow deliver the packet, which I've only ran into one time, and that was like 4 years ago. I don't know why they didn't just leave I think because of the package amount, like, you know what I mean? We had spent some money or whatever, but they wanted a signature.
When they get home in that area, please go out and look at the outbuildings, look inside the outbuildings and your barns, look through the brush, and just search your acreage that you have so that we can have that peace of mind that she's
I like
not
Roddy's and Pits. Those are my favorite.
In another place that we have not looked. The search is continuing. It's more of a spotted search now instead of the kind of grand search that you saw yesterday with all of those citizens. So with that, we would be glad to take questions.
Mr. Sheriff,
Mine looked like an old ass man, okay? Period. From a puppy, you know what I mean?
the family been previously known to the Wise County Sheriff's Office? Have they had previous calls to this house?
To my recollection, we've had no calls to that house, Andrew. So, no. Any other questions?
Why?
Yeah, how much of this would have been different if he would have not delivered the package? That's interesting. Because I was also looking, excuse me, I'm burping from this damn Corona. I only drank 2 of these motherfuckers, well, 3. But, you know, the burps are coming. Anyway, was there any other time where he had, you know, didn't leave the package? Because I was looking at some situations where people, like drivers of either Amazon, you know, FedEx, UPS, were stealing the package. So what if he didn't even deliver the package, but just snatched up old girl? In reality, I think the fact that he did deliver the package made him, you know what I mean, not a target, but a suspect in the case. Like, he just fucked up.
Is it transitioning to investigation and not search?
Well, it's been searched.
But good thing that he did, because we, look, ain't no telling what that girl could have went through. And honestly, in this case, I feel like they're not gonna, initially tell us that the child, hopefully she was not sexually abused. But honestly, as somebody that's been working on these type of cases since 2016, I would imagine that she was sexually abused. She may have died during the molestation, but I'm glad that he did not unalive himself, because now we possibly have a way in to see and hear the trial. And I'm definitely, I don't give a fuck if I'm motherfucking 69 when this shit comes up. Like, dude, you know what I mean? Fight off the case or whatever. Look, his bail is hella dollar, like millions. I think it's like 1.5 million or something. He's done. So he's not, unless he got people that have money to bail him out, he's gonna not only need the money, right? The 10%, he gonna need the collateral. And a lot of the times in cases like this, a lot of bail bondsmen are not fucking with certain cases now because they understand what the fuck is going on. Trust me, I know.
An investigation. Now it's more so investigation and search, because we've completed most of that search. It's covered that area that we need to cover. So we're still going to do some spot searching as
Lola is cute though.
Information comes in. And as normally the case, the investigation then becomes the forefront.
I got a picture, bro. He looked like an old ass man, bro.
Because we've got a lot of people to interview. We've got the digital information that we need to be going through. So that takes up the investigation.
The package was on the log. That's what I'm saying, though. Also, the fact that, the company is going to work with the police. There's a lot of information. See, my dad used to be a truck driver, and one of my children's fathers is a truck driver right now. And they have to do a lot of shit. Like, if I get in, like, my baby daddy is a driver right now. So, like, if I get in his passenger seat, and I'm chilling with him or whatever, the company is going to know. You see what I'm saying? So, and a lot of that is because of the lot lizards, right? If you don't know about lot lizards, we got one of them on YouTube, but they're bitches that sit in trucking stops and try to prostitute themselves or whatever to get that buck. But that is another reason why, I think that certain delivery companies or even trucking industry has, they kind of know. They know, because truckers can only be on the road for, I think it's 11 hours or 10 hours, and then they got to rest. If you're a trucker and you're driving over those hours, the people are going to know. A lot of these trucks have cameras inside and other ways. But the fact that even though he delivered the package and all that, the fact that it was scanned, that gives them an understanding of what time the child was possibly abducted. And then also, if they have cameras in that truck, they know that that child was in that truck.
Anytime. So we're spending more time now on the investigation than we were with search.
Do you have reason to believe?
Exactly. What else could have been a motive to take her other than to sexually abuse her and murder her? And I think that's fucking disgusting. Like, what the fuck?
Plenty of involved gamble was issued at some point.
Yes.
When you didn't do that initially.
No, we actually did. We sent it out to DPS
exactly.
right away. And I think DPS must have some parameters on that, so that they wait until there's some reason for cause or concern. And obviously there's reason for concern.
And honestly, look, in investigating this case, I thought that it was a stepmother. That shit still leaves a sour taste in my mouth about the stepmother. Granted, the child, I was saying that she was 4, 3 or whatever. She's 7. But I've never argued with any of my children when they were 7. Like, we're not doing that. Now, I get it. She's the stepmother. But I also have a couple of questions for the biological mother, because what the fuck was going on to where was your child there for a little bit, for like a break or something like that? I'm just wondering, and I'm not saying that fathers cannot take care of, children if the mother is unstable or for some other reason. I just want to know more about the mother though, a little bit, because obviously the stepmother is not a good person to have around children if she's already had CPS interaction about another child. Why would you allow your child to be in that predicament? And then the fact that she waited an hour to call the police, like, that's ridiculous. We're talking about a 7-year-old, and we're talking about a rural area. Even if it was the city, it's still scary as fuck anytime that a child that's 7 or even younger or on up, any child that is under the age of 18 cannot be located. That's scary. Like, period.
When the child has not been
A lot
recovered in about 24 hours.
But again, Lala, I wonder how many times he's done this before.
They put that out, and it doesn't necessarily mean we expect foul play, but we do understand that could be a possibility.
Yeah, mine, I got, we're going to chip ours in like 2 weeks.
Yes, you can.
We can step up on those microphones. And please identify yourself as well for all of us. Thank you so much.
All right, let me shut up, y'all.
I'm Craig Johnson. I'm the Chief Deputy.
And I'm also going to be uploading these videos or whatever, because I'm at this point, I'm just talking shit. And, I am talking about the case, but this is not the direction. I'm a little bit excited because I ain't been live in a while and to see y'all and shit like that. But I am going to be uploading these because when I made this video, like, it was serious. Like, but I just feel like I need a drink. Like, sometimes when you deal with these cases, like, it bothers me. Like, after going live and things like that, I can have a live stream for how many hours or whatever, and then like the situation still sticks with me, plus I'm celebrating for my daughter, but at the same time, like, this case right here bothers me a lot. The other case bothers me a lot too, but I just feel like it's some shiftiness about the case and coming from the police department, which could be for a good reason. But this is one of the cases that would kind of haunt me in a sense.
Sheriff's office. To add to what the sheriff was saying into your question, the transition is in part due to the over 300 now people, men and women in different groups that volunteered because we were able to cover.
And I really think that that's shame. I really think, like, I don't know. Once I was investigating, I know it sounds crazy, people with sexual addictions, it was for a reason because I was going at somebody else. But anyway, a lot of the times, like, people with sexual addictions, like, they will be ashamed afterwards, right? After they masturbate. And I think that it's that type of situation in this case. So where he had sex with a child and he low-key was either disgusted or scared for some reason and then took her life. Like, what else do you do? But in that sense, this man used this child like a fucking napkin. And that's sad.
Vast amount.
What's good, Jerome?
Area. Talked to tons of people more quickly than we would have without them. So we were able to go through a lot of different areas and aspects of a search type incident looking for Athena very quickly, check and recheck. And so now the mechanics of the situation, the investigation dictate that we keep moving into this next area. But largely it's due to the good work to the women and men who volunteered their time and came out. And
that might be a good thing, a good observation, Lala.
Really looked hard.
Can you please explain what the next steps are? You mean that there's no searching, now it's investigating, explain what's next and how it's going to be?
Well, it's not just an investigation. As the sheriff said, it's transitioning to an investigation with a search. Leads still are being followed up on as they come in from leads that are developed via law enforcement or leads that are phoned in from different citizens or groups. But if we've checked and double checked and triple checked all of the things out in a typical grid search area, like what you largely saw yesterday, then we have to keep looking, we have to keep digging and following up on every lead. And it wouldn't be necessarily productive to have 300 people staged waiting to go search here and here and here and here.
Are you still asking volunteers
Thank you, because I'm a talkative person.
to stay away from the scene and let law enforcement do it? Or are you accepting the help of volunteers now?
We're asking that they stand down at the moment. There are some folks that come and volunteer. That is great. However, we struggle right now, again, thanks to the good work that was done yesterday by the 300 plus people on where to direct them.
Could you speak to the experience that either the office or those individuals have with missing children, what that experience could play into, and how maybe those instances have played out in the past?
Well, our chief deputy is retired from Grapevine PD. I'm a retired Texas Ranger. Been working in law enforcement since 1974. I think he's got about 30 years in law enforcement. I'm coming up on 50 years in law enforcement. We have encountered those investigations on many occasions.
Damn, 50 years? God damn.
Occasions. We find that if we solicit the support of the citizens as well as the other agencies who bring some expertise that we don't have, we're going to rely on them to make sure that we get everything done so that we can find out what happened to Athena, hopefully find her and bring her home alive and well. But again, I say that it's all about the possibilities, and we've got to look at everything.
Wait a minute, hold up. Like, dude gotta be, how old do you think this dude is? I would say like maybe 60. So when he started law enforcement at 10, did he say 50?
Eric, can you talk about conversations with the family? We know there's a couple different dynamics, mom from Oklahoma, stepmother, and biological father here. Can you give us some insight as to how they must be?
You think 75, Jerome? He might be, shit. The way he walked from when the other cop was right here and dude right here walked from over here, he walked like he barely making it, shit. But if he got 50 years, salute to him. You know what I mean? Like, shit.
Both sides, the mother and the stepmother and the father, they have been very cooperative. The investigation, the interviews have been conducted by our Texas Ranger, our local Texas Ranger, and one of our investigators. And it has gone very well. We've got information that the first information that we had was,
and that could have happened, Lala, because a lot of these UPS drivers, you know what I mean, or FedEx, they, you know, got a list of shit they got to do or whatever, but they got some in-between time, because I've seen them at like gas stations or other places with the whole fucking truck, girl, just chilling and shit. You know what I mean? So he very well could have seen her getting off the bus and then, you know, came back to get her.
It may still be accurate information. The information that we had at first was that the mother and daughter had a little bit of an argument, which is not unusual for a 7-year-old and the stepmother. And the stepdaughter got upset. Athena got upset and she walked away.
I'm just wondering if he's 60, how in the fuck, like he gotta be, let's see, like 68 at least, because you can get in law enforcement. I don't know about this county or whatever, but you can get in law enforcement at 18.
As she has done in the past, but they expected she would come back.
Yes, they
but
do.
She did not come back, and we obviously have been unable to find her.
Sure.
Please hit the like. Child, YouTube is shadow banning me.
The father was on his way to a deer hunting trip in South Texas, and she called him, and he turned around and came back. He was somewhere south of Fort Worth when he received that call.
Some of the neighbors told
But it's almost like she waited for him to leave to get into an argument with this girl. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't trust the stepmother in this situation.
that Athena, was to be going to Oklahoma, back to her natural mother, and that was to have occurred.
No, so he just said that the dad was, you know, he was on some hunting or fishing shit, and then the stepmom got into an argument with the daughter, and then she went into the room. You know, she sent her to the room, and then allegedly she came out the room without the stepmother even knowing, and I guess left out of the crib. Like, that's weird as hell. Like, girl, what part of connection you got with this man? I still feel like there's some connection with the driver and the stepmother. Otherwise, that shit is hella coincidental.
now. Is that so?
We have been told that. I'm not sure that it's so. Our investigators are on.
Exactly. And then the fact that her dad was not there, like, that's weird as fuck. Facts.
Well, they may have a different idea on that, but we have been told that, and we do believe that probably is true, but we're not absolutely.
Perhaps that had something to do with the dynamic of the family that was going on at that time.
It's very possible. That's one of the possibilities. Yes, sir.
So the stepmother was the only adult at home at the time of her disappearance?
That's correct.
Now, I only got 3 children that I had on my body, but I have 2 stepchildren into which I have raised since they were very little. And I could never recount a time that I argued with my children at 7 or his children at 7. And then, anything else, like, that shit's weird.
If you're in a public place.
No, they said that he was on a fishing trip, but he may have been at work. They could be lying.
You hear the loud ringing for the Amber Alert, and almost.
But then it was also the fact that in a little bit you can see that the stepmom had an interaction with CPS prior involving another child. So what the fuck is going on there? And then she's the only one, the last one that seen this girl, because the father happened to be gone, allegedly. Like, the shit don't, even with the UPS or the fucking FedEx driver or whatever, that shit still does not sit right. Like, something ain't right.
Everybody might just silence their phone,
right,
and maybe not even take a look. How important is it to just glance at it? Maybe you see a description of a car, maybe you see a description of something that could help.
Well, that's why we're so
shit with Amber Alerts. I've had my volume down on my phone, notifications damn near off. That's why I miss a lot of the contact. I think Naomi had sent me a message a couple of months ago, and I just seen it today. Like, my phone be very active or whatever, but like, and also when I'm live, I like to, cut my devices, not off, but the notifications. Anyway, long story short, even when my devices are powered down, or not powered down, but the it's on silent or vibrate, it still rings like loud as hell to let me know that there's an Amber Alert.
Judicious about putting those things out. People have got to realize that that's an important issue when they hear that coming across their phone.
Not even a bad mom, a bad stepmom. And that also goes to, in my opinion, like, men and women need to be concerned about who they laying down with. You may love that person, but do they love your children equally?
And I've been in a restaurant when everybody gets them at the same time, almost like
facts, Lala.
And so it's important that they look at that, especially if it's in your geographic area. So many times they're in South Texas, and you get a little bit, I guess it becomes mundane because it's
I agree, Naomi.
But in those that are close by, we would hope that everybody would look at it, and if they come up with some information that would be helpful,
I'll be right back. I'm gonna check on my kids.
The fact that you guys have done such an exhaustive search in the immediate area around the home, and this is a 7-year-old who's presumably just on foot, what does that tell you about where she could be at this point?
Well, we are deeply concerned about that because it's been a long time. That first night, it was 28, 29 degrees, and she wasn't dressed real warmly. We originally thought that she was wearing a plaid jacket, but in reality, she was in a t-shirt with jeans and boots. So we have a lot of concern. The longer it goes, the more we're concerned. But even so, I'm an optimistic guy. Our chief is an optimistic guy, and we're trying to do everything we can to recover this child.
Do any of the homes in the area have external security cameras that may have picked up a passing vehicle?
We have checked on that, and we don't have any right there in that very area. There are no Ring doorbells along those lines. But even so, we're going to keep canvassing, and we sent out, and our DPS troopers helped us canvass every house, probably within a 5-mile radius. And there were some video opportunities, but those have not proven to be fruitful to this point.
We're live. If anyone's doing anything.
He is a white man. He is hold on. He is the guy on the left in the profile, in the thumbnail.
You repeat who and what we're looking for and where? Just to
Who we're looking
surmise?
for? Yeah, and I've got some pictures here, some photographs.
I know I'm really bad. Like, I got other messages from other people, and I'm like, oh my God, like, because a lot of the times my personal phone is on private because I be in court for my job and shit like that, and I can't have my phones going off, you know what I mean? And I just forget to upload the volume and shit like that. And my kids always call me on my work phone.
Of Athena, some of them we pulled off.
And I gotta be on that motherfucker. That motherfucker gotta have sound, audio, all that, except for when I'm in court. So I gotta get better with that. I apologize. It's nothing personal.
Social media. So we'll pass these out to y'all before we leave. So that's the thing, that she's 7 years old. I don't know exactly, Craig, do you know how tall she is? I do not. She's first grader, I think, as I was told.
But she's 4 feet tall.
And that's a main thing right there. Like, people will kind of tell you a little bit about them, like how they just, if they care about you and they don't care about your child, like they don't, you don't see that same energy. But maybe if they care about your child too much, you should be concerned. That's why I always say that men and women that are, you know, out here dating, you should definitely wait at least a year and before you introduce them to your children, or even think about having them watch your children, allegedly. You know what I mean?
From other social media.
Could be. Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Or be alone with your child.
Other questions?
I have particular pieces of evidence that you all might be looking for. We saw officers walking the side of the road some distance away from the home. Looked as though they were looking for something that might have been thrown out of a car or whatever there might be on the side of the road.
Greg, you want to come take that question? Behind the microphone.
I'm also wondering if he had sexually abused her. Did he abuse her in the FedEx truck or what? But they would have had to. I mean, what did he do? Just abandon the FedEx truck and walk her into some bushes and kill her? You know what I mean? Got questions.
To directly answer your question, any item of evidence is what those officers or deputies or troopers or volunteers would have been looking for. Anything that might have suggested that Athena might have been there or something associated with her might have been there. Anything we can find to help narrow down the who, what, when, where, how, and why of the investigation is what we're looking for. It might be a footprint, it might be a shoe, it might be hair, it might be any number of things. But as physical evidence goes, sometimes you just don't know what it is until you find it at times.
You mentioned the, of the outpouring of community volunteers. What would you say to people I know that don't want to help out in some way?
Those who want to help, they can still check in with us at the First Baptist Church in Cottondale. Our EMC is there to put their name on a list, and in the event that we do need some help, we encourage them to come on back so that we can do some more searching. But right now, we ask that those citizens at home, they check their own property, even if they're within 20 miles of that area. Let's just look at the property, see what's in your barn. Some of the people may not have been in their barn in a while. Look in their vehicles. So we ask everybody to do that, especially those who are in the vicinity. Brian, did I answer your question?
Do you have any registered sex offenders in that vicinity?
We do. And we have made contact with all of them. And that's one of the reasons the U.S. Marshals were assisting us early on.
And
I think it's interesting that person asked that question. Also, I think it was a valid question, but at this time they hadn't found her body or her or anything. And it's unfortunate that she was found deceased. But I got questions like, bro, I can't let go of the stepmom.
Thus far, that's.
Like, I just cannot.
I believe they might be responsible.
Not at this point, no, sir, but still, it's on the table, there's a possibility, but we don't see that as a direct lead right now.
And I know that in this case so far, it looked like, you know, the FedEx driver was the one or whatever, and she had a package. I don't know. It's just something did not sit right from the moment that I found out that she was over here arguing with a 7-year-old child. And then the father was gone. Like, that is the recipe for some fuck shit. People that would take it there, and then the CPS shit, that shit's gonna come.
Anybody else? Any questions? Thank you all so much. We appreciate y'all being here.
Right now, really serious topic. This little girl you see in your screen is missing. No one has seen 7-year-old Athena Strand in 36 hours. Now, we first told you about her disappearance as breaking news yesterday morning. More than 100 people have now joined in the search for her, working overnight to try and find her.
Yeah, and only adding to their concerns, they say she wasn't wearing
Why this reporter lady looks like the girl from Scooby-Doo?
jacket and temperatures that were pretty cold overnight. Athena was last seen at her father's house near the town of Paradise. That's in Wise County, just west of Denton County.
Unfortunately, though, as you mentioned, we are now at 36 hours since anyone has seen Athena Strand. Every minute we know matters so much when a child is missing. I could actually feel people's pain increase out there yesterday as time passed. It was palpable. So this morning, stakes are really only that much higher. I want to catch you up to speed on what we learned out there yesterday in Wise County. 7-year-old Athena Strand vanished Wednesday night at her father's home, as you said, in Paradise. Her stepmother called the sheriff's office, explained she and Athena got into an argument. She walked away, made dinner, then went into Athena's room to find it empty. Sheriff Lane Aikens said the stepmom went.
So you mean to tell me, right, and most doors leading outside of the house are downstairs, and normally the kitchen is downstairs as well. So you mean to tell me that this child just snuck out of this house, and old girl was cooking, right, and didn't see her or didn't know? That's weird.
Looking for Athena, but did not call authorities until about an hour later. He told me he believes Athena left the house following that fight. He does not suspect foul play, but he also cannot rule it out. Athena's aunt, though, told our team last night she's not buying that theory. Athena, she told us, is afraid of the dark.
When she used to stay the night stuff, I would always have to turn the light on for her, and we always sleep with the TV on if she's in bed with me, because she doesn't like sleeping alone either. I just can't see her running off the way everyone's making it sound like. The stories aren't adding up.
Take a look at new pictures of Athena. She is 4 feet tall and weighs 65 pounds. Police say she was last seen wearing a gray long sleeve shirt with white flowers and blue jeans. An Amber Alert was issued for her this afternoon, but she's been missing for more than a day now. Athena was last seen at her father's house near the town of Paradise in Wise County. That's just west of Denton County. Law enforcement from several agencies and volunteers have spread out over that area looking for the little girl.
Yeah, Cynthia, I'm standing in the driveway, Athena's driveway here of her family home. Police still here on scene. And we also talked with a number of family members of Athena's family members tonight, many of them so heartbroken and can't seem to wrap their head around this. And they just want this little girl in their arms. In the meantime, the public and investigators still focusing on how Athena seemed to disappear without a trace here in this rural corner of Wise County. Police telling us that foul play not suspected at this time, but not ruled out either.
The search, exhausting. Horses, dogs, drones. And their compass is one simple question. Where is 7-year-old Athena Strand?
We have been searching since about 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
The little girl vanished Wednesday evening from her father's home in Paradise. Strand's stepmother phoning police saying she couldn't find the first grader after getting into an argument with her, that she went to make dinner and then found Athena's room empty.
We do have a lot of concern because we haven't been able to find her over this 24-hour period.
Wise County Sheriff Lane Aiken says the discovery happened at roughly 4:45 p.m., that the stepmom went looking for the little girl but didn't call police until about an hour later. That's when police searches started. On Thursday, hundreds of volunteers combing 5 square miles. The sheriff says it's possible the little girl wandered off, even possible she was abducted. Meanwhile, the stepmom and biological father cooperated with her investigators.
Stories aren't adding up.
But Strand's aunt, Keelan Kulbeth, has questions. She drove in with Strand's biological mother from Oklahoma Wednesday night. They say Strand wouldn't wander off, that she's afraid of the dark. The sheriff also telling us the little girl's flannel jacket left behind in her room despite the cold temps outside.
So I'm also wondering what time was she making dinner and then went into her room and discovered that she was gone.
We definitely don't believe Athena ran off. We're not sure if she's been abducted or not. I'm scared and I'm hoping that we find her.
Volunteers heading home Thursday night, law enforcement staying on scene, hoping to use thermal imaging from the air. And for so many, this is a puzzle. Kulbeth wants it to finish with her niece alive.
I just want her home and safe, and I won't have to worry about this anymore.
Yeah, and this puzzle has so many people interested here in Wise County wanting to help. As we mentioned, the FBI is here assisting. We've been told that they've interviewed several family members, but aren't commenting further about how they are involved in this search and this investigation. About an hour ago, the Wise County Office of Emergency Management thanked all of the volunteers who came out today who helped in the search. They said about 300 people were here helping, trying to find Athena. And they also wanted to let people know that they don't need any more help for their search tomorrow when people come out here and resume looking when the sun comes up. In Paradise, I'm Matt Howerton.
I want to show you 7-year-old Athena Strand. Tonight, the search in Wise County to find her continues. The last time anyone saw her was at her home on County Road 3573 in Paradise.
You can see here behind me that the sheriff's office is still out here. One of the big concerns is the cold temperatures in the 50s. As you can imagine, this community is distraught. They say they're doing anything they can to help. Melina Owens and her neighbors have been searching nonstop.
The community is definitely coming together to help in any way that they can, bringing their horses, their ATVs.
The sheriff's office says they received a call from her stepmom reporting her missing. The two had an argument. Strand's dad was not home, and they believe Strand walked out on her own, but neighbors say that doesn't seem right.
The only time that she's ever left her house was to go to her grandmother's house next door, and that's family. She's not okay with being in the dark. She doesn't like the cold.
An Amber Alert was issued this afternoon.
But we're looking at everything from a criminal standpoint or just a missing child. So we're not going to leave anything unturned.
Neighbors doing as much as they could while there was daylight.
There's some abandoned barns and sheds and stuff like that. We went through there. We searched the woods behind the dad's property, not onto the property while they were out there with the hounds. We couldn't find anything out there.
Hey, Handling.
As another full night approaches, Strand's mom thanking everyone for their efforts on social media, writing, "I feel there is a hole in my heart and half of my soul is missing."
But we're still just praying that we're going to find her in good condition.
And a church nearby has been a meeting point for a lot of the neighbors. Most of them have gone home for the night, but they say they'll be right back here tomorrow morning.
The Wise County Sheriff says there is still no evidence of what happened to 7-year-old Athena Strand. She was reported missing Wednesday evening. An Amber Alert is still active, but there's no indication she was kidnapped.
Athena's biological mother showed up at the news conference today. She didn't want to talk on camera, but tells me she's desperate for her daughter to be home. Meanwhile, the sheriff says the focus of this case has shifted to more of an investigation rather than a search. It's been nearly 48 hours since 7-year-old Athena Strand was reported missing from her father's home near Paradise, a town in rural Wise County. Since then, countless law enforcement officers on horseback and with canine search dogs and hundreds of volunteers have searched a 2-mile radius around the family's home. Still no sign of Athena.
We were able to cover a vast amount of area, talk to tons of people more quickly than we would have without them.
Now the focus of the case has shifted to an investigation with some targeted searching as leads develop. Sheriff Lane Aiken says that means his office will have more resources.
The FBI is helping us with digital resources and investigative support.
Athena reportedly got into an argument with her stepmother Wednesday afternoon, sometime after getting off her school bus at 4:15 p.m. When the stepmother went to check on Athena around 5:15, she says the child was gone. And after searching for more than an hour, the call was made to 911. The sheriff.
Now, when they were talking about that she's afraid of the dark, obviously she would know that if it was around dinner time or in the afternoon, that at this time of year, it's not long before it gets dark.
Says Athena's father was out of town driving to a hunting trip.
I'm just wondering how allegedly this FedEx agent driver had like either coaxed her out the crib or she walked out the crib. Was she thinking like, my dad's not here, I'm not gonna listen to this woman, or what? Because again, the stepmother has had interaction with CPS involving other children.
Her biological mother lives in Oklahoma.
Both sides, the mother and the stepmother and the father, they have been very cooperative.
The state issued an Amber Alert at 2 p.m. Thursday, hours after the sheriff says he submitted the request to Texas DPS. He says there is no clear evidence of a kidnapping, like a vehicle or suspect description, but with Athena missing for so long, he says the alert is needed. Athena's mother drove down from Oklahoma and was seen talking to investigators at the search site. Athena was reportedly staying with her dad and stepmother for a semester when she went missing.
Please go out and look at the outbuildings, look inside the outbuildings and your barns, look through the brush, and just search your acreage that you have so that we can have that peace of mind that she's not in another place that we have not looked.
And the sheriff is asking anyone who lives in a 20-mile radius to check their security and ring cameras for any sign of Athena. He's also asking that any volunteers continue to stand down.
So behind the scenes, I was talking to my son, right, that looked like Athena. So behind the scenes, I was looking at, I don't know if y'all heard me because my audio is just fucked up tonight, but behind the scenes, I was asking my son, he knew about the case, but do he know what she looked like? And ironically enough, even though my son is a little bit more melanated than her, the victim in this case, they look almost like, it looked like, child, she could have came out my body. Okay, period. That's crazy.
She was last seen wearing a gray, black.
Like my son's nose is like this. I ain't finna dox my son. Like literally I could have him on camera, and his eyes are, that different color, the hazel. Sometimes his eyes are gray, sometimes they're blue, but very light. He's a little bit more melanated than her, and his hair is different than hers. Obviously, it's definitely more coiled, you know what I mean? But it's crazy. And my son also knew about this case. Like we've been talking about this case behind the scenes.
A long sleeve shirt. She had on blue jeans and they had flowers.
Like especially right here. Especially right here. That looked like my child, bro.
On the front pockets along with brown boots.
And then I'm also wondering like whose other child was this? Or was this allegedly supposed to be her? Because look, in this picture, her head is up, but in this pic right here, you could see that there's a child with their head down. Now, obviously, it's not the same child, in my opinion, because her hair is, I thought at first, when going to make a profile picture, that this was her reflection in a mirror, but obviously not, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm just...
Search crews we know have spent hours looking.
Like cases that almost kind of remind me of my children, they super bother me. Okay, period.
For Athena, right near her mom's house on County Road 3573, which by the way is just west of Cottondale.
Athena is still missing. It is dark out, which will complicate the search. Just about an hour ago, it started raining. No rain right now, which is good news. However, search crews will spend the night until the morning to search for Athena. And just a few moments ago, there was even church groups that came out and trying to find her with flashlights, trying to see if they can get any sort of clues to where she is at this point. It was about 24 hours ago when Athena Strand went missing. Here's a look at her. This is what happened according to the sheriff's office. Athena's stepmother called the sheriff's department just after 6:30 last night, saying Athena went missing, searching for her for about an hour. The two had an argument, and Athena's dad wasn't home at the time. Right now, officials think Athena walked out on her own. The last known area was with her dad and stepmom's house here on County Road 3573 near Cottondale. Sheriff Lane said someone could have possibly taken her, and the conditions outside, he says, warranted an Amber Alert. There's still a lot of unknowns on how she went missing at this point. The sheriff telling me all options are on the table, and they will leave no stone unturned.
We're looking at everything from a criminal standpoint.
So it seemed even in the case, at this time, they were looking at this being an investigation, that possibly the stepmother could have done something to this child.
Point or just a missing child. So we're not going to leave anything unturned, and we're not going to put the blinders on. It could be any number of things.
Honestly, as a mother, all I can think about is what her parents are feeling and how lost and how cold and scared she must be. And that's all I've got in my head right now and why I wanted to get out here and join the search.
Yeah, a lot of heartbroken mothers out here trying to find Athena. The sheriff telling me they will search into the night. So far, no leads in this case. If you have any information about her whereabouts, you're urged to call 911 or the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
Today is day 2 in the search for 7-year-old Athena Strand. An Amber Alert was issued in connection to her disappearance after she was last seen Wednesday evening at her home in the small town of Paradise.
Right now, we are going on more than 40 hours since 7-year-old Athena Strand has been missing. And as you know, with missing people, especially those missing children, every minute counts. Right now, I am in front of her home, as you can see behind me. And like you mentioned, Brooke, this looks a lot different than it did yesterday. If you've been following the story, you know that yesterday this area was flooded with hundreds of volunteers helping look for her. But today that is not the case. But not because people didn't want to, it's what the police wanted instead. This morning, the Wise County Office of Emergency Management shared this message telling people to stay home and to stay clear of the area. Now, we are not sure why that is the case, but Sheriff Aiken says that law enforcement will be searching some particular areas today.
And Kennedy, we know that many people are asking about Athena's parents, and we have not seen or heard from them yet. Did the sheriff say anything about them this morning?
Yeah, Brooke, what we know right now is that this was the last place that 7-year-old was seen. She was, we were told she was here at home with her mom, with her stepmother. That was the last person that saw her here. Her father was not home. We did run into Sheriff Aiken today, and he spoke to one of our photojournalists off camera, and he said that right now there is no update as far as her parents are concerned.
As we told you at the top of this newscast, a Wise County community grieving this morning in spite of a massive search launched in hopes of finding her alive. The body of 7-year-old Athena Strand was found last night.
Police say that a FedEx driver kidnapped and killed that 7-year-old girl, and he is now in jail. I'll step out of the way so that you can see where he is being held. For the first time, we are hearing from Athena's mother. She took to social media shortly after news broke that her daughter was found dead after that exhaustive search. She said in part, "I cannot describe the pain and absolute anger that I feel. My princess was taken from me from a sick, cruel monster for absolutely no reason." Wise County Sheriff Lane Aiken says a FedEx driver kidnapped and killed Athena shortly after she left home Wednesday evening. That man has been identified as 31-year-old Tanner Lynn Horner. He is being held at the Wise County Jail on charges of capital murder and aggravated kidnapping. Sheriff Aiken says this case is one of the toughest he's faced in his nearly 50-year career.
This community does not like.
And why did oh boy, the dude that killed her in this situation, why does he kind of look kin to her?
Losing our children. And we could see it because of all the people who came out and helped us throughout this ordeal.
Robbie, I was here from the beginning when hundreds of people came out to help search for this girl. Of course, this was not the outcome that anyone wanted. The sheriff also asked for everyone to keep Athena's family in their prayers as they are dealing with this devastating loss. The suspect, the man that has been accused of kidnapping and killing Athena, he is being held on a $1.5 million bond.
FedEx has issued a statement to CBS 11. It reads in part, quote, "Words cannot describe our shock and sorrow at the report surrounding this tragic event. First and foremost, our thoughts are with the family during this most difficult time, and we continue to cooperate fully with the investigating authorities," end quote.
It's an update we hoped we wouldn't have to give you this morning, but after 2 days of searching, missing 7-year-old Athena Strand has been found dead. So many of you may be thinking of your own children. Many community members joined the search for Athena, but this morning, there's a FedEx driver in custody charged with abducting and killing that child. New this morning, FedEx shared this statement about the tragedy, saying, "Words cannot describe our shock and sorrow." The company offered condolences to the family and says it is cooperating fully with the investigation. Now, this all happened in the town of Paradise. That's in Wise County, west of Denton.
Search for Athena Strand officially over, and the conclusion is nothing short of heartbreaking after hundreds of volunteers and law enforcement searched for this 7-year-old girl tirelessly for more than 48 hours. And as of last night, Friday night, Athena's body, it has been found, killed, police say, by a FedEx driver who abducted her from her rural home in Paradise.
It hurts our hearts to know that that child died, so much so that she is on her way now to the medical examiner's office. And there's a Texas Ranger in front of her, and there's a Texas Ranger behind her.
Law enforcement got a tip Friday regarding little Athena that they knew a FedEx driver had been in the area of Athena's house in rural Paradise around the time she went missing, but the tip and investigative work leading them to 31-year-old Tanner Lynn Horner, the driver of that FedEx truck, who was delivering a package to Athena's home. He was taken into custody on Friday and gave a confession to investigators per the sheriff, telling them where he dumped Athena's body. It was found roughly 6 miles southeast of Boyd. Investigators believe she died within an hour of being abducted. An autopsy will be performed as well. The sheriff saying Athena's family is angry and in utter disbelief. The sheriff added that FedEx actually aided in the investigation on Friday that led to the arrest of Horner. He is now in the Wise County Jail, charged with capital murder and aggravated kidnapping. His bond has been set at $1.5 million.
Heartbreaking end to a 2-day search for a missing 7-year-old girl. Late last night, we learned search crews found the body of little Athena Strand. Now, she was last seen just more than 48 hours earlier in the town of Paradise. That's in Wise County, west of Denton. Her entire community came together to find her, hoping for a different outcome. It's a difficult story, but here's what we know this morning. Police got a tip yesterday about Athena, and that, along with their own investigating, led them to 31-year-old Tanner Lynn Horner, the driver of that FedEx truck who was delivering a package to Athena's home. Now, he's now in custody, charged with abducting and killing the young girl. The sheriff's office says he confessed and told them where to find the body. Horner is being held on a $1.5 million bond.
It appears a missing 7-year-old girl was murdered during a crime of opportunity. Athena Strand disappeared early Wednesday evening. The sheriff says her body was found today after evidence pointed to a delivery driver in the area Wednesday who the sheriff says kidnapped and killed her and confessed.
Sheriff Lane Aiken here in Wise County. He says that the body of 7-year-old Athena Strand was found earlier this afternoon. Now, the information about that suspect is that he is a 31-year-old FedEx driver named Tanner Lynn Horner. He confessed to abducting and killing the girl. Sheriff Aiken says earlier that her body was recovered about 3 hours ago.
And continued good work by this investigative team, they were able to determine that the driver abducted Athena. And from the investigative standpoint, digitally as well as good old interviews,
I definitely think that FedEx will be paying out in a settlement to the family. Yes. Facts, Lola, Lala.
We think Athena died within just a very...
And she is beautiful as hell. This shit is so unfortunate. Like, even if she was ugly as fuck, period, she still needs justice. Like, nobody, period, deserves to be abducted by a FedEx driver or they life changed by a deputy, you know what I'm saying? An ex-deputy, quote unquote.
Hour or so, the very hour or so after her departure from her home.
Now, just before 5 o'clock this evening, we came across a section of County Road 45.
But they'll talk to you about black on black crime, but it happens in a white community as well, just about the same. Like, no, it's not the same thing. Not drive-by shootings, innocent people dying. in the hood, but it shows up in the same manner, basically, in my opinion, that senseless type of killings and murder, like anybody is capable of taking a life.
99, just south of Highway 114. Now, this is about 7 miles away from the Strand home. We saw several.
Ooh, interesting. Voila. Now we know that he was a third-party contractor, which means that he was. There was FedEx. There was another company. The other company had hired him on, so he was working for FedEx. I've been, third party type of situation before or whatever, right? But I think what he did was definitely stupid, like, period. Obviously, we know that killing a child and doing some senseless shit like this is stupid, but also just the motherfucking, like, come on, like, bro, I cannot even believe we're talking about shit like this involving children. And then also you got a mainstream platform that is censoring this type of content.
Law enforcement agencies, including Wise County Sheriff's
Like,
Office and.
Okay, so we could talk about how dude killed the child, right? But we can't talk about how possibly he might have sexually abused this child, or even in the other case, right?
Texas
It's
DPS.
ridiculous.
They were combing through a heavily brushed and wooded area, even looking into the ditches on the side of the road. Sheriff Aiken says information from interviews initially led them to that area, but it turns out that information was incorrect as her body was recovered elsewhere. Now, acting FBI agent in charge, Jim Dwyer, says it was digital evidence that led them to that FedEx driver, but he would not give specific details about that evidence. And officials would not comment on whether or not Athena was sexually assaulted, only saying that may come out later in the investigation. Sheriff Aiken says at this time, in his time with both Wise County and the Texas Rangers, Athena's case has personally been one of the most.
Okay, he took her 6 miles away. I mean, I would think, but you never know, especially with delivery and shit like that, or truck driving, that, I don't look at this in the same manner that somebody that's a FedEx truck driver is the same as somebody that drives like an 18-wheeler, the extended versions or whatever. But so if he took her, wait a minute. So if he took her 6 miles away, I know that they got some type of recording device in there. I'm wondering, did he try to cover up the camera? Like what he did. Also, because if he would have drove 6 miles out, I wonder, did he have another package delivery there, right? Or did he literally drive 6 miles out of what his route was supposed to be? You know what I mean? Because then also FedEx should have been clicking in and paying attention in this situation when he's going off route. But he may have brought her in between routes, dropped her off, and just told them anything. Because literally, whenever they're behind the, the driver's seat or whatever, their shit is supposed to be monitored. Like, period. Whether it's a semi truck or just a delivery truck type of situation.
Challenging he's ever faced.
It's one of the toughest investigations that I've been involved in.
Are you saying first, like, he drove her off of the route?
Because it's a child. And anytime there's a child that dies, it just hits you in your heart.
Now, earlier tonight in Lake Worth, Fort Worth police had set up roadblocks on Somerville Place Road.
Aiken says he took her home first. Ooh.
This is where the suspect lives. They would not elaborate on whether or not any evidence was found at the home, but they did say that he lived there. Now, just to recap, we've been covering this story for a few days. The search for 7-year-old Athena started on Wednesday. Authorities say she got into an argument with her stepmother Wednesday afternoon. Sometime
after abducting her, he brought her home. But I'm just saying, like, regardless, the motive points to he had to have been abducting her to sexually abuse her. Whether he did that or not, I think that was the motive, though. There's no way that you're going to convince me that this dude just had a job as a FedEx driver, third party type of shit. And then just snatched up a child to ultimately just take her life. Like that's crazy. And if that's the case, and I'm not saying that you're saying that, but if that's the case, then he had to have done this before. Like, I just honestly, and I think the reason why a lot of the times we can't wrap our heads around the mind frame of these type of calculated predators, these child predators, is because we are not that.
After getting off of the school bus
Like,
at
we
4:50.
can never understand what they think. Again, I think that being a sexual predator, looking at a child and saying to yourself that you would victimize them, you have to have some type of neurological or DNA type of, you know, dysfunction going on. Like, nobody, bro, I think that these people are born with this, unless they're the type of people that are molested and then they decide to become the abusers, which I do not fuck with them people. But I really just want to get in the mind frame of these predators, and I have before, but it's like we're dealing with like footage from like 1970. It's not realistic to now. You know what I mean?
15, when the stepmom went to check on Athena around
Ooh,
5.
he may have killed her by her at her house, or even because there was, I believe, a certain amount of acreage from the house, but they still owned, I guess, that property.
5:15, she says the child.
Again, though, that truck should have been tracked, so they will have all that information. And the great part about this case, even though a child lost their life, is that this man did not take his. So at the end of the day, this man will be going to court unless something, you know, allegedly happens to him in county jail where he unalives himself, allegedly. He will be going to court for this. And again, I hope this goes to trial because I'm covering it all.
Was gone, and after searching for more than an hour, she called 911. The sheriff says Athena's father was driving to a hunting trip.
That part, we do need to know where he lived. Or does like FedEx or the company that he worked for just kind of, do they group them around like, okay, you as the driver, you live here, so we're going to give you this route because this is close. But he also still would have to go pick up the truck and the packages. So in my opinion, ain't no telling where he lived. Like, he could live 15 miles away from, or 20, 30 miles away from this situation, in my opinion, though. But I feel you, Lala.
Out of town. Her biological mother lives in Oklahoma and drove down
Ooh,
later on when she
at his house
found out what had happened. Authorities say Athena's family is understandably devastated.
That's true, but I was wondering maybe were they just at his house to maybe see if there's other victims, or kind of just get a characteristic understanding of who they're dealing with. Like, did he have child porn in his devices? Are there like children at his home right now? Because if he's a third party, like, regardless, the fact that he worked at FedEx, when he got in that FedEx truck, he has everything that a normal FedEx driver, in my opinion, would have. So they would be tracking him the same way. But yeah, did he go home? Did he live close to this situation? Was all this really calculated to where he, you know, delivered the package to the house, snatched her up, right? Did whatever. And then on the way, took her life and then put her body wherever? Or did he go home, have his way with her? Regardless, there has to be some type of motive in this situation, since he does not know the allegedly, right? He don't know the stepmother and he don't know the father. So what other reason would he have to just snatch up this child and then take her life?
After learning what happened to the girl.
But maybe he abused her, tried to bring her back, and then it, like, I don't even know. Like, this shit, when police give you limited information, it really leads people to kind of start wondering what if, and that's why I wish they would be more forthcoming. But at the end of the day, I do understand when it deals with certain type of situation in cases to why they would keep a tight lip. Maybe they possibly know that he's done this before or something. I don't know.
Little over 48 hours ago. Again, that suspect.
Yeah, they got a search warrant for his house.
Name is Tanner Lynn Horner. He's a 31-year-old from Lake Worth, a FedEx driver. He is charged with capital murder.
And that's why they went, because, well, when they interrogated him, which I cannot physically wait. I don't know. It could be a year out. It could be 2 years out. It could be after the case is done where the interrogation comes out. But I want that shit, right? But in the interrogation, allegedly, he told the police what he did with her, and or that he had snatched her up. I take that back, what he had did with her, but that he had snatched her up and where to find her body. I want that interrogation.
Aggravated kidnapping. He is now behind bars in the Wise County Jail, and his bond has been set at 1.5.
Because of the acreage, he could have like drove like down a road or whatever and then did something to her, and then ain't no telling. But they found that baby by her house.
$1 million.
Yeah.
This is a live look
That's
over
crazy.
the search area tonight. And tonight, new information just in from Child Protective Services. Athena Strand was last seen Wednesday evening at her dad's house in
Listen, it's that CPS shit.
Paradise. Late today, CPS confirmed they've never had any cases involving Athena. However, sources tell us CPS has gone to the home prior to investigate the stepmother involving another child.
Huh? What happened? So that's why I'm still not letting go of the stepmother. Bro, it's weird as hell that you was having a whole argument with a 7-year-old and then you were cooking dinner downstairs and this 7-year-old happened to get out of one of them doors, either the front door or the back door. We don't even know if it's a back door, right? But normally a kitchen is downstairs. And what was she doing? Playing loud ass music or something, not paying the fucking attention. And allegedly this child walked out the fucking door. I'm not buying it.
Now let's
walk like there's something weird about the case. I get it. They're talking about the FedEx driver and shit, right? And he about did this to this little girl. But it's just weird when you include the stepmother. Besides all of that, I would have just been directed toward the FedEx driver, but I just don't trust the stepmother in this situation. Bitches is grimy.
Through what we know, Athena was last seen Wednesday night just before 5. Her stepmother says the two got into an argument and she left Athena in her room. When she returned from cooking dinner, Athena was gone. An Amber Alert was issued Thursday afternoon.
He probably did and told the company that he was on lunch break or he was in between. I don't know how that worked. Maybe what I'm going to do is when I get off of here, I'm going to look into FedEx drivers, right? I've done this before with like Amazon drivers. I think it was a UPS driver the last time, right? But I'm going to look into it a little bit. And even if I retrieve really nothing, we're going to at least touch on the topic because I'm interested in seeing like how much of what they have in there as far as watching the drivers and making sure and keeping track, because there has to be 99% of the trucking industry right now is tracking all of the drivers. So if they're not doing it with FedEx, like this is a problem. The fact that you could order something and then you could get your package, but minus a child, that's scary as fuck.
And since then, hundreds of volunteers have joined law enforcement to search for Athena, including canine teams.
He was running around a field. Girl, what?
Evening is
if I saw my FedEx man running around a field.
Tonight. It's been a really, really tough few days, and I'm very proud.
Yeah, it's just something that I just cannot let go. It's just like, ain't no way in hell. But, you know, this is what they're claiming, that it was the FedEx driver. The package was delivered to the home. But I'm also thinking, like, is this bitch really that calculated to where she would have known that, you know, the baby, you know, her husband was going to be gone on that day. He was going to be hunting, right? Or whatever, fishing. And then she was going to have a package delivered that day. But how would she have known who was going to deliver the package and that they were going to snatch up the child? But it's just something with this stepmother that is not fucking adding up. And even from the jump of the shit, when they were talking about that she was arguing with a 7-year-old and cooking dinner in the kitchen and all this and that, I'm wondering how in the fuck, because I don't know. I got alarms on my doors to where if you open my door, it will say door ajar, and it's gonna ring through my motherfucking house. Now I'm not saying that everybody got that, but I'm just saying at 7, you're gonna be more worried about where the child is, especially if you get in an argument with them. It should have been a considerable amount of time, not just going to her room, telling her that dinner is ready. But I apologize, let's work this out. Because as a mom, that would have been, if I was arguing with a 7-year-old, that would have been on my mind while I was cooking dinner. And I probably would have made sure that dinner was stable enough for me to go to said child's room or have said child come out here and talk to me while I cook for them, so that we can, kind of figure out the situation. Because I don't definitely want my child feeling like, like we're just gonna leave it at that and let's have dinner and shit. That's weird as fuck.
Of the people who are here, who helped us so much to get some resolution, to get some understanding, to provide answers for the families. And these people, we couldn't have done it without that. Could not have done it without them. The Texas Rangers. This is the acting SAC, Jim Dwyer with FBI. And then I've got my chief deputy and captain, enforcement captain here. It was a monumental task. And because of the cooperation, because of us working together, we were able to get the answers. Some of the answers were not the answers that we would have hoped that we would have gotten. And we want to send our condolences out to the family of Athena Strand. Her body was recovered about 2 hours ago, maybe 3, 6 miles that direction. It hurts our hearts to know that that child died. So much so that she is on her way now to the medical examiner's office. And there's a Texas Ranger in front of her, and there's a Texas Ranger behind her. This community does not like losing our children. And we could see it because of all the people who came out and helped us throughout this ordeal. It was most meaningful what the citizens did, because we have a close-knit group of folks here in Wise County. And it's our pleasure to serve these folks in Wise County, the Rangers, the FBI, and the Sheriff's Office. We're glad that we've had this opportunity, but we're just sad that it didn't end the way that we would hope that it would end. Earlier today, a tip was received. We knew early on in the investigation that there had been a FedEx driver made a delivery in front of the house about the same time that little Athena, 7-year-old Athena, came up missing. And continued good work by this investigative team, they were able to determine that the driver abducted.
Girl, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, instead of it being the milkman that she cheating with, right? It's the FedEx driver. Now, I didn't see the stepmom, but I seen the biological mom. She had like pink hair or something, I guess, right? But I'm just wondering, what was the understanding? Like, what was the mom doing, the biological mom doing, to where her child, it seemed like at this point in time, lived at this house? And I get it. She's a lot in her feelings and emotions. You know what I mean? But why weren't you there in her life to prevent her from probably going through this? Because if she lived wherever the mom lived at, maybe she would have never went through this. I'm just wondering, because like as a mother, you could never tell me that my children are going to live for a considerable amount of time months or even weeks on end at somebody else's house, I'm just not finna see them. And the mother lives in a whole nother state. So what is the mother doing? The biological mother at this time, like, I get it. She ain't probably have nothing to do with this unfortunate situation that happened to her. But a lot of the times we deal with situations where the mother then failed the child. I want to look into the biological mother, and the stepmom is definitely suspect to me, because maybe she would have had a whole prior dealing with FedEx driver, or known him outside of, the corporation or whatever. And then she could have just known that if I order a package and it's delivered, it's regardless of what day, it's going to be delivered by him. And allegedly, if the father of Athena was going to be on a fishing hunting trip, how long was he going to be gone, boo? How long? And all you got to do is, either get the package. Ain't no telling what was even in the package. It could have been paper. But I want to know about the package.
Athena. And from the investigative
That's interesting that she was like in her 20s.
Standpoint, digitally as well as good old interviews, we think Athena died within just the very hour or so after her departure from her home. This driver is a contract driver, and his name is Tanner Lynn Horner. He's 31 and he's from Lake Worth. He's in the Wise County Jail right now because of the good work of these people and all the folks out there who have helped our EMC, our prosecutors here tonight.
Now, just some of the words that came up, right, in this whole situation. We got this crime happened in Paradise. The county is called Wise County. I don't know. That bothers me too.
The deputies, the highway patrol.
Call me petty.
The citizens. He's in our jail, and he's in our jail being charged with capital murder, aggravated kidnapping, and his bond is $1.5 million at this time.
Now, let me just, shout out to those that are religious, but don't let religion run them, like they have a normal life. But there are some brainwashed religious people that believe that certain children are murdered in this matrix that we live in because they owe some karmic debt to society or through their lineage. And I think that's fucking sick.
We thank again the community. And I guess at this point we'll take questions.
Was her body found on FM 3599 where you were at earlier?
You want to answer that? No, it was on another county road, about 6 miles. Now, we don't really want to release that address right now, but it was 6 miles further from here, so it's probably 3 miles past that. It's southeast of Boyd.
Was the driver actually delivering a package to their home?
Yes, sir, he was.
So she was abducted from her home. In the front of her home.
So you just said that there was a package actually delivered to the home. Again, like, was this all calculated? Was the stepmother some way calculated in this story?
The driveway is about 200 yards or so probably pretty close to her gate.
What leads you to believe that she passed away within an hour of leaving home?
There's digital evidence.
Exactly. Like, that's just fucking crazy as hell. And everybody knows. And that's the one thing that I feel like I fucked up. I feel like that should have been included in the first glance of this case. That how FedEx maneuvers specifically. I know that a lot of delivery trucks like that, Amazon and shit like that, they do have cameras and they do have ways to know when people are on break. They're tracking the vehicle. Have you ever ordered something from just to say Amazon, not comparing that to FedEx, right? But Amazon, there is certain portions of the delivery to where you can see what house they're at, where they're at. So it's crazy to think that ultimately, regardless of what, you know, whether it was Amazon, FedEx, or UPS, that they're not tracking the exact whereabouts of said vehicle, because in reality, they also got to track where the package is. You know what I mean? It's not on the minute to the customer, but it's got to be on the minute or on the second from the actual company that is the delivery service. Like, they have to know. If logistics is their thing, then especially in cases like this, it's got to show some type of something. Like, there's got to be something. I'm expecting FedEx to come out with a lot of something. Not just that when they said that they would cooperate, which I included in this video several times, but that meant a lot to me. So I'm also showcasing that I'm relying on also FedEx, but I want to see the process. I want to hear from drivers, right? Not about the case, totally away from the case, but I want to hear from drivers and how it is at the company. I want to hear the bad reviews. I want to hear the good reviews from drivers. If you didn't know, DoorDash and all these other companies that drivers work for, they will, you know, document them working for the company, as well as their, you know, interaction with the company and what the company does. Now, they may not give out specifics like what, you know, server they're on or some shit like that, but they're going to talk about how they're tracked. Like, that's a thing. So when we come back, and I might just even talk about this, you know, just do maybe an extra little video or a live stream or whatever this week on this, because I'm waiting for FedEx to really work with the police. And if the police don't put that information out, that ain't on FedEx. But also down the line, there's going to be a trial. There's going to be information that comes out. So even if it's not right now about this case, you know, a lot of the times cases are sensationalized for whatever reason. You know, obviously we need to hear this as the public, but some are not. You know, some are talked about the first day or two, and then they kind of fade off. But in this case, there is going to be, I would feel like a lot of people would be interested in this case, and they would have to kind of like be on some type of threshold with what they're putting out, because the community wants to know. A lot of the times with these cases, for whatever reason, like I shared earlier, in this case with Athena Strand, my son looks a lot like her. Even in Malia Davis, my daughter looked a lot like her at that age. So it kind of just like attached on to me, you know what I mean? As far as like me being interested in the case, Cairo Jordan has attached to me, because if I like, bro, how would you feel if you were walking around allegedly mushroom hunting or whatever dude was doing, right? And you walked up on a suitcase and you were curious and you opened the suitcase and a child was in that bitch dead. Like, a lot of people on here, like, they come on here just to talk, but at the end of the day, even though like this is not the direction of my live stream I wanted it to go, right? And probably because I'm in drinking or whatever, I don't even give a fuck. Like, period, point blank. This fucking case is weird as shit. And I'll be damned if I just sit up here and I get a notification about a child that's missing or a child that was fucking killed, and I'm still up here arguing about some YouTube shit. Like, I just don't understand that shit. So at the end of the day, period, I'm waiting on FedEx, because they're going to make a settlement with the family. They're going to give some money up because their name is intertwined publicly with some fuck shit concerning a child losing their life, or whatever it was. A motherfucker can get ran over by one of their tires and they're still they're gonna pay out. But at the end of the day, I need them to motherfucking work with the police, because I want to see what is put out. There gotta be video footage of this man putting the child in the fucking truck, unless he parked the truck and then he also like walked down the street with her or whatever and did whatever and then took her life, or however it happened, right? I want to know all of that. And these people sitting up here, these police acting like they don't know what the fuck is going on. You got me fucked up. Like, period. Like, I get it. They're giving us more information than the other people are. But at the end of the day, you can't tell me that somehow the stepmother was not involved in this shit. And I cannot work it out in my brain even to present it to y'all like that at this time. Again, this is the first glance. I ain't even got to looking up who the motherfucking killer in this situation is as a person. I ain't got to looking up his family and any charges or anything like that. Like, why was he third party? Why didn't he work for FedEx itself? What was all that about, right? So a lot of this shit I'm throwing out here, but it's valid. You know what I mean? Just like what Lala's saying a lot of the times, like they were on GPS. They had to have been. You know what I'm saying? FedEx trucks have drivers facing the truck cameras, including the truck and the backup cameras. That's facts. And I did watch a man's video. I think he was a Caucasian man, but shout out to him. But he was talking about how package delivery and shit like that went. And this was like a year and a half ago. It was concerning almost another case, but it really, the package delivery shit really didn't have shit to do with it. But I was just trying to make sure that all the bases were loaded in that. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of the times I work better with pre-uploads when it comes to cases, because that's when like my mind clicks in. A lot of the times with live streams, you got to get your on stage approach to it and things like that. But you may also forget something or whatever. You could take notes, but it still don't be authentic. Like if you're just making a video and you just feel some type of way. You know what I mean? I'm just saying something is not right. Exactly. Protect the driver in case of collision. Facts. Very. See? And then why would FedEx need a third party? Period. But I have known of companies since allegedly the Rona happened and they laid a lot of people off that have came through and worked for certain corporations third party. But I wouldn't imagine that it would be this type of situation. Right? Cheap labor. Okay. Shout out to Lala, goddamn it, bitch. Period. Shout out to Lala. Cheap labor. Because if they get, let's say the company, okay, let's say FedEx was contracted by a labor type of company, like Labor Ready, Atlas Staffing. I don't know. I'm just giving out labor companies out here, right? And then they hired him on because he had a CDL. I'm still wondering though, like when they would have done any, like that's scary. To me, that's scary. That is really scary. Especially when people could just get jobs at companies or whatever, but everything had to be GPS. His exact whereabouts, where the truck was, when it stopped. And in some cases, I know it sounds crazy, but some companies even measure or see if somebody else is in the passenger seat. So, like, if he abducted this girl, what did he do with her? Throw her in the back? Put her in the passenger seat? coerce her like, oh, I'm gonna bring you somewhere or something. I don't know, right? But there would have been some type of weight on that passenger seat or some type of camera footage of him putting her in the back. That's what I see. Like, and I don't even gotta look at nobody that's a FedEx driver, but that's where I'm headed next. That's honestly where I'm headed next. Like, after I get done with this live, we got another video that was sent in by Sierra, and we're gonna look at that. But that is where I'm headed next in this case. Like, this case means something to me, almost like Malia Davis. I have a lot of questions. Shit ain't hidden right with me or whatever, and period. So I'm not gonna let go. You know what I mean? And some people will be like, oh, you're clout chasing and shit. No, I'm really not. But I do my best investigation work, believe it or not, with pre-uploads. And I'm not trying to sell my pre-uploads, but if you go back on this channel and you look at my documentation of the Malia Davis case, you'll see it, you'll feel it. People have even reached out to me recently and was like, you know, we like that. Not that we don't like when you're live, but we like that too, because I'm more focused on nothing but that case. You know what I'm saying? Not in a way to cloud chase. There's a difference. But like, if nothing comes out about the case, I'm not going to come in here and be like, oh yeah, there's something about the case, and it just lollygag and fucking clickbait. No, but I'm like more interactive. Sometimes you need time, especially with these crime cases, but a lot of the times you just let them speak for themselves, which is why I like pre-uploads, because I don't know, you don't know, right? We could talk about it in the comment section, but at the end of the day, cases like even this one, we might find out in a week that the stepmom is involved.
As well as interviews. It causes us to believe that.
How was the driver located?
You want to answer that question? Would you like to answer that question?
Yeah, but it was like, they worded it in a way that they didn't even know that, or even think about that she had a package. Like, some way, somehow, I swear the stepmom is involved in this shit. Ain't no way in hell.
There were a number of,
and maybe that shit don't never come out, but shit, something ain't right. Something is definitely not right. Like, why you didn't argue with baby girl, right, when her dad was in the house? Why was that not a thing, right? To where she need to go to her room, and then y'all, like, why are you even arguing with a 7-year-old, period? Like, there's nothing to talk about. Like, don't, what?
Investigative steps have taken a course along the way.
Stepmother or not, again, I've stated I got 2 stepchildren. My stepchildren have never come to me in a way that we're going to have a back and forth, and they're going to essentially, I'm not saying that baby girl did in this case, but essentially just stomp off and go to her room, and then I'm going to like present her food when the food is done, but I'm downstairs and she just snuck out. Bro, stop. Like, could not be, had to be a rural type of community, because anybody from the city is already gonna be on that shit. Not saying that like our cribs are smaller. They could have a small ass fucking house, right, and a lot of acreage and shit like that, which shout out to those that are buying acres. Do that shit, period. Anyway, that's another video. But ain't no way in hell. And one of the times we lived in a fairly like, there was a lot of forests around and shit like that, and I'm dealing with a motherfucking, you know what I'm saying, like children that are like stepladder age to each other, and teenagers and all that at the same time. Nobody ever stomped their way out my house. So that's just weird. The whole delivery driver shit, like earlier before they ran across that, you couldn't have told me that some shit was gonna happen. Like I said, I felt like the stepmom was involved. Like, ain't no way in hell that she's not. Something is not right about this case.
The sheriff mentioned.
I'm wondering who the stepmom is connected to at this time. Like, just period in life. Is there a reason why maybe they had to find a proxy? If you don't know what a proxy is, that's another video. But is there a reason why they had to find a proxy? or did she also already have a connection? She seemed like a stay-at-home type of mother. We don't know if she has kids, but we know that she had another incident into which CPS had to be involved with her parenting or mothering or guardianship of a child.
The digital evidence that was there, and we were able to work through that digital evidence and through partnerships with FedEx in order to help assist with with locating him and finding him this afternoon.
Do you know this man have any prior criminal history?
I don't know the answer to that question at this point.
When you talk about that digital evidence, do you mean ring camera videos, surveillance camera videos?
I think the investigation is still unfolding at this point, and I think we'll leave the specifics in terms of what that is there. But right now we're on behalf of the FBI, I'd also like to offer my condolences to the Strand family and to the Wise County community as well. The partnerships with the Texas Rangers and with the gentleman behind us, the sheriff from Wise County, were truly remarkable and truly helped to bring some closure to that family today. And we know that they're hurting, but we do offer our deepest condolences to them.
Is just one person that you believe is responsible?
That is currently the understanding, yes.
And what led you to that location where her body was recovered?
Sheriff, you...
I can address that. It was because of the work of the Rangers and our investigators who were doing the interview that got us to that location based on the information they received from the suspect, now defendant.
The suspect confessed?
We do have a confession.
Is there anything that you can give us on why the suspect said he did this, or what motivated him? Or...
We really can't get into the content of the confession, but I will say that we have a confession, and there's so many other things, because this has really just come to this position, this time, and just closure just hours ago. So it's still very, very early, but we wanted to make sure that we got the information out, what has happened today, because of the good work right here.
Do you know this man knew?
Period. Like, where is the father in this situation?
Or her family?
Thank you for that, Naomi. We would have to meet up and see what the fuck.
Oh, that's a good question, and I appreciate that. No, he was
like,
not.
Imagine laying with a chick that possibly, like, this was the last person that saw your child. Now, I am a conspiracy theorist. However, I'm a respectable conspiracy theorist. Like, I go with common sense. But ain't no way in hell you're going to tell me that my daughter just was arguing with you. You were cooking dinner, and my child ended up walking out this house and then being abducted by FedEx. Like, come on, bro.
Related and did not know the family.
We saw a large police presence on County Road 3599.
That was just misinformation. As the interview went on, better information came in, and that's how we ended up doing what we did to actually recover the body.
So it looks like initially the killer had sent them off, but then ultimately told them exactly where baby girl's body was, and they found her.
There were 3 that I recall. Is that correct, Joe? 3? 2 other locations.
Was the other location the Lake Worth Fort Worth location near Somerville Place Road?
That is the defendant's home address.
Was there anything recovered there?
That again, that FBI as well as the Rangers ran that search warrant. We don't have that detail right now.
That's part of an ongoing investigation.
I know you've been in contact with the family. Is there anything that they want to say to the public tonight, the people that have searched?
I have. I spent quite a bit of time with the family. And they want you to know that they appreciate that. The vast majority of the families from Oklahoma, and they appreciated the fact that we care so much. They're devastated. They're angry because of what happened. Precious child taken from their lives. So other than their appreciation, and they would like to know that the community we give them our condolences. But we also want to make sure that we give them the privacy that they need. And I hope that everybody will respect that and give them a little bit of space. not only with the family from Oklahoma, but the family right here in Cottondale. Let's give them a little time. And we would ask, and from my closing remarks, we would ask that we spend some time and pray for these folks, so that they might be relieved of some of the pain. It's going to be a difficult few days, some sleepless nights, and they need our support.
Sheriff, is there a way we can get a mug shot yet? Have you got a mug shot on this stuff?
We'll be able to get one soon, and I think we can probably get that through the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
Sheriff, one last thing. You are a retired ranger, been in law enforcement for 50 years. Describe this case in relation to your life career.
You know, it's one of the toughest investigations that I've been involved in, because it's a child. And anytime there's a child that dies, it just hits you in your heart. You compare that child to your own children when they were that age, and it just takes the wind out of your sails. But at the same time, it gives you purpose, because you want to make sure that you do the best you can so that you get the best resources together to do what has been done here, and getting this done in really just about a 3-day period. It's amazing that the work was done by this team, and I'm in awe. So it breaks my heart, but at the same time, it really gives me a lot of spirit knowing that we can accomplish what we accomplished here these last 3 days.
That sad update on the search for a missing 7-year-old girl in Texas. Authorities say she was abducted and killed, and a FedEx contract driver is now in custody.
Just a terrible turn of events. Hundreds of volunteers, dogs, and drones were all out there with investigators. But unfortunately, by the time they found her, she was gone after police say she was snatched just feet away from her home.
Overnight, a more than 48-hour search coming to a horrific end. The body of 7-year-old Athena Strand found after police say she was abducted and killed.
One of the toughest investigations that I've been involved in, because it's a child.
31-year-old Tanner Lynn Horner is now in custody and will be charged with capital murder and aggravated kidnapping.
We do have a confession.
Police say Horner was...
That part, she might have been worse than the stepmom in all reality.
Delivering a package to Strand's house Wednesday evening and snatched her from the driveway soon after, just 200 yards from the home. Authorities believe
200 yards from the home. So what did the stepmom say to the baby, allegedly, to make her feel like she should go outside and leave? I'm telling you, this child at 7 was feeling like, I'm going to run away and nobody's going to see me again. Allegedly, right? But isn't it coincidental that this driver just finds his child and then still delivers the package? That's weird as fuck.
That Strand died within an hour of being abducted.
The most critical time when a child disappears is the first 3 hours. And the place
I'm telling you, I would have walked over there. The fuck?
Immediately look
Period.
Was who was out in the community. People delivering things. People having calls for their home air conditioning and heater to be fixed, whomever it might be. But the key is they can be your eyes and ears as to who might be on the street at the time this child disappeared.
The first grader was reported missing from her father's home in Paradise, Texas.
Or is that where they found her, 200 yards from the house?
Same evening, Strand's stepmom.
How did they know that she walked 200 yards from the house? And again, if she's afraid of the dark, I have children, you know what I mean, that are grown now that were once afraid of the dark. That's weird.
They're calling 911 saying she had gotten into an argument with Athena.
Not weird that they're afraid of the dark, but the fact that she allegedly walked 200, okay, around dinner time. Think about the time of year we're dealing with, around Thanksgiving, right? Because remember they were saying that the neighbor was about to take her turkey out the refrigerator and all this and that, or the oven, and then noticed that, oh no, that was the other case. Never mind. See what I'm saying? Like, the shit happens, bro. Like that. Never mind.
Went to make dinner, then found Athena's bedroom empty, telling police she searched for an hour.
That's 600 feet. That's a long ass ways for a 7-year-old that's afraid of the dark to walk outside away from the house. I'm telling you, this little girl was thinking that I'm not going back there. So what did the stepmom say to her? Also, like, all that plays into it. Like, because they came up with the delivery driver and all that. I'm not just believing that it was just the delivery. The stepmom is involved somewhere, somehow, something adding up.
But found no sign of the young girl.
Because I definitely just took the part about in the other case. See, this is why I don't like to do 2 cases in one. But in the other case, how they understood that the house was on fire or whatever, I just took that. But even regardless, right? Fuck all that, what I just said about the Thanksgiving and the house burning down, because that didn't happen in this case, right? I apologize. But equally, this 7-year-old child, afraid of the dark, did not really have the tendency to venture off, allegedly walked out of the house without a jacket on in the temperatures that it is right now. I don't care where you at, even in Texas, they shit is a little bit more cooler than what it is, normally or whatever. They were talking about how it was cold outside. During some of it, you seen snow on the ground to the side. I don't think y'all peeped that maybe, but if you did, salute to you. But so this child just went outside, and 600 feet is a long ways from the house, and then ended up meeting a delivery driver for FedEx that was third-party contract, and then he ended up murdering her, bro. Somewhere, somehow, the stepmother or somebody else is involved in this case, bro. Somebody that is around this child, in my opinion.
Police issuing an Amber Alert on Thursday. Hundreds of volunteers helping in the search efforts.
We definitely don't believe Athena ran off.
See?
We're not sure if she's been abducted or not. I'm scared, and I'm hoping that.
And this is an aunt of the child. This is an aunt of the child. This ain't some average Sally type of bitch just chilling around waiting to get seen on video. No, this is the aunt of the child saying that this is unlike her. And so something happened at that house.
Find her.
Investigators locating her body late Friday.
And FedEx telling ABC News that words cannot describe their shock at the reports surrounding this tragic event. Guys, just such a terrible story.
A North Texas community grieving, mourning, hurt after the death of a 7-year-old by the name of Athena Strand. Back on Wednesday, you may remember, Athena was reported missing from her Wise County home in the town of Paradise after 2.
And then is this the other child that the stepmother possibly had CPS called about right here, right? Because they said that CPS was involved in the stepmother, like, you know what I mean? There was a case. They didn't go into depth about it, but it was a child that was other than Athena. So is this the little girl that it was involving, or what? Like, is this her daughter as well? Like, why are these children just around this woman that is, in my opinion, suspect? And if she's an at-home mom and gets deliveries often, did she already know this delivery driver from past things and knew that he would be dedicated on that route because they do live in a rural area? It's not like they live in the cities where anybody could get that route that day because they all live around that certain area. But bro, I'm saying, I'm waiting for FedEx to come out and say something about this, or whatever they're going to deliver to the police, which could take time. Like, they could have already did what they were supposed to do, but it could take time for law enforcement or the news to talk about it. But I'm waiting on that.
2 days of searching. A child's body was found last night.
Exactly. Dinner about to be ready. You know, your dad coming back. How long was he supposed to be gone? I want to know all of that shit. I want to know how long the dad was supposed to be gone, what FedEx can tell police. I want to know, really, I want to know, which we'll probably never know, what baby girl and the stepmom were arguing about. I really want this to go to trial because I really want to see the CPS situation involving the stepmother, but it was another child that they were looking at. I want to know what it was about. How is she related to this child? Is she a stepmother that got with this man and he got other kids and they all kind of group up during the weekends or whatever? Like, I want to know all that. What is the custody like? Why did the biological mother not have her daughter? I want to know all of that.
Miles away from her house, the Wise County Sheriff's Office arresting this man. He's 31-year-old Tanner Horner. He is contracted.
And that's what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying. Naomi said, we got some of the same drivers depending. I wonder if this was premeditated. Because she definitely could have known, okay, my man is going to go hunt or go fishing, whatever the reason why. I know he was just gone. Lala pointed out that he could have been at work and they just came out with their child. You know what I mean? I'm wondering what the whole situation, the bottom line was, because something is not definitely adding up. And I know I say that a lot in cases, but sometimes even when they tell us what it's supposed to be, I don't believe shit until trial. And this case is going to trial. Oh yeah, better believe it. This happened in Texas, and Texas believes in the death penalty. And because this child was under a certain age, she, right, is this whole case is it's in the bracket of basically capital murder. So he either gonna fight for his life or he not gonna have a problem with being put down like a dead ass dog over this situation. And from my opinion, not trying to toot my own horn or whatever, but I've fucking looked at several cases. All right. And a lot of the times in cases like this, they're gonna go to trial. It's gonna be about 2-3 years out, but it's gonna go to trial. And because it's Texas, we may have certain video and audio from that area that in another state like Minnesota, they don't like to talk about what really happens here unless it's police brutality or some other stupid ass fuck shit. So I'm waiting on, like, literally right now, I'm waiting on this case. Like, fuck anything. We gonna look at whatever they say about this case because I'm on this just like Cairo, but I'm really not going to take anything at face value until they go to trial, because the police will lie to you. They will motherfucking not put shit out through the media or whatever. But lo and behold, they'll be sitting on gems. And then when you look at the trial and you look at the whole trial or specific people that are presenting certain evidence, then everything comes around. It all makes sense. And a lot of the times, a lot of what we thought in the comment section or, you know, those that are looking at true crime, a lot of the story comes together because a lot of the times we've already said this from the word jump, that something is not right. And again, I could be totally wrong about the stepmom having any type of understanding, but the fact that she's about his age and she seems like an at-home ass mom, she didn't seen this dude before.
He was
I want to know how long it's been third party and he been working for this company. I want to know a lot of things.
Contracted driver for FedEx, and authorities
Ain't no way in
say
hell
he confessed to this crime.
Horner is being held at the Wise
no
County
way in
Jail
hell.
on charges of capital murder.
Like, what if the stepmom had a baby, right, or children with the father of Athena, and the only thing that stepped really in her way, in her mind, was that Athena was there. So what she did was took Athena out of the whole, in her opinion, right, out of the whole calculation of it by inserting the driver who she already was connected to, right? It's just weird that she waited an hour. Like, you got a 7-year-old out here. Bitch, this is a rural community. And again, even if it was a city community, that still is not good either. but a rural community, this child could have got fucked up outside, you know what I mean? Trying to venture off, like, it's just weird. I also want to know if she has any biological children herself, because they said that she had interaction with CPS, but were they biologically her children? Is she the type of stepmother that cares less about children that are her own, right? Maybe the other child in the other case, we know that it wasn't Athena, but was it another child that is not directly related to her? Or was it her biological child? And even at that, if she was at the point to where CPS is worried about her and that's her child, that is also alarming as well. Because if you don't care about your own child, you could never care about mine, bitch.
An aggravated kidnapping.
Period.
His bond is set at $1.5 million.
And that little girl's mother posting a
Again, it could be coincidence. It could be coincidence. Some, bro, I'm even I edited this video. It's 2 days from basically almost when I edited it, right? Why in the fuck do I still feel like the stepmother has something to do with this case, though? Like, period.
Message on social media shortly after news broke that Athena Strand was found dead. Now, it says in part, I could not describe the pain. And
okay, so maybe do you think that the driveway was the 600 feet, right? Or the 200 yards? Do y'all think that that is what they're saying, that she basically just walked down the driveway?
Absolute anger I feel. My princess was taken from me by a sick, cruel monster.
Exactly. Like, what were you possibly arguing with a 7-year-old to the point to where she would leave knowing that her dad was just on a little trip and he's coming back? Again, how long was the dad supposed to be gone? Because we got to think like a 7-year-old.
For absolutely no reason. We, by the way, reached out to FedEx for a statement due to the fact that
you might tell the kids, wash the dishes, clean your room or something, and they might get in their head like, I don't need to be here no more. I've never had nobody leave my house, though.
Suspect apparently was on work assignment for that company when police say he admitted to killing Athena. FedEx saying, quote, words could not describe our shock and horror and sorrow.
Maybe it's because I don't beat my kids, child. I don't know if the child, something is not right with this. Something is really not right, and it's bothering me.
At the report surrounding this tragic event, first and foremost, our thoughts are with
that they argued. Like, what the fuck? This is not a chick like that's grown like you. This is a child, and you're the stepmom, and you have like no regard for even her feelings. And then the fact that she cooked the whole dinner and then went and checked on her, girl, my feelings, my heart, I would have been in their room or telling them to come down and talk to me. And then in the kitchen, I don't know how the house was set up. I also want to see that. But ain't no way in hell, ain't no child walking out of my fucking house and I'm not going to see it. Period.
Family during this most difficult time.
Like, you would literally have to jump off a fucking deck to get out of my house and I'm not going to see it. Regardless of any cameras or any device telling me that my door is open.
And we will continue to cooperate fully with
like normally the kitchen is right by, you know, it could be a considerable amount, but it's not going to be too far. So you didn't hear the door close? What were you doing to where you didn't hear the door close? And the fact that this child walked out this house, like, just stop. Like, this shit is weird.
Investigating authorities, adding that all drivers go through background checks for that firm, according to FedEx.
The FedEx driver who police say kidnapped.
But again, they said that FedEx does background checks, but a lot of the times in these situations nowadays, they're not sexual predators that are being, you know, exploited on the internet, like, oh, they did this crime or whatever, right? In reality, a lot of people like will molest children, will victimize children, have child porn in a device or something like that, and feel like they are sexual predators, but they don't have charges. Like, that's the fucking issue there, because either the child has been manipulated to the point to where they're not going to come forward, or they're not able to come forward because they're light. Think about all the cold cases they have where allegedly all these children are abducted, right? And they don't know where they're at. Is it because this delivery driver may have took out like 3 of them, 2 of them, or even 1 of them? Come on now.
Killed. A little girl will likely be in court Monday for a detention hearing.
And that was this Monday. So we're gonna, after this, I'm gonna separately continue looking at this case, and I'm going to include the delivery driver information, whatever and that's what I'm talking about. Like, far as watching messy shit on YouTube or investigating some shit that can help you in a case that you're looking at on your page, or whatever topic it is, or whatever. There's a lot of videos that I watch and I come up with nothing at the end, but there's a lot of videos that I watch also where I come up with something. You feel what I'm saying? And when it comes to the driver, I want to know everything. Like, I already know pretty much everything, but I don't know everything. You know what I mean? Like,
on his $1.5 million bond, police say they knew a FedEx driver had made a delivery in 7-year-old.
I'm saying about like how drivers go, not everything in life.
Athena
I
Strand,
will always be a student.
Wise County neighborhood about the time she vanished. They now say it was 31-year-old Tanner Horner, and that he has confessed.
The community of Paradise is still shaking.
And that's the scary part. The fact, I want to know, was he a temp service driver, basically? And believe it or not, a lot of these companies are sourcing out because they save a couple of dollars or whatever, and going through temp agencies, even for drivers of, delivery drivers or semi-truck drivers. Shit, during the pandemic, I know somebody directly that went through a temp service and ended up with a job from Cisco.
This evening in what appears to be a crime of opportunity, with the motive still unknown.
And if you don't know Cisco, that's the main delivery for a lot of food and shit. So think about it like that, but child, something is not right.
Authorities say Tanner Horner is the only suspect in this case and has no relation or connection to the family. Saturday, support continued to pour into the town of
allegedly, right? But we don't know. The stepmom could have been boinking dude on the low. Come on now. Let's act like people don't get sometimes package delivered so they can get a package delivered. Okay? But they want you to believe that there was no connection to any family. This was just some shit. Dude just went in and was like, oh, this is an opportune time to snatch up any other children. Again, if that's the case, was this his first case of snatching up a child? Because 9 times out of 10, before we get to a point, unless he felt like, I can't return the child, I don't know what to do with the child, and like really clicked into what he was doing, he may have possibly, while being third party contractor of this company, have abused other children or even killed them. 9 times out of 10, it don't start with murder. Like I said, they start with being out here, you know what I mean, and might fuck with child porn or whatever. It's always some shit to lead up to ultimately committing a crime sexually towards a child, like verbatim, and then ultimately taking their life. To me, I don't really think that he just jumped. Like, this was his first time allegedly snatching up a child and then killing her. Like, something is not right. Something is not right.
Paradise. After
and fuck you, you robot troll. You got blocked, bitch.
Investigators found 7-year-old Athena Strand dead in Wise County following a 2-day search. Authorities say a contracted FedEx.
But do you think that somebody would just advance that fast? I mean, maybe he's one of, because I've researched into this a lot. And that's why I'm saying a lot of the times they start off with child porn. Then they start engaging with children on social media, with the apprehension that like they're gonna meet up with these kids, but then they really don't. And sometimes they'll block. Because I've been a pedophile poacher before. If you don't know what that is, that's somebody that tries to entice these type of motherfuckers online from talking to actual children, and then you build a case and then you put it over to, you know, you might get them to come and meet up with you, and then you send the police the information or call them while they're on the scene and shit like that. But he definitely, in my opinion, has done something malicious to a child, and the only reason why he would have snatched up this child was to sexually abuse her. It's given that he snatched her up, he had his way with her, and I'm gonna say it like that. That shit sounds fucking corny as hell, but he did what he did to her. And then he took her life because he didn't know what to do with her. Or he's been doing this already before. Like, this is not something that is out of his origin.
Delivery driver.
But again, it took a little bit to lead up to this. Like, I really want to know the backstory to this motherfucker. Like, if they interrogated him, which I'm sure they did, I can't wait for that interrogation to come out. That could be a year, 2, 3 later, or even after the case. But I want to know what was said in that room. And I really think this was not his first time.
31-year-old Tanner Lynn Horner abducted Strand outside her home and killed her while on the job. He now faces a capital murder charge along with aggravated kidnapping. Investigators say he confessed
Shout out to Monica.
to the crime Friday and told authorities where to find the child's body.
We think Athena died within just a very hour or so after her departure from her home.
The 7-year-old was staying.
And there is a lot missing. If you know my channel, we normally used to, I used to look for mainly melanated people, but anything that came across to me, I would share it a lot of the times. But there is a lot of missing people, a lot of missing children in America. And I'm wondering how many he had done this to. There's
with
no
her
way
father
in
and
hell.
stepmother temporarily.
There's no way that this man got confidence enough to snatch his child up, whatever, for whatever motive it was. And then just, okay, so basically the mainstream media is trying to tell us that he snatched her up to just ultimately kill her. For what? Like, that does not make sense. And I really get angry about that, because a lot of the times in social media, because I don't know if YouTube doesn't like it or the environment doesn't like it, right? But they really, a lot of the times, not all cases, but a lot of the times, like, sweep shit under the rug. And I'm tired of that shit. Like, and then if you notice, the most violent type of situations are on mainstream media, right? In some cases, but they're monetized on that channel. You better believe they're getting money for the video coming out. But if you as a content creator, let's say Naomi is like, oh, I heard about so-and-so's case and that shit bothers me. If you look at it, they gonna age restrict it or fucking shadow ban you for talking about it. So, like, which one is it?
At their Paradise home. Wednesday evening, Strand's stepmother called 911, unable to find Strand following an argument between the two. Strand's father was on his way.
Exactly. Like, who is just ready to just fuck their life up for the rest of their life? So I want to know what type of living situation this is. The police talked about going to the man's house, right? I want to know, did he live with his mama? I want to know, you know, what type of apartment or whatever residence he had. I want to know, like, what made him in his life decide that it was all or nothing and he was going to jeopardize his future for one child. Like, and why would this would be the time? Like, it's weird. And I'm wondering, again, if a lot of these cases are coming out. Like, I'm not saying that this or the other case didn't happen, but is a lot of these cases coming out to distract us from Balenciaga? Because that case, and again, I'm still looking into it. We're going to have a live stream probably Friday about that. Wednesday's live is going to be messy as fuck. It's going to be YouTube type of sector shit, right? But I'm also still uploading videos that are about real content, 9 times out of 10, real type of situations that are going on. So, you know, a lot of people I don't know if they mad because I'm not talking about certain shit, but if something bores me, I'm not just going to talk about it just because I get views. I have morals and a moral compass. And it's like, at the end of the day, if it ain't jugging for me, then we're just not going to do it. Like, I'm not that thirsty for attention.
Trip and immediately turned around. Strand's biological mother drove down to North Texas from Oklahoma to help search, along with hundreds of volunteers and multiple.
Worked for an independent business and as third party. So basically, what it's given to me, because I know that some temporary, like some, labor ready type of, I don't know if y'all got labor ready where you're at, but temp agency type of jobs have been hiring after COVID and everything got set up, even in, simple type of areas where they're packaging like frozen foods or, whatever, even alcohol, right? They're hiring people that are from a temp agency. I know even hotels right now. I helped the lady get a job earlier this week, and it was through the temp agency, but I have, a little connect at the hotel to where after she serves the 60 days, that's what the temp agency goes with, that she's working for. If she does, and we're talking about a recovering addict, shit like that. If she makes it the 60 days, shows up every day and she's actually doing her job, she will be hired on from the company. She just has to pass the UA. You know what I'm saying? So I know that a lot of these temp agencies and a lot of these companies are going through temp agencies, and even including delivery drivers.
Law enforcement agencies.
Yeah.
Friday evening, Wise County Sheriff Lane Atkin revealed his office received a tip. Horner.
Wait a minute. I didn't think about that. But what would that look like, though? Because anytime that I've seen like a displaced driver, that gets hired on from a temp agency, they're driving the company's rig. But what about in this situation? Ooh. What about in this case, if he was driving like, just a big white truck, right? Just a random, truck, like not the big truck. There is no probably GPS, no cameras, like Lola said. Ooh, it could be a rental truck. Oh my God, please do not. And I'm sorry if they do that, like regardless, FedEx is going to have to pay this family out money. But if they did that, I think that is fucking stupid as shit. Because if you, even look at the season that we're in, right? We have delivery. My deliveries have been coming later, right? I'll order something on, I'm talking about mainly from Amazon though, but I'll order something on, let's say Monday, and I'll get it like Saturday. Whereas normally, even if, Amazon is telling me that they can get it to me quicker than that, it would still allegedly take the extra days. So I'm wondering, are all their vehicles really that pressed to where they have drivers for them and they just need the extra help? Again, how long did this man work at this company? Because if you've been working at this company for some months, but the fact that she brought up that he may have been in a different truck, just even if it's not a rental truck or a Hertz truck or a U-Haul truck, he could have just been in an all-white truck, maybe no cameras, maybe no man, look, this company, if that's the case, they're going to end up paying out for that. Like, you have to be on logistics with this, and your drivers should be held to certain standards. And then the fact that this kind of just skipped through, and then that also would make me feel like there was some foul play by the stepmother. I'm sorry. If he was in a undocumented FedEx truck, right, regardless of what company it was from, but he was delivering packages from them, that makes them more liable.
Was dropping off a package in front of Strand.
Right, or a van. You've seen Hertz deliver Amazon stuff. Wow, I've never seen that, but I believe you.
Home around the same time she went missing. The FBI also collected digital evidence that led them.
Okay, you heard, Monica, that it was a FedEx truck. We need to get that information. Like, we need to know regardless, because if it was a FedEx truck, there's no question. There's cameras in there. I don't even got to go look, but I will do a part 2 to this video. This is just the first glance. I'm going to also upload these videos that we've been looking at without my fucking celebratory ass commentary, right? But, yeah, if that was a FedEx truck, motherfuckers is in trouble. And I'm pretty sure that the police know certain shit because FedEx said they're working with him. So with them, not the killer. I'm talking about the police.
Saturday, a Fox 4 viewer.
But no cameras. So wait a minute. How is this man on the road in a FedEx truck with no cameras in there? Like, at the end of the day, what the fuck is going on, bro?
In Paradise sent this screen grab of what appears to be Horner dropping off a package in his FedEx uniform at a different home hours before investigators say he abducted Athena. The Wise County Sheriff says he's aware of the Ring doorbell.
Wow. So they're kind of like, the Amazon Prime that delivers your packages. I know I've gotten them with like my groceries or things like that, right? With Amazon Prime. I know we're talking about FedEx, but I'm just saying in relation to Amazon, I've sometimes ordered like not only groceries, but packages, and especially the ones that come at like in the middle of the night, like that next day shit where they say like 7 to 11 a.m. Normally it's somebody that's delivering the package from their own vehicle. And if that's the case, this shit is fucked up.
Screen grab.
Again, it's cheaper. I agree. You're right.
And says it looks like Horner, but they want to look at the video themselves. Friday.
They had a long ass driveway. I'm wondering though if that was 200 feet or 200 yards or 600 feet.
Evening, the FBI and the Texas
That's how far they said baby girl left. And at 7, I just feel like that's a long way for a 7-year-old, to go based off an argument. And then it's like just the conveniency of this. So the stepmom gets into an argument with baby girl, and then she sends her to a room, and then baby girl ends up leaving, but stepmom is in the kitchen cooking dinner, and then discovers that baby girl is missing, a considerable time later, after she had cooked dinner and all this and that, then waits for an hour to even let anybody know, as far as law enforcement, that this child is missing. All that is weird. And then it ends up being a delivery driver who looks about the same age as the stepmom. Stepmom already had CPS interactions involving another child, not Athena. So that just kind of gives me a background that this bitch possibly is not shit. I'm just gonna be honest.
Rangers conducted a search warrant at Horner's Fort Worth.
In my opinion, until I know otherwise, the stepmom was involved in this shit.
Home off Somerville Place Road, but neither agency released what, if any, evidence was
definitely they're responsible. Definitely
collected.
They will definitely be making a settlement to the family. A lot of that will probably be behind closed doors, or maybe they put something out about it, but it won't be, really anything. I think that they are liable because at the end of the day, your company hired another company who hired somebody else that killed a child, and so on and so forth. So you are liable.
Because it's a child.
And that's the crazy thing. So this company went all these measures to try to save a buck or whatever, and are going to end up paying out more than if they would have had at least 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 drivers out that very day, and the hourly wage that they would have, more than that.
Meanwhile, Saturday evening, the Strand family requested to grieve in private. A teddy bear tied with pink.
And the way that they just got this teddy bear up on this pole, it's given like lynching. Okay, it just looks like this teddy bear is kind of uncomfortable, but forced to smile at the same time. I don't know. It was bothering me.
Ribbon was left on the family street. Strand's mother posted on social media Saturday, pink was Athena's favorite color. Now,
ooh, Lala says that there are face cameras in front, facing cameras, but he could easily put her the child under the camera's view. That is, man, look, I cannot wait until this case gets busted open like a hole on the blade. Okay, period. Because at the end of the day, I want all my questions answered. I want to know all type of shit.
FedEx released a statement late this afternoon saying that words cannot describe the shock and sorrow surrounding this tragic event, and they are fully cooperating with authorities.
Investigators are trying to figure out why a FedEx...
Wait, you actually did see the truck pull up over the news, come to think of it? Oh, it would have been real calculated and just crazy if he joined in on the search. You know what I mean?
Truck driver would abduct a child and then take her life. Here's what we know about Athena Strand's case. Law enforcement officials say on Wednesday, Tanner Horner...
I mean, but how long would it take? I don't even want to think about this, but how long would it take for a sexual predator to have their way with a child, especially if he's been wanting that for a long time? He's fantasized about that, and then it actually happens. But again, in my opinion, he killed her over grief. He thought about what he did. He knew it was wrong. He's still a predator. He's still a disgusting motherfucker. But I mean, I guess when it comes to sex addictions and allegedly even pedophilia, because she's under 10, which so 0 to 10 is a pedophile, 11 to 14 is a hebephile, and 15 to the DSM-5, which is a mental health book, says that somebody that's 15 to 19 that is abused, you know what I mean? A victim that is 15 to 19, even though we know that at 18, you know, they're allegedly legal and stuff like that, but a pedophile is attracted to people that are 15 to 19, and a hebephile is attracted to 11 to 14, and a pedophile is 0 to 10 years old. I think, you know, and I also side-eye the mainstream media because they call everybody a pedophile, when in reality they're not. They're another form. That doesn't mean that it lessens it, but I think that the fact that, you know, it was broken down in the DSM-5 that there's 3 stages, I think that that's important, and I think we need to start addressing it as that.
A contract truck driver for FedEx delivered a package to the 7-year-old's home, then abducted her. Authorities believe Strand died only about an hour after Horner took her. Authorities say that Horner confessed to taking and killing the child and is currently in the Wise County.
Wait, they pulled him over? I didn't know that.
Jail on a $1.5 million bond. The Wise County Sheriff's Department says an autopsy...
Damn, if they did, then that was fast interaction. If that's how they came about it, you know what I mean, to talking to him and investigating him.
will be performed to determine the cause of Athena's death.
I think there's going to be processing of that technological evidence and then process.
And I really think that this bitch right here is a fucking loudmouth, but we're going to listen to her because she's an attorney. But what I edited out is that she was talking about people talking about these cases as just it being a podcast. And in reality, lady, I would really want you to understand that sometimes in some situations, I can call them cases out, these podcast people that you hate so much have actually aided and assisted in investigation. So she's very outspoken, very loud, very obnoxious, Karen, that happens to be an attorney in my opinion, but she was just irritating to me.
Processing of the forensic
but she is dropping facts though.
Evidence in the autopsy. And that can sometimes take longer, but I would expect in a case of this severity and interest level that they will hopefully process it as quickly as they can. And I'm sure there are going to be other details as the forensic evidence and autopsy are conducted and those results are released, which are going to be really hard for, I think, the community and the public to hear, and especially the family.
Horner is charged with aggravated kidnapping and capital murder.
Man, the first few hours is everything, because a lot of places are really close to any type of freeway or any way that they could, you get a motherfucker on the freeway after snatching up a child, they could go in any other state, be in any other county quick as hell. Like,
Tugel says capital murder because Athena was younger than 10 years old.
In the state of Texas, capital murder.
And that right there is the reason why I believe that he's going to try to take this to trial, because he's not going to want the capital murder unless they give him a plea deal, which says that basically we'll take capital murder off the table and you plead out to life. That's the only way. At the end of the day, unless this dude don't care about his life at all, he's going to want to take this to trial. And in trial is where we're going to find out all the real shit. Like, just depending on mainstream media for it is not going to happen.
Provides a punishment of only two things. If convicted, a person either gets life without parole or a death sentence if the district attorney or the attorney general's office seeks the death penalty in this.
But you would be amazed to know how many people are actually afraid of the death penalty. They will take a life, but they want to like care about their life, and they don't care if they're spending the rest of their life in prison.
Case.
Well, that attorney Tugel is also from Wise County. She says the community there is small, tight-knit, and encourages anyone who may have Ring doorbell footage from that day to look at it for any potential evidence that could be used in this case.
I do want to know where he lived at, because you're right. Normally where people drop people off, or certain type of situations where they like try to grab a child, is an area that they're familiar with. I'm wondering how close he lived to this baby girl's house, and then she was only 6 miles away from home, or you know what I mean, 6 to 7 miles away from home ultimately when they found her body.
People continue to mourn the loss of a 7-year-old girl investigators say was abducted outside her home in Paradise. The Wise County Sheriff says the contracted FedEx driver confessed to kidnapping Athena Strand and then pointed authorities to her body. 31-year-old Tanner Horner is in the Wise County Jail facing capital murder and aggravated kidnapping charges and will likely see a judge tomorrow.
No real updates today from investigators, but tomorrow we are hoping to read the arrest warrant affidavit, which could offer up a motive in this case.
It's a daily reminder, but it's nothing compared to what that family's going through.
Investigators say Athena Strand was abducted and killed Wednesday evening shortly after leaving her Paradise home. 31-year-old contract FedEx driver Tanner Horner confessed to the crime and sits in the Wise County Jail, facing charges of capital murder and aggravated kidnapping. The Wise County Sheriff says Horner was dropping off a package at Strand's home around the same time she vanished. Following a draining 2-day search, Horner, who has no connection to the family, pointed investigators where to find Strand's body, southeast of Boyd.
There are new details tonight in the murder of a 7-year-old little girl in Texas. A contract FedEx driver has been charged in the abduction and killing of Athena Strand. She was reported missing on Wednesday. Volunteers and law enforcement conducted a massive search before they ultimately found her body. A tip led authorities to the suspect, though a motive remains unclear.
Tonight, a Texas.
What makes it automatically capital murder is the age of the victim. So because he had abused, murdered, whatever, really murdered in this case so far, a child that was 7 years old, that in Texas makes it automatically a capital murder. I said automatical, child, but automatically a capital murder. So period, point blank. So he's going to be fighting for his life. And if he does not care about his life, then it is what it is. But it's given that as young as he is, he's gonna at least try to bargain for life in prison. And she can, the attorney chick can minimize that, but at the end of the day, it's a lot, because secretly I look at those that are up for execution, and I can do that on these channels as well if you want me to, but I actually look at those that are up for execution, and a lot of the times they're waiting for that phone to ring to stop and for them to get a pardon of some sort. It ain't a game, okay, period. I think a lot of people would rather spend life in prison than to lose their life.
Community coming to grips with,
and I agree, Naomi. Any child should be capital murder. I think that a crime of a child should be right up under, you know, first degree murder, second degree murder of even an adult or a child or whatever, but it should be definitely right up under there, you know, or even before that. You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck can look at a child and still take their life? Like, you an evil bitch.
Every parent's nightmare after a
or
contract
even harm them. Like, what?
FedEx driver allegedly kidnapped and murdered 7-year-old Athena Strand. Athena reported
Oh, that's what's up. I feel you. I got a couple of hours until... No, my kids don't have school today. I'm tripping.
Missing from her father's home in the small town of Paradise, about 40 miles northwest of Fort Worth, Wednesday evening.
Interesting. His FedEx truck was parked at his house. Now, what I should have done, looking back, is also made a separate video for anything, because this video I made on Sunday afternoon. But what I should have done was go and look for any you know, follow-up videos or whatever, and included in that. It was not intentional, but I will be following up with this case, definitely.
Hundreds of volunteers combing the area until one alert neighbor said they spotted a FedEx truck at the time Athena was last seen. Police then teaming up with FedEx, ultimately arresting that contract driver.
Wait, what? Monica said a woman came out saying that he raped her and would post it every year on her face. Wow.
31-year-old Tanner Lynn Horner.
Again, did he move up in his sexual predatorness? Like, was he the whole time trying to, like, just take advantage of a child? And, you know, girl, I don't even know. This shit is crazy as fuck. Like, this motherfucker right here, I hope he has the worst time in jail. I really hope that his case is not as public in the eyes of the jail as to, because a lot of the times when cases take place, if it's a highly publicized type of case, they will put them in protective custody and things like that. But I really just hope in the situation of this man, again, I don't care if the victim in the case is white, black, Chinese, Puerto Rican, or indifferent. Let me tell you something. A case involving a child, a 7-year-old in this matter, that could not fend for herself. Imagine this 7-year-old trying to fight this man off if he possibly did molest her. But again, there is no reason that he would have had to abduct this child, and sexual molestation was not the main thing on his mind.
Charging him with capital murder and aggravated kidnapping. In a state.
Yeah, Texas don't play. Like, they'll kill your ass, bitch. They will kill your ass, period.
And FedEx saying contracted employees are subject to criminal history background checks. And tonight, police saying Horner has no prior criminal record.
Again, that means nothing in the world of child predators, sexual predators of children. Because a lot of the times, sexual predators are not, because they've already victimized their victim. They've scared the fuck out of them. They've told them, if you say or do anything, I'm going to kill your parents. I'm going to do this, that, and the fifth. A lot of people are scared to come out until they're old enough. And by that time, sometimes these motherfuckers don't come out at all. Like, I feel it. I'm a survivor of that, right? But and sometimes the people that are the abusers, they don't even tell it. Like, they may tell it on a deathbed or not at all. And if the victim does not come out, but victims have been manipulated in a way to where there's this type of stigma to where children fear coming out, or even as adults, they fear, they want to put it behind them and shit like that. Again, I understand each survivor. I worked with survivors, each survivor's viewpoint, those that came out as the child and, you know, said what it was, those that didn't come out until they were in their 20s, 30s, and those that it didn't come out at all, damn near, except for them telling somebody, and then, you know, but their abuser, you know, is on their deathbed or close to dying, they're old as hell. But then at the same time, those survivors got to think about how many other children were victimized in between their victimization and wherever they're at in life now. And it is always a good thing. And you always got my support, right? I've even dedicated my channel for people that watch my channel that are survivors to come out and tell their stories. So at any time you could reach out to me. I'm gonna try to be more dedicated to my social medias and shit. But if anybody wants to interview about their molestation, I'm here for that, like all day, period. And I think that when we make it normally, like normalized, that people could tell their story and people aren't judgmental or whatever, then, you know, I think that this shit is going to continue. Again, I think that he worked his way up. He didn't just decide like, oh, I'm going to kill a child the day after I rape her. We don't even know if he raped her, but that is the only thing, as somebody that it has been in the crime industry, right? You know what I mean? Not to dox myself or whatever, but in the atmosphere of criminal apprehension, and then also the cases that I look at on YouTube, like that is like, I'm just speaking what I know. And at this time, as a seasoned, in my opinion, somebody that's been out in these YouTube streets fighting for kids since 2016 on social media, but doing more behind the scenes, this was not this dude's first time. Okay. To me, the stepmom, and I may be off, maybe I'm tripping, right? But the stepmom got some type of interaction with the dude. Like the whole thing is weird as hell. It was totally calculated. And if there was not no cameras, then that would have been more reason to him for him to have been fucking on maybe, or flirting with the stepmom, or whatever type of weird interaction they got, into which it would be calculated that maybe the stepmom didn't get into an argument with that little girl. Maybe she was taken up by her motherfucking home child, and maybe that FedEx, you know, truck did not have no cameras. They were essentially disabled from what normally FedEx truck drivers have to endure, as far as, you know, how they're kind of watched or whatever while they're on the job, you know, for a number of reasons.
We do have a confession. We really can't get into the content of the confession, but I will say that we have a confession.
According to authorities, Athena's body was
he has a Facebook page,
found Friday, roughly 10 miles from her home. On Facebook, her mom writing this morning, "We feel like we failed you. No one deserves what happened to you, but especially you. I love you."
Texas don't play, period. One of my internet besties live in Texas, and they do not play.
Mommy is broken without you.
Tonight, authorities say that the suspect picked up Athena near her home, but didn't know the little girl or her family. And now the big question is why.
So it's a little girl that on Facebook that says that he raped her, and nobody believes her when it happened. Nobody believed her when it happened.
It's investigators.
So the woman that you were saying earlier is now, you know, a grown-ass woman, but when she was a little girl, is that what you're saying? Like, how old is she? Like,
continuing to look into the motive.
A community in Wise County, northwest of Fort Worth, is coming to grips with a nightmare. A contract FedEx driver allegedly kidnapped and murdered 7.
Wait, what? At first they said stepmom was in the shower not cooking. I must have missed that. Wow. And that to me is like, okay, first of all, if something happened, you're not going to change your stories And then, like, I don't trust mainstream media because a lot of the times I think they're involved in it. Somebody had put in here earlier that maybe some of these cases, or at least the case that we were looking at, right, which was the Catfish Killings, was a distraction from the Balenciaga thing. And I think a little bit of both. Like, I think that both of these cases really did happen, but I think that the only reason why they were possibly publicized the way that they were is because as a distraction.
10-year-old Athena Strand. The suspect, Tanner Horner, is charged with capital murder and aggravated kidnapping.
Well, Teresa, as we wait for court documents to be released with more details on this.
What? That is crazy, Lala.
Some of Athena's family members are posting their reactions.
But I believe you.
To social media. Tonight, we are sharing some of their messages of anger, hurt, even forgiveness, and getting some more perspective about what could come next.
This is a very tight-knit community. The response from the community of how they were out searching for this little girl and responding.
Attorney Michelle Simpson-Teagle says it's just what people do in Wise County, where she's from.
Families that I know this family.
No, I feel you totally behind that. Of why not say her name. I'll definitely be looking into that. I didn't even think about. Again, first glance is just looking at what the mainstream media has presented. You know, second glance is looking more in depth of the case and things like that, as far as the FedEx truck or even a social media, that type of thing. But damn.
A family left to grapple with horrific loss. Athena's mother posted to Facebook, thanking everyone who searched for her. She also wrote, "No one deserves."
And that's sad if nobody believed her, and then ultimately this child lost her life. Y'all just allowed him to like ante up on his like evilness.
It's what happened to you, but especially you. I love you, and love doesn't even cover it. Mommy is broken without you.
This is a crime. And
again, though, where is the biological mother in this story? Allegedly, she lived in another state, was not around the child. I'm wondering why, what had happened.
there was a horrible intentional act that was done here. But the second part of this, beyond the criminal prosecution, will also involve looking beyond just the crime and who else could be responsible.
In a statement, FedEx said the company is cooperating with this investigation and clarified Horner was a
I feel her. F you to all those that didn't.
Party contractor when he was delivering a package to Athena's home.
And only if they would have listened to her, this could have been prevented. Like, this was a 7-year-old's life.
The day he is accused of abducting her.
I fully expect they'll make those kinds of statements to try to protect themselves. But really, it's going to come down to control and whether they did their work in checking and making sure they had safety protections.
Athena's mother posted Tanner Horner's mugshot, stating, "This is the monster that took my baby from me and this world. You will know her name, Tanner." Athena's grandfather posted, "There's not 1 ounce of my flesh that wants to do this or say this, but my spirit has heard God's voice. And right now, while tears flood my eyes, I declare publicly that I forgive this man."
Look, royal family, hold on. We gonna get on camera for this. Ain't no motherfucking way in hell that you are going to kill my child, a relative, a motherfucker that I know's child, and then a motherfucker is gonna be like, while tears flood my eyes, I declare publicly that I forgive this man. Hate will not win. This man just took a child's life. Athena's grandfather had stated this. Mark Strand had stated that he forgives the man that killed this 7-year-old little girl. She ain't even buried yet. How in the fuck? Like, and I saw this with one of the cases or whatever, Amber Geiger. Her the victim's family got up and got to hugging on Amber. And I was like, really? Even months later, but even days later, this family has forgiven the man that took their 7-year-old you know, in this case, grandchild's life. Make that make sense. Something is not right about this case, and we already going into it. That's why I'm saying, if and when this shit goes to trial, I don't give a fuck what I'm doing, but I don't care who I'm arguing with, what case we looking at. I'm dropping that shit, and we're looking at this. There is no motherfucking way in hell that you could take my niece, my nephew, my cousin, my child, anything like that, and a couple of days later, I'm gonna forgive your motherfucking ass. You got me fucked up. There were people defending him on Facebook too, and that's because a lot of people, you know, believe it or not, like even Charles Manson had a fan list. They say a lot of men that are on like accused of the most serious crimes end up finding their wife or finding their biggest alleged supporters behind bars. Like there's really people that are actually probably happy that this happened. Dude is probably in protective custody and also maybe getting hate mail through the mail, right? But at the end of the day, there's people that are actually sending him commentary or about to. And that's the sad part about this world. Like everything about this world is ass backwards. And this world is the reason why I stopped believing in any type of religion. Because you want me to motherfucking believe that an alleged God, and look, if it doesn't apply, let it fly, right? That an alleged God had put this little girl on this earth for her to die at 7. We don't know what she went through. Like, did they do the autopsy? Did they check her vaginal area? But the motherfucking grandfather in the situation is already forgiven motherfuckers. Bitch, it could never be a day. It could never. And that right there also reminded me that this could be distraction from the Balenciaga shit. Again, I can't physically, you know, that's one thing I'm censored on as far as saying if it's fake or not. But that right there, and I included this on purpose. I made this video that we're looking at. So ain't no motherfucking way. Again, bitch, I wish you would. I wish you would punch my child and be a motherfucking adult. Bitch, I'll never forgive you for the rest of your life. You do anything to my children, I'm not forgiving you. You do anything to my niece, nephew, anything, a motherfucker on the street that I don't even know, it's child. And I'm still not finna forgive you. But the close ass kin of being the grandparent of said child forgives them days after she is found dead out fucking side or wherever in the fuck. I wouldn't give a fuck where she was found at. It's not gonna happen. This shit is weird as fuck.
Hate will not win. He goes on to say, I do this to honor our precious Athena, who knew no hate. Love conquers all and forgives. Today,
Lala, this is the one time, baby, that we ain't gonna agree, okay? I don't know where these people, how they from or whatever, and you might be right, babe. But just how my life is set up and how I like just don't care like about, you know, a lot of shit, period. When it comes to a child, I don't give a fuck if I know the child. Like one time, about a month ago, no, it wasn't about a month ago. It was within the last few weeks. I was leaving the grocery store and I seen a woman beating her fucking child, and I motherfucking called the police. And also I gave her a word of my opinion or whatever, and I gave the police her license plate number and shit, and she was beating the child. Talking about, I told you not to go in the store and ask for nothing, but this child is 3 years old. If it sees some Skittles, he's gonna want them. He's gonna want them. And guess what? That woman went to jail.
I choose love and hate loses.
And why? Oh, they can't tell you about cameras in a vehicle or cameras anywhere else, but she went to jail because of the cameras in a fucking grocery store parking lot showed her abusing her child. Okay, now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna drop this screen share because Sierra is probably asleep by now. Her little prince is probably, you know, she just had a baby not too long ago and things like that. So she probably fell asleep by now, but she did send this in for us to look at. So we gonna look at it. And allegedly, okay, it says on Wednesday, this local 804 woman has a bad experience with a Chesterfield police officer. Allegedly, the police officer walked up on Shanae and said that she looked like a serial killer. We gonna take a look at this. I might even do like a pre-recorded video of it or whatever, you know, because I'm chilling. I'm feeling good right now. But anyway, let's go. It looked like she feeling good right now too. She got some wine, child. I ain't got no wine. I got the little things or whatever. I could have some wine. I got some Patron, but I'm trying to be good. But anyway, hold on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. I get it. Like, I understand what you're trying to say, la la, trust and believe, but I'm just not there yet. I think that you're more, you know, mature, right? When it comes to certain things, to me, like, I think I would end it all for mine at the end of the day. And no, I'm not saying that if you run into a hard time or whatever, you know what I mean, run into a case like this. I'm just saying. And that's probably why shit like this, the other cases doesn't happen to people that think like me, because it would be different. I don't know. I'm just saying at the end of the day, I'm not never forgiving. Never. Motherfuckers killed my brother a couple of years ago, and I'm not forgiving them. Period. Like, I'm not forgiving. I don't forgive shit. You know what I mean? And he was a grown ass adult that had his own children. And no. And I think that if it was involving a child also, like, it would be the same thing. I'm not forgiving shit. There's nothing to talk about. But I do understand, you know, because what? Violence makes more violence, right? They could be at the fucking courthouse and dude could be going through trial or an appearance, and then he just, you know, causes an uproar, you know, the grandfather, somebody else in the family. But I guess we ain't that grown yet over here, okay? Because you fuck with my motherfucking children, period. And it took me a lot to, in my brother's case, when my brother's life was took or whatever, it took me a lot to motherfucking just chill out. And I had to remember that, like, I have children. Like, what are they gonna do without me? What are my nieces and nephews that were his children gonna do without, you know, family being there? But forgiveness, no. And at every court date, I'm there mugging motherfuckers. Like, trust and believe, we still going to court over this shit. I'm there mugging motherfuckers. Motherfuckers feel my energy, you know. So yeah. And I don't know, like, I've never lost a child, but I did lose a brother. And I know what that feels like, you know, to senseless violence and shit. I know what that feels like. So, and that was my little brother. So if that's any consolation or whatever. But anyway, so this situation unfolded. I'm going to go check on my kids, because cases like the ones that we just looked at make me want to check on my kids even more. Should I be calling my kids 35 times a day? You know, even while they in school, I wish the school would tell me anything different or whatever, but they got to have their phones on vibrate, so they text me a lot or whatever. But even with a lot of the shit that's going on, you know, in mainstream media involving schools and things like that, I'm always, you know, mindful or whatever. I don't know. But anyway, let's take a look at this. This is about 25 minutes or 30 minutes-ish. Let's see what's going on over here. Yes, hug your babies, definitely. And I got to go potty too, but I'm definitely going to hug my kids. Yes, go check on them. I know that my kids are asleep, but just, you know, go check on them and give them a kiss and, you know, that type of thing, child. It's just I don't wish none of this things that happen on anybody. You know what I mean? I think it's really sad when a child has to be a victim of something, and elderly people. Like, and shout out to those that are, you know, a victim of something, but they're like in between those times or whatever, you know, ages and things. But, you know, a lot of the times I think that, you know, elders go through their own shit, and children are another thing that are just, you know, taken advantage of a lot of the times. A lot of the times I cover cases where a mother or a father done beat the shit out of a child or killed them or whatever. So if I am a little bit off on the cases that I looked at earlier, it's just because I think, which is a good thing and sometimes it's a bad thing, I wish I could remove my feelings from all cases, but then I would be removing like experience, you know. And regardless if I end up being right, it's not about being right, it's about kind of just looking at it. I do take these cases serious though. It's not a way to clout chase or whatever. I really do, you know, think about a lot of these cases. Malia Davis's case still haunts me, and if you don't know about Malia or you're interested in that case of what I said, you can check this channel that we're on now and look at it. There are a lot of pre-uploaded videos. Go to the video section. There are some live streams as well, but where I looked at that case. Anyway, we're going to look at this situation and animals. Yes, yes, animals. Yes. And oh my God. And that just made me think about this man that had, I think it was a cat. Because sometimes when I hear traumatic shit, because I've been through a lot of trauma, I am a survivor of sexual abuse, I blanket out a lot of the details. And then I'm also looking at other cases or whatever. But in this situation, a man had grabbed a pen or a pencil and like just poked the animal in the eye and took its eyeball out. And then, you know, I really like watching parolees and pits and parolees, or I don't know how it goes with, but with Tia in various areas of America. I know her from Louisiana, but she really comes across a lot of animal abuse type of situations. And of course, animal abuse takes place all over America. But just the fact, I think I seen it on Animal Planet the other day, that the man, you know, they were rescuing it. I think it was a cat. And you know, the owner had stuck his eye with a pencil, and I was like, what? Like, why would you even? Anyway, I digress. Yeah. And oh, fun fact, let me explain it. Let me cam up to tell you this too. When I tried to do my due diligence when it came to animal abuse, farmyard animals, right? Really attacking the meat industry when I was big vegan, right? I had a video flagged down, but the whole reason why I was doing the video was to expose how these animal farms treat the animals before they end up on your dinner table. And it was really sad to just see that YouTube flagged me for that. Anyway, we're going to go to this video and see what's going on. Again, I'm going to step away briefly for a couple of minutes to go check on my children and use the restroom. I've been up here for hours. Let's go though.
Hey, Stacy. Hey, y'all. Hey. It's your girl, Monet. And we're here. We're about to do an interview with Shanae. And we're going to talk about CCPD, Chesterfield County Police Department. So I'm waiting for her to tune in so we can add her to the live. Y'all do me a favor and share this live for her. This is a very big story against Chesterfield Police Department, and she really wants to talk about this. And a lot of us can relate, literally can relate. Okay, she here, so let's bring her in. Okay, let me pin. I don't see the comment. It ain't popped up yet. 1 second. Oh, no, you not, Shimbo. I don't see the comment. Okay, I see it. All right, so we pinned in the comment so y'all can know exactly what we talking about. All right, her in. Is she here? Yeah, she here. Accept. Hey, sis.
Hello, how you doing?
Hey. So, it's me. You just spoke to me. And before we start, I know this is kind of emotional for you. You expressed that to me over the phone. So, you know, we're going to take it very slow and give you the time that you need to let everybody know exactly what happened, you know. So before we get into it, I kind of want to get like a context of what exactly happened, where you were before, who you was with, like who was with you when this situation transpired. So where exactly were you? Can you start from the beginning?
Okay. Can we remove the comments, please?
Oh yes, I'll remove the comments for you, babe. Let's see.
Whew. So
hold on. How can you remove his comments?
See if you can slide it. Does it work?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. It's not letting me do it over here.
Well, it kind of stopped on my side.
You see it?
Maybe I can do it. Can I remove it? That's it.
Okay.
No, I can't do it either. It's okay. That's fine.
You sure?
It's okay.
Okay. Okay, so kind of start from the beginning and tell us what you were doing before this even transpired.
Well, I went out to the new place called the Park. They just built up. That grand opening was Wednesday. So me and a couple of colleagues went out just to see how the place was. It was okay.
Okay.
After that, I left and I went to 150 to go meet another friend of mine to talk a little bit of business because I be emceeing and stuff like that. So we were just there talking business. When I left, got on the phone with my friend, try to get the address, try to put the address in the GPS before I left the parking lot, and it wasn't working. So I'm right there by 150 where the highway, by the underpass.
Let me slow you down for a second. When you left the park, what time was it?
I left the park around 9:30, 10.
Okay, so it wasn't even really that late.
Yeah, no, it wasn't.
Okay.
I wasn't there for like no more than an hour.
Okay, so you was heading to 150 North. Did you make it there?
Yeah, I went to 150 North. I went in 150 North. Like,
okay, you enjoyed yourself. All that was fine. It wasn't until after you left.
Business.
Okay. Okay, so walk us through the moment you left 150 North.
The moment I left 150 North, my mind was focused on going to my friend's house, chill with my friend for the night, just hang out, you know. It was just a regular, typical night.
Right.
Like I said, I called my friend on the phone. So I'm talking through to my car. That's how I talk. So I don't talk on the phone like this.
Right.
My GPS was acting up. I didn't know which way was I going, north or south, because you know the interstation is right there.
Okay.
So my GPS was messing up. So that's why I turned in. My first initial thought was to turn off the first right where Karina's and Tropical Smoothie is. And so
okay, because I saw that as well in your description. You was talking about Karina's and Tropical Smoothie. So okay, I'm trying to visually get where you were, like, you know.
Yeah, the one right overlooking Dollar Tree is on the opposite end of it by Popeyes. I'm on the opposite end of that. So
okay,
I just wasn't thinking. I guess that's just me just hurry up and just get off the road. Let me fix my GPS and go on by my way. I wasn't there no more than like 3 to 5 minutes. And I wasn't in like Tropical Smoothie parking lot or Karina's parking lot. I was in the parking lot behind the big parking lot where it's
just
like
an open,
just an open place, you know. I didn't want to do so many turns, none of that. So I wasn't there for no more than 3 to 5 minutes. I see the officer, I'm facing Popeye's direction. So I see the officer coming from that way.
Okay.
So to me, it looked like he came from, like maybe he turned in on that way to go into, like going by Popeyes to go into the area that I was in. That's what it looked like to me. Because he didn't come from within the parking lot. He came from the streetway and turned in. So he probably seen me probably from driving on Midlothian or whatever. But I don't know. I didn't see this guy. He saw me and he drove over there to me. I'm on the phone. I'm like, Lord, I was like, the police about to come over here. He was like, all right, well, it's cool. Just stay on the phone. I never have any bad encounters with the police. I never, you know.
So you thought it was just gonna be like a normal situation, like, hey, you know, I'm a little lost.
Yeah, you know, I have nothing on my ID, my license registration. That's fine. So I was prepared for that. You know, I don't have anything on my record, so I'm prepared for that. So, when he come around my car, and he get out the car, and he's holding his gun. He's holding it like holding it, and it's like, sorry, he never like took it out, put it in my face or nothing like that. But he was holding it, and he was holding it a little like halfway in the holster. You get what I'm saying? Like it wasn't in. It was like halfway in the holster. So the gun is in his hand. His hand is on the gun. Like it's a connection there. So he comes to my car and he say license and registration. I said, for what? And I do notice it, but I'm trying, like in my mind, I'm like already like automatically looked up, and I don't want to even mention about the gun. I don't want to bring that up. I don't want to mention it. I don't know what to think in this thing. Cause like when he asked me if he wanted my license registration, I said, why? And he said, because you are trespassing and you look like a serial killer.
Okay, so pause 1 second. Because that's the part that really just blows my mind. Okay. The only thing that I've heard so far was you said that you pulled over because your GPS was messed up. Okay, it's a little dark. Whatever.
So I don't text and drive, you know, right.
Okay. You wasn't standing outside your car, you know, there were no lights flickering.
No.
So what?
No. The only lights that was on was my headlights. That's it.
So you look what does a serial killer look like?
It describes what he looks like.
Okay, so after he says that,
girl, first of all, serial killers have no certain type. Like they said this for a long time about child molesters, that they were like, you know, scary looking, like in reality, right? Like the catfish killer dude in one of the pictures, he looks Down syndrome, and not to make fun of them, but I'm just wondering how somebody that was Down syndrome would become a cop. Not trying to be offensive or whatever, or a deputy or whatever, but there is no look. Main point here. There is no look. Somebody could be looking like an Abercrombie and Finch model, or a Calvin Klein model, or a motherfucker at the school where your kids be at, a motherfucker at the grocery store. Child, there is no look. There is no designated look to where this motherfucker is like sick and will be on some serial killer shit. But anyway, I digress. Let me shut up.
Description very well.
What was his race?
He was white.
Okay. So after he said that to you,
all of them are white.
What happened?
After
he said you look like a serial killer.
Wait, he told her she looked like a serial? What?
At that moment,
I'm confused now.
At that moment, myself just went out of my body. Like I don't know how else to explain this.
Right.
Myself went out of my body, and I literally saw the whole thing on how it would have played out. Like I saw it right before my eyes. Like I saw it, but I'm still here though. You get it?
Right.
So my friend, I don't even think I even had time to respond, because the person I was on the phone would remind you, he's quiet. He's just on the phone. So when he heard that, he said, "Oh hell no, Nay, I am coming. I'm getting out of my bed and I'm coming right now."
Because for him to say you look like a serial killer, to me, that's like him letting you know off top he feels threatened. That's how I would have instantly feel like, oh my God, this man feels fucking threatened.
But why do you feel like be threatening me? I drive a little Ford Focus.
Because your skin color, sis. I'm a very brutally honest person. Your skin color, sis.
That's sad.
Very. That's why I feel like everybody needs to know, because what the fuck does a serial killer look like? Other than my skin color that you associating it with.
But serial killers can actually, you know, come in several shapes and sizes, skin colors, and all that. I had actually done a live stream on a serial killer that was Black, and he was killing Black women and Spanish women, but mainly Black women. And guess what? YouTube struck me down. Not for copyright, harassment and bullying. How? How do you harass and bully a serial killer? I digress.
You didn't say nothing else.
He could have asked me was I'm okay, did I have a flat tire? He could have said, hey, you look a little suspicious.
Girl, you could have been giving birth. You could have went into labor, anything. I gave birth in a car, so that's possible.
Damn, you a boss. You a boss. And both of these women are beautiful as hell. Shout out to Melanation. But if you give birth in a car, period, I don't care the circumstances, you are a fucking boss. Like, period. Fuck.
So once your friend said, oh hell no, I'm coming to you, how did he respond?
My friend?
The police officer.
The police officer.
Was it a male or female?
It was a male, a white male. I can't remember their names, but if you check the story, their names and badge numbers is in the story.
Okay.
So that's another reason why I think that the royal family member shared me this, because allegedly this person that she may have had contact with is possibly, from what I'm looking at, possibly the man that was the deputy in the other situation, the catfish situation with the kids, with the child that was murdered. And then, well, the child wasn't murdered in that situation. Thankfully enough, the child made it through, but she was talking online to, you know what I'm saying, a man that catfished her and was a grown-ass man, 28, ex-deputy or deputy, right? He may have just quit his job, but he was in fact a deputy, period. Like, that says a lot to me. If the police department, and I do not fuck with 12, do not get it fucked up, but when 12 does something, they apprehend somebody that should not be in these streets, or the apprehension is thorough, I support that shit. I almost want to show you an apprehension that was not thorough, but anyway, I digress. Anyway, I was about to go on a whole spiel, but I may show you a couple of videos after this that I had, you know, made and pre-uploaded or whatever. But I don't know. I just feel some type of way right now, but possibly that may have to do with that situation, because this was sent to me under that pretext, I believe.
The police officer then said, oh, I'm just playing.
Because remember, in the Catfish Killings, dude was a deputy before he quit his job.
That was his, he was like, oh, I was just playing. And I believe, and I know I kind of like, I blacked out, like, in a way, like, I'm just panicking. I'm like, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? What about me to make you look like, what about me? You approaching me. How could you ever feel threatened? It's no tinted windows. It's a little gray Ford Focus, like, and I'm a woman. There's nothing in my car. I don't own no legal weapons. I don't own. Like,
but I'm still confused, because listen to my logic. Like I said, I try to play devil's advocate in a lot of different situations. Like, I literally try to look for reasons for people to say, okay, well, maybe you're overreacting. No, because I think about it. When you hear the word cop or killer together, the reaction is not, I'm playing. You get it? Or play, or let's play. They immediately jump into action and they respond. So for him to say, no, we're not even going. We not going
that situation. God, I give all praise to God first and foremost. okay? And I can't say that my friend saved my life because God put my friend in that position to be the one in my human form to be that to save my life. You get what I'm saying? So I really truly feel that he wanted a way to, he did that for a reaction. So he can have a reason to do what I don't even like to keep saying the worst because I'm blessed and I don't even think, I don't like that. People who know me know I'm not about violence at all. And by all means, defend yourself. Right. Somebody put their hands on you, you know, but I'm not with the whole gun thing, and I'm old school.
And then you gotta think, I'm imagining, like, I'm just using my context clues. Your friend was black and he was a male. So, well, okay, so your friend hear this happening. He say he just playing. Then what?
To be honest, I know words were said. It was mostly me because I'm like, well, why would you say that? Why? What about it? It started to make me question myself.
Did you ever step out of the car?
No. Never. Hell no.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
And he did not get my information either. I don't remember like giving him my ID. I did not give him my license. I don't even remember giving him my information. After that comment, he just drew back. Like after when my friend said, "Oh, I heard that I'm on the way," he kind of just drew back. And I know I did ask for his sergeant. It's little bits of pieces that I do.
That's
remember.
what I was like saying. What point was the sergeant? Who requested the sergeant?
I requested a sergeant.
Okay.
And I do remember me asking, was his body camera on? He did say yes. I do remember that. The second officer that came, he come on scene. He's telling me to calm down. I said, calm down. This man just came and put up on me and said, I look like a serial killer. He's telling me to calm down. Like, I can't explain the feeling. I just can't. Like, they had me questioning myself. Like, questioning myself. I know who I am, you know. And what about me made me look like a serial killer?
That's why I was like, wait, I'm kind of confused.
What?
To me, the only thing that stands out to me for him to say that would be your skin color. Like,
I don't know too many black serial killers.
They associate any type of violence with our skin color. And I'm not even the type, like you said, to go against the police department myself, but I'm not ignorant either.
Yeah,
But that's also not true. They do not associate any type of violence with our skin. That's a lie. I have actually looked at hella, and that is one of the reasons why, I look at body cam footage, because I want to see versus black versus white. I want to see how they deal with us. And sometimes, a lot of the times, they deal with more shit. But white people are getting killed by police as well. There's just not a hashtag, and we're gonna be real about shit.
I do believe they're good cops out
here.
Period. I don't like bash them. I don't be like F12, none of that. Like, because if anything was to happen to me,
I'm calling the police.
I will. I'll say F12, and the reason why I will say that is because a lot of the times you'll have a good cop, but guess what? He's protecting also a dirty ass cop in a lot of these situations.
That's who I'm going to become. So I would, but I just never had an interaction with a bad one.
So when his sergeant got there, what happened?
Yeah, and I actually have a pre-upload, and that's why you guys need to watch my pre-uploads. I'm going to pull it up though. So we have about, I would say about 10 more minutes of this clip. And I appreciate this clip, like period, point blank. It might come into play, or I might tomorrow resonate like, damn, okay, you know what I mean? But I do have an update on Brother Polite. So I will be showing that in this video. I also have a couple of other videos that I want to show that I pre-recorded. Like, my editing skills are bomb as hell. Like, can't nobody deny that. So in the least bit, normally I'm going live for hours on end, and I would love to go live with you guys for hours on end. But like, as my kids get a little bit older, we go through seasons or whatever, right? There was a time frame where I could go live on end without no problem. And then there's a time frame also where my daughter is doing what she needs to do for school. And again, my daughter, look, my camera. My daughter has ODD, which is oppositional defiance disorder. So even with me, like I was saying in the other case, like there ain't no way where me and my child are gonna have an argument and she's the age that she is, like 7 in the other case or whatever. But my daughter's doing like really good in school. She's doing really good in basketball. And she's also being more sports minded, where it's not just her being like the lead of the team, it's where she also, you know what I mean? So if you ever dealt with a child that has ODD, basically ODD eventually allegedly turns into bipolar later. I'm bipolar, but I'm gonna be real about shit. I've already talked about this before. It's no secret. But a lot of children with ODD, they have an issue with authority. And so if any child in my household was going to walk out of my house at 7 or any age, right, that was in the clips earlier, that we looked at the cases earlier, that we looked at mainly being the Athena, it would have been my daughter. Has never walked outside, was not afraid of the dark, and still never walked outside. Maybe because she's not getting, there's something that was going on in that home to make that child like that. But anyway, yeah, that's just what I feel like is ODD is. So basically anybody with authority. So it could be me, it could be, possibly the police, right? She's about to be 14 in a little bit, but it could be the police, anybody that's authoritative at the school, that would become an issue. And now, like literally, because my daughter has the responsibility of being on a team, and it's feeling like a second type of family to her, she's really like acting bomb as hell at school. Like I really wish we could extend the basketball season, which my daughter is also in volleyball and other sports that come up. She's also in track and other things or whatever, because we're trying to keep her like initiated into whatever like is keeping her kind of chill on the end, because if you're on the basketball team, and this goes to high school, my daughter is in the 8th grade though, but when this even goes to high school, if you're on the basketball team, the volleyball team, any type of team, you're going to be held accountable for your actions. Also, my daughter's super excited about working at Mickey D's, right? As the first job or whatever, I'm going to really get her a job at really the VA center, because my father is a veteran, and that was my first job. I was doing paperwork at the VA center, but I'm going to try to get her intertwined because they pay more also. But yeah, it's just a lot. Like, so when her behavior is bomb, I don't want to shake that shit at all. Like, period. I don't want to change anything or whatever. And when she's initiated in sports, she's not going to get fired if at her job when she turns 14, if she acts out in school, but she will get put off the basketball team, volleyball team, or whatever, if she has a bad interaction at school or whatever. One time though, there was this girl recently, this was about 4 days ago, well, Friday, my daughter got allowed to beat up another student at the school because said child was sprinkling hand sanitizer on her brother's head. Now, normally my kids fight, my 2 youngest, they fight like, girl, Jerry Springer, they fight like that. But I've been working other methods, and one that I'm going to post about in about a day or 2 or whatever. I'm still seeing how to work, right? because I convinced my children that they can they can hit each other one time and get away with it a day. However, now my children, and starting from when I said that, now my children are talking more realistically to each other, the two youngest, about when is the best time to hit each other and not hitting each other. So we're good. Anyway, I really think that like when you're dealing with a child, you know, my son has ADHD, my daughter has ODD and ADHD. So my children are not medicated. I'm not going to give my children something that is going to alter their personality and all that. I had a friend that had a child that was diagnosed with ADHD in kindergarten, and they went on Ritalin and all them other meds, and they started peeing the bed. Their weight got a lot lighter and stuff. So I just really was like, we're not dealing with none of this, and you're just going to be accountable for your actions. Like, I'm bipolar, I'll admit it, you know what I mean? I will flip the fuck out on a bitch that come for me or whatever, and that's what you'll kind of see on my channel. I'm being forthcoming in outright in reality. You know what I mean? But I'm good though. I've been with a man for 9 years. I have all of my children, period. My children are more than good. Shit. I got shit more outdated than they do. And that's by purpose, because I would rather invest in my kids than invest in myself. Don't get it fucked up with the wig, bitch. I know how to finesse, okay? But I do really have about 90 wigs, period. Anyway. You know what I mean? I can go into some shit. And I've been asked to do a wig channel, and I might just do that. But I ain't gonna tell everybody. They gonna have to find me, bitch. Anyway, so when it comes to ODD, I don't know how we got from that in this clip. I think that maybe what Shorty is talking about may be valid, but it's not right now to me. But a child with ODD, or which turns into allegedly bipolar, you do not have to medicate them. I do not beat my children. I do not spank my children. I do not yell at my children. My children just woosah. When it come to me, they already know. Like, I don't know why. And that's the crazy thing about my daughter having ODD. My daughter was like, I don't want no diagnosis, you know, hindering me from getting a job. And that's how she talks at 13. Hindering me. Shout out to those that are, you know, going through whatever they go through. But also, I think that we need to, you know what I mean, rely on also, you know, children coming up and whatever, you know what I mean? Yeah, but these fucking teachers in school want to diagnose everybody. My children have only been diagnosed in school. However, my children have little meetings or whatever, you know what I mean, redirections, right? But they do not have, and my son, like, the school told me that my son probably got ADHD from my daughter. And I was like, what? Like, nigga, what you saying? Anyway, so a child can allegedly learn behavior from another child, which I agree with. But my son knows, like, when main thing is the school is to get me on the phone. If they are at the point where you cannot deal with my children, I don't know what the fuck from this video got us on this. But if they cannot deal with my children, guess what, baby? You are to call me. Do not put me on speakerphone. Put me ear to ear with this nigga, period. And we're going to have a talk. And I guarantee, even if they are recording, all they're going to hear is a talk. Because I do not beat my kids. Like, I have this whole thing with certain counties even concerning children and how they're spoken to. You know what I mean? I've spoke at schools. I've spoke at a lot of schools. You know what I mean? About children's behavior and things like that. And you can see me in this moment where I've been drinking a couple of these little ones. Now think about it. A real Corona bottle is way bigger than my hand could ever be with the nail. Come on now. These are 7 ounces of Corona. And I've drinking 4 of them and had 2 shots of Patron. But let me tell you something, baby, it is all up to the parent. And you can give your child these medicines, right? Look, I told my daughter this year, you get to pick. If you want to be vaccinated, I'm going to support you. I'll hold your hand, all that shit. My daughter agreed to certain vaccinations and passed on others. You have to let these children live, but you also need to be right there over their shoulder, helicopter mom type of shit. That's what I am. But in a way to where you're not impeding on their life, but also to where you're protecting their identity, their safety, you know what I mean? But anytime that they get to like throwing out children, my children, both the school age children, those are my, juveniles at this time, because my other children are grown, successful men that 2 of them own houses and the other one is working on it. You know what I mean? He just graduated last year. Like, come on, bro. And one of them is autistic, not my child, but my stepson. And he's doing great as hell. So, and we don't medicate him. We not finna shove pills down his throat. Like when we were, at one point in time, I had 5 children in my motherfucking house. My daughter was ADHD and ODD. My son was ADHD. We had the autistic child, and the 2 oldest were working on getting out of the house. One had ADHD and the other one was undiagnosed, but there was no issues. All of them are effective people in this life. They're not dumbed down. They're not retarded. Shout out to those that are, I'm not talking about the mentally disabled. I'm saying those that don't see a future in their own life. Like all of my sons, the ones that are grown, is 3. And whether I birth them or not, they're my sons. And all 3 of them are effective in life. Like they're paying bills. And one, again, is autistic. He has Asperger's syndrome. So it's like, I don't even know what got us here from this video or whatever, but we're going to look at it because I got a couple of other things I want to show y'all, child. Like, I'm just saying, we back at this, but something had brought that up to where I needed to say something. And I know I got other mothers in the room that, like, do the IEP with them, but do not agree to give them any fucking type of medication. And if you do, at least research the medication, because guess what? It comes with other type of issues, like, period. And I watch that play throughout other type of issues. When you have children that are like that, sometimes you want to branch out and become friends with somebody that's other child has been diagnosed or whatever. And then you're like, wait a minute, but your child is medicated and now they're peeing in the bed. They're not eating. They're acting crazy at school. Their sleep is not regulated. Like, I would rather just have authentic shit. And there's certain things, right? I'm definitely not talking about melatonin, but I kind of am in a way, you know what I mean? But to regulate a child that is ADHD, and certain other things like CBD can be approved for your child other than some type of medicine that they're creating in a lab. And now, like my daughter and one of my sons was on CBD for, each was a different amount of time. But my daughter, she was on CBD for about 3 months and like didn't even want the CBD no more and wasn't speaking against it, but was like, I can do this because, she was thinking like, what is this doing to my body type of shit, even though CBD is medically or whatever. But she was like more on like, I don't want, like, if you smoke a cigarette, a joint, a blunt around my daughter, she's going to flip the fuck out. Like, period. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we got to be more understanding that children with disabilities can really shine. It's the parents sometimes that hinder their children's growth. And you know, if you need some help in that, you know, reach out to me behind the scenes or whatever, because I can show you some shit. I could tell you about some rights when it comes to IEP meetings and how the school goes when it comes to certain things.
Well, let's back up to when the second officer came. So after that, I rolled my windows up. I'm still on the phone. The second officer come. He tell me to calm down.
What? I'm not saying to give nobody no CBD. I'm just saying, like, it was approved from a doctor. I was like, but you would put my daughter on some medicine that would do anything to her brain and body, but you know, and they were chewables. It wasn't like, you know what I mean? My daughter was like smoking the marijuana or nothing. But she still got a whole pack full of whatever. It's just really melatonin mixed with the CBD, and it's supposed to regulate her sleep or whatever. I got it from them and looked into it and found another source to where they got it from so I could know what the fuck I was putting in my daughter's body. And it was the same thing. And I showed it to, you know what I mean, her little therapist or whatever at the school. And they was like, oh, cool, this got the same ingredients as ours. Okay, if you like this company better. I'm not saying to do it or don't, but I'm just saying, like, that's a work for us. And she was on that shit for like literally like 3 months and is done. Like, no problem. Now I'm interested in seeing in between the sports teams that she'll be on. Like basketball, we're about halfway done with it, right? They've won 6 games. They're doing good. They got 2 games this week. But I'm interested in seeing like how she acts in between that, because I feel like right now she feels like she has a responsibility to, you know, do for her school. But we'll see. You know what I mean? Period. Like,
I said, why are you telling me to calm down? You telling me I look like a serial killer? He's like, well, I don't know what happened. I said, sir, I'm telling you what happened. It's just too many situations where people are getting killed by police. And he say, well, I'm not black. I don't know anything about that. I have a black.
And what's crazy to me is that they're diagnosing children at school.
Brother-in-law, but that's it. The fuck? Send me a sergeant, like, for real. I'm not. My friend came, they tried to stop him from coming, and he walked right past me, said, no, I heard what you said, and I'm going to go check on her. And that's exactly what he did. And he stayed right there. When the sergeant got there, I mean, everything happened so fast. When the sergeant got there, they left like maybe a minute or 2 later. That's when I got out the car.
I'm confused. Why was they even allowed to leave?
That's why I got out the car. And
I'm honestly confused at the whole story, but
I went to him and I said, well, why is they leaving? He said, because it was a fire down the street. And I said, well, it could have been a dead body right here. They don't need to be working. They don't need to be in these streets. And I'm in this situation that just happened. I had to call you. I'm calling you because of misconduct. What they doing? Yeah, the sergeant. He gave me all the information, the badge numbers. Yeah, it's just a waiting game right now.
Did they apologize to you? Did the sergeant apologize to you?
He did, but later on that night when I spoke with him, he tried to justify the police. He tried to justify the police actions and say that's not what he said. He said that I have to make sure that I'm not. He had to make sure that I wasn't a serial killer.
Okay, so then I would have asked him, "Can I see the tape?"
I'm in a request for it. It's like this big process, they say, but I'm still in the waitings for it. I have requests for it.
They're gonna tell you that because they're gonna want you to feel like it's a long drawn out process, thinking that you're gonna let it go. Mm-hmm. But that's scary that a police officer will look at you and say you look like a serial killer. That's grounds for you to fucking kill me.
Man, look, I'm scared of a bug. I'm scared. I'm like scared to even kill a bug. Like that's not me. And what makes you think, like, what about me that makes you think that or even feel that way? Even if it is the color, I don't see color.
I don't get it. Honestly, I don't get it.
I got it for the comment section. Do anybody want to ask her any questions in specific, you know, while she's openly telling her story? Because this is crazy. You know,
I'm openly telling my story because I'm here. I'm alive to be able to tell my story. And the cruel ones, y'all can keep y'all negativity to yourself. Because if you find a problem in my story, then you are a problem.
Because I know, for example, when you're sleepy, and I don't know if people know this, when you're sleepy or you're tired.
Bruh, no shade, but I could have never came up here with the 1, 2, 3 nails on my finger. Wow.
It is advised by the law.
No, not 3, 2. My bad.
For you to pull over, turn your car off, keep it on, whatever the case may be, and take a nap. So what if she decided that she was tired? Like,
that wasn't the case. I was just fixing my GPS. The GPS was not.
You know what? Honestly, I'm over this whole situation or whatever that is playing out right here. I'll look at it at another time. I'm just not feeling it right now. I don't know what the fuck old girl is talking about. Maybe I'm tripping. But anyway, shout out to Sierra that sent that in. Maybe I'm just not feeling it at this moment. She did say look at it at another time. But anyway, so here's the polite update or whatever. Now, obviously, been waiting on this case, child. I've been waiting the fuck out of this case, like, period. But obviously it's going to continue. So let's take a look at this video that I created that you could also find on in my video section on YouTube. I think they like made shit more complicated, but anyway, here's the update.
Okay, thank you. All right, continuing. I do see counsel on the Zoom. Let me go back. Took care of Mr. Abreu. David Taras on behalf of Michael Nowak.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. This is on page 11. Let's see what we got. Okay, this is a motion to continue. I think I recall this. Is ASA Seraph on? Was this on for no furthers? Was that the issue?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. No, it was, we filed a motion to continue, and Your Honor would like to have the case set for a status check.
It might have been, I think you wanted an additional 90 days. Maybe that's what it was. No, but when it was the last time for trial, no, it didn't.
It was on no continues because y'all already had a hella continuations. Now, I get it. People are, you know what I mean? When they retain a lawyer and they're bailed out, they can have, you know, a certain amount of time to fight their case. But this case right here, like, we need this. We need the evidence and proof to come out. Like, we've already known that Brother Polite, aka Michael E. Nowak Jr., has been charged with getting 6 semen stains on a little girl. I believe it. I believe he's a fucking predator. I believe he's sick as shit. But we need this case to continue on. Like, are we going to trial? Is he taking a plea deal or what? Like, what is going on?
Have a trial date?
But the attorney in this case don't care, the dude that you seen right before this, because he's getting paid regardless. But Polite is scamming our people for the money to pay for his ass.
All right. All right. As far as the continuance, I will grant the defense continuance, but I just needed to get an update on the discovery, where we are, because we need to get this. If I thought it was already on trial status, but it needs to be put on the trial queue. This case is about 15 months old.
Clearly, the judge in this case wants this to be done. 15 months old, granted, we had the Rona and all that to deal with. They played off of that, right? There was some issues with a prosecuting attorney, but let's go with this case, bro.
Yes, Your Honor. So we have 8 depositions outstanding on the case. The state and I have been working diligently behind the scenes on multiple discovery resolutions as is case.
But what actually in the disposition is he going to get from the victim in this case? And the fact that this man will allegedly be interviewing a child victim in this case is sad and pathetic. I don't think he should be, in a minute, he's going to say that he's going to have to fly out there to meet with said child. And I think that that's fucked up.
Case has been continuing.
I think that the state should do that.
To avoid motions to compel and the like. We have depositions set for November 16th, 18th, 21st, and 23rd. We are also in the process of setting 2 depositions for December. That will be of the lead criminologist and DNA expert for the state in this matter, as well as the lead detective. At that point, the 2 final depositions will be for the minor alleged victim and her mother. My understanding is that they both.
And I got a problem with that. So you mean to tell me that this fish mouth motherfucker, this nigga is an attorney. And if I could zoom in on his mouth is fucked up. Anyway, I digress. He's gonna go meet with who and what? Now I already got certain clearance for an interview with said mother and, pertaining to said victim after the case is over. But I also don't want to push the mother to, we find out the case resolution and she's doing an interview with me. I'm not on that. But I'm just wondering why, wouldn't this what?
Reside in out of state, possibly in Boston, I believe. So given that it's a minor.
So he also just let his client know where possibly the mother may be living at with said child that he already abused, because obviously she has left that event.
State and I are going to have to schedule, very likely, to travel to their state to take those depositions. So I'm expecting that we will be ready for trial probably in March of this year.
And honestly, with the disposition thing, that's something that's new to me, ironically enough, all the cases that I've covered. But the fact that somebody that's pro-Polite, pro-Michael E. Nowak, in this case, is going to go meet with a child and the mother. Why isn't the state getting, all you got to do is record the shit?
I'm sorry, of next year, excuse me.
All right. Well, when do you expect to take the depots of the victim and the mother? Because January or February is not a good time to be traveling to Boston to take depots.
And the judge makes a little funny comment, right? Because it's cold in Boston.
Yeah, I understand that, Your Honor. We have not discussed specific dates yet. We're trying to get there. Basically, there was over 30 witnesses total. I haven't deposed everybody, but we're getting to the very end here in this matter as far as the depositions in the next few months. And then those depositions regarding the alleged victim and the mother, I have not spoken to the state yet specifically when we would want to do that. But of course, it's going to take time to schedule those and arrange that. I know the weather won't be great, but the court also has to move the court's docket. So we understand that. We've been working very diligently on it.
All right.
But actually, they really haven't been moving diligently at all. In reality, all I've seen is Michael E. Nowak Jr., aka Brother Polite's attorney, kind of milk this case while he steals from the conscious community and anybody else that believes in his, schemes and scams.
December, January. All right, I will go ahead. I will give the 90-day report date. What do we have in 90 days? I'm sorry? February 8th. All right. So I would strongly suggest to try to get the depots of the mother and victim done by then, so that we will be in a trial posture for the next setting after that. So February 8th for status. Anything further?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Anything from the state? Nope. Okay. Thank you, sir. Take care.
So there you go, royal family. Brother Polite's court date has now been continued to February 8th, 2003. It does look like the judge, though, is pushing for this case to be done and over with. He did note that it has been 15 months, and we're just as eager to find out the final conclusion of this court date. It does seem like, though, that Brother Polite's attorney is trying to just, pussyfoot around a little bit, which is kind of expected when you do put money on an attorney. A lot of the times they will prolong things out in hopes that it will, at the end of the day, lessen the load. However, we standing on this case. We ain't going nowhere. Shout out to CCCTV. I seen her up in the Zoom room, okay? Zoom, baby. Look, we finna find out what the fuck is going on. Now, Brother Polite did drop a video. We may go over it. I still gotta watch it. It was not about court, obviously, but he did speak on Kyrie and Kanye West. I did find that pretty odd, though. But I just really quick wanted to get this out to you guys, let you guys know what is going on in the Brother Polite case. He did have court at 9 a.m. in Florida, Dade County, and this is November 8th, 2022. Next court date, however, is 90 days from today, which is February 8th, 2023. I hope we get to the bottom of this and, it's not continued again and they don't find, something else. I want the conclusion of this already. However, we know that with court situations, things do tend to take a long time, especially if you have an attorney that is paid for. So much love, royal family. I'm going to get out of here. I will see you guys in a live stream, or you will hear my voice in another video. So stay royal, stay uncompromisable. Please stay woke. Make sure you hit this like button, share this out. Bye-bye. All right, so since we got that, let me stop screen sharing that and we can go to up to the moment situation on that case. Y'all already know I'm covering that shit. Period, point blank. I don't care. I was in the Zoom room. I saw that other people that were on YouTube were in there as well, mainly Uncle Shug and, like I said, Trip C, I believe it was. But anyway, if you can't, let me make this bigger really quick. So I went to the dockets or whatever, just to let you see that we are talking about Michael Nowak. Let me make this bigger. Let me make this bigger a little bit as well, so you can see. Right, so we're talking about Michael E. Nowak, who is Brother Polite. He was telling you that, not you, but he was telling people in the conscious community that they should change their name and all this and that. But ultimately, he went with his birth name. Anyway, let's go down to documents, right? Dockets. 67 says 11/28, which was just a few days ago, about a week ago. Notice of taking disposition electronic. 11/21, notice of taking disposition canceled. So there's been some activity in here, but not really that much, because the last court date was 11/8/2022, which was trial date set for 2/8 2023 at 9 a.m. However, and let's go up to hearing notices, right? Which is right here. It does say February 2018. However, this date is not the day that you would expect that the hearing, the trial would start initially, because they would have to start interviewing people that would be on the jury. So this is just basically notice, in my opinion, of trial, that it would start after that day, that they would, get people sent out notifications or whatever, letters, obviously not notifications, but of that they have been asked to be involved in this trial, but 9 o'clock in the morning. Now I will be, and maybe I'll do a live shit, depending on, I might take that day off shit, but I will be uploading a video. My first time uploading this video, though, for the last court date, when I uploaded a video that I made off of my computer at work, which had, everything is kind of synced if I wanted to be. And guess what? I was so eager to return back to work that I forgot to fix the audio and certain other things in the video. However, I re-uploaded the video and things like that, which is one of the video that you just saw. But yeah, in this situation, we going back to trial. I mean, we going to trial. I'm waiting on it to go to trial, period. I knew it was going to take a while. I knew it was not going to take a couple of days or, but all of this is here, and I can actually share you guys the link. You might need to put in Michael E. Nowak, go to Defender. I don't know what that's going to lead you to, but this is the page that I'm on. I know how to get here. I can direct y'all or send y'all or whatever, but everything is basically here. So what has been introduced since the actual court date, which was down here, was just some cancellations of disposition, and those might have been the first ones that the attorney was speaking about. But hopefully they have everything that they're gonna do underway before we move on, because motherfuckers got other shit to look at. But I'm in it for the long run. Salute to the mother and the victim in that situation. I can't even begin to understand how y'all feel in this situation, but I just want it to be done so they continue to heal and can move on possibly out of this situation. Now, I am going to play this video, which is equally fucked up. But since we're here and I haven't seen you guys in a while, shout out to those that support me, but they have jobs and things like that and they're asleep right now. But I know you guys will see this in the AM pretty much after I get offline. It seems like my people come out the bushes, but sometimes I got a group of people that don't participate in live streams because they're toxic sometimes, going into the YouTube beefs or whatever. But in this situation, I'm gonna leave y'all out before I give my final, feeling about today or whatever. But this one is a pre-upload that I also did concerning a man that stole the police car in hopes of getting away. And this man is severely tasered and beat up, but also kind of what did you expect in that situation? I don't really know how to feel about this video, y'all. I'm gonna be honest, but I'm gonna show it to y'all. So let's go.
5, contact made. They're fleeing.
Contact made. Fleeing. Flight on direction.
They're trying to leave the apartment.
Shit, Chloe, it's snowing up here right now.
Radio. 2 black males. Passenger's going to be a little bit younger. The rear end, rear bumpers coming off the vehicle. Appears to be a rear-wheel drive vehicle. He's having trouble in the snow. He's coming up to 12 mile now.
Because sometimes I speed up the video.
Don't you move! Get out of the fucking car! Get out of the fucking car right now, you son of a... We're outside the vehicle now.
This look like some Grand Theft Auto shit.
Have a police car! Have a police car!
So dude right now is yelling at the top of his lungs. They stole his police car because at the end of the day, he gonna be in trouble for that shit. I'm telling you now.
Eastbound, a Winchester, vehicle 15, they have our car.
Now, whether they got him or not, he in trouble. He should have never just jumped out like that with his door open, allowing the perp to jump in his car and take off.
Go! 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 10-3, yes, our police car! Vehicle 15! Don't you do it! Again, don't you do it! Don't you do it! Don't you do it! You're making a big mistake!
So the car that we're in, looking at camera video right now, is the car, the police car that was taken.
He has our patrol car.
So the cop that just hit him is the one that's trying to stop. Obviously, the view that we're getting, the person that stole the car. So now he's stuck in there. You're gonna hear him kind of rumble around. I think he's orientated with what is going on. All that tussle that you're hearing, I think it's because the airbags went off in the car. Police show up.
Bro. I got you.
Don't fucking move!
Hands up, top your fucking head! Get him out of that car! On that side! Hands!
I did not blur the police's faces out. They were blurred out because they may be part of, you know, secret you know what I mean? Like confidential informant type of situations where they go in and buy drugs or whatever.
My hands up! My hands up! My hands up! Hey, right over here! Over here! My hands up! Get him off! Hey, that boy kidnapped! He kidnapped me! He kidnapped me! Get the fuck out of here!
What's up, Sean? I'm just showing some of the videos that I've been doing far as pre-uploaded videos. My channel is shadow banned right now because I decided to start looking at real content and, you know, stop feeding into the YouTube street shit, which I may address from time to time. However, just showing some crazy Grand Theft Auto shit, in my opinion, that I had showcased on my channel.
Don't let him get away.
Now, this is the extended version. The reason why the person that put in the FOIA request, shout out to that person, was not able to get this video for a considerable amount of months is because what you're going to see now. Now, I do not promote or support police brutality, but this man did steal the police car, and you are going to see them being very upset. And I could imagine that they beat his ass on the way to the police station there and all of that. It's just crazy, but viewer discretion is advised. We're sharing this for educational purposes only.
Don't you fucking let him get away. Box it in. Just don't run over anybody. Watch out. Careful, careful, careful. Motherfucker. You're fucking done. Hey, right over here. Get here. You motherfucker. I swear to Christ. Get the fuck out of here. You stupid motherfucker. Get the fuck out of the goddamn car. Taser! You stupid fuck! You stupid motherfucker! Taser!
If you've seen, they tased him for about 2 minutes, and that's not protocol. And now they're beating their ass. And it's also crazy that when this video footage came out, the police's identity was also blurred out. I guess protection from them, but oftentimes the police, when they put out body cam footage, they will also blur out maybe the police car inside the police car as far as the driver's seat view, which could be because of the computer and the information that they're looking up, or that they don't want you to know what it looks like inside of, I guess, their police car. But the fact that it took this long for this video footage to come out, and on the, you know, release of it, the police identity was blurred out like that is kind of sus. Oh, you're by Southfield? Okay.
Roll on your stomach. Roll over.
Right, not alone, not only that, but the fact that they were punching him. And still tasing him. Okay. Oh, you do? Yes, this did happen in Michigan in the beginning of the year 2022.
You stupid fuck!
And look, they're just laying into him with the taser.
Yeah, I think I'm bleeding. I don't know what from. Okay. 91 radio.
All right, in reality, just honestly, I got one more. Because just in case, like, people are shadow banned from my channel, which I do think is the case, there was a situation that had happened where a kidnapper had stole the car containing 3 small children. The children were, you know, found unharmed. In this situation, like, fuck 12 in reality, but I do feel like in this situation, they did a great job of apprehending said subject. I first want to point out that the car that was stolen is not a car that most people would want to steal. So in my opinion, somebody that researches into like child abduction, child molestation, child victims, period, I would say said person knew, and that was the sole reason why they stole the cars, because children were in the car. However, said person is a Black woman, so I do want to showcase that, because I have already showcased that Black women, like, just period, women period, not just Black women, like, period. I was tripping. But women can be predators too. So never look at a woman like, oh, they have the capability of being a mother and they would care about children. No, they will sell other people's children. They will sell their own children. They would do whatever the fuck they need to do to make a buck. And in this situation, the kidnapper was a woman. Didn't really feel like I needed to put that in the title, but maybe I will after this. And I was irritated because obviously my content that I pre-upload is thorough, right? And a lot of my live streams dismiss this one. I'm excited to see people and have not been live for a while, but I put a lot of work into my shit. So when people don't watch it, and then I'm dealing with either YouTube shadow ban me, which has happened before because of a lot of shit that I talk about over here. And then also the fact that I was talking about YouTube beef and they were kind of like promoting me out there. And then when I went back to actual content, it was like flatline, right? But you can find these videos that I'm showing right now, which is, this will be the last one. But I want to showcase this because sadly enough, you know, people don't think about maybe when they go to the gas station and they leave their kids in the car so they could run in to pay for the pump or whatever's going on, right? I'm not saying that that was the exact situation of this. However, the parents in this situation left the car and the kids in the car for a brief time, and the car was stolen. So that kind of leads me to believe a little bit, you know what I mean? But under the description of these videos is more information, if there is more information. So I was just kind of like sad and like, damn, this is what we on, to only get like 36 fucking views on the video. And the video has been up, oh, it's 96 now. It's been up for 12 days though. Like, quit playing with me. Now, I shouldn't have to like just come live every time, you know what I mean, to do a video. People should also just see videos or whatever. But also I do really think a lot of the blame comes on YouTube, because I have talked about certain things that YouTube doesn't like, but they can't flag me for it or get rid of the video. So what they do is normally shadow ban me. I've been through this on all of my channels that I have now, except for like 2, plus a couple that are already taken from YouTube. So I'm not really blaming, you know, my audience. In reality, I'm blaming YouTube, because I know that I'm shadow banned off of how I switched up shit and directed it towards real content. Anyway, for about 20 minutes, we're going to look at a situation involving a kidnapper who steals a car with 3 small children inside. This is body cam footage, and I do like body cam footage because it's the most normally authentic footage that you will ever get. Like the news can come and talk about this story, but they may leave out certain parts. We are eyewitness because the camera is rolling. So yes, thank you. I will be posting more shorts coming up or whatever, but also, you know, these ones shorts could be 20 minutes, because we've been live for 6 hours and 52 minutes. I don't even understand that, but I missed y'all. I'll be here from now on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday talking to you about something hopefully that matters, but we at least get one messy day in there. Anyway, let's take a look at this video where a female was popped off for stealing a car with 3 small children. And again, I want to show you the car is not like a Mercedes-Benz. It's not a Corvette. It's not, a Hellcat. It's nothing that a motherfucker would want to steal. The only reason why this car was stolen was because there was 3 small children in there. And I digress. Anyway, let's take a look at my video. I appreciate you guys that are really supporting me. Like, I really do. And again, I feel like it's YouTube. I'm really shadow banned, and I can like point out a couple of videos that I've done to where that got me like that, plus the fact that I went on to real content. So don't think that I'm talking about y'all. I do appreciate you guys. Facts, Monica.
At this time, all units not involved in the stolen vehicle. Secondary court dispatch.
So you mean to tell me this car right here was so important for this person to steal this car, which happened to have 3 small children in the back? I'm not buying it. Like, what even is that?
Radio, I've got the vehicle here at Ashford, Washington, Adam John Victor 08 Young. It's not stopping right now. Where's my closest unit?
Hey, 42, I'll be in crowd code.
Pull over to the side of the road right now!
No.
Right now, I'm in Ashford Leeds, 38.
I'm gonna be close to him, so you get someone with him.
Asher and Mary heading west.
Right there, I'm in Rockland's location. I'm not running code.
Traffic's locked up here at
Yes, if you show me code to the southbound location.
Pulling into the O'Reillys here at Fair Park and Asher.
38 if you're like already know.
I got somebody coming down Maple or coming down Fair Park. We can get them stopped here in this parking lot there. Going through the lot.
Go ahead and show me code to catch up with this here.
Northbound on Fair Park. Speed of 10.
546 traffic.
10-4, sir. Crossing 32nd, northbound on Fair Park. Speed's 24.
Right, code, we have location.
One thing, traffic.
I got the 24. Follow.
And then all that damn bouncing around of the audio, that shit was getting on my nerves. The fact that only one side of the audio is working until apprehension, that shit was getting on my nerves. Like, what the fuck is going on? But ain't no way somebody gonna steal this car just for the car. Like, what they gonna do with it?
Story up in the areas on Discord code, but I'm about to pull up in case they do that.
Pull your vehicle over to the side of the road right now.
Joe 21.
91.
Yes, ma'am. This one's go with the shorts, not target.
Gary, we're only going about 30.
Yep.
I'm gonna block off traffic.
They're gonna throw out some spike strips in a couple of minutes, right? But they also couldn't pit maneuver this car because there's 3 small children inside. So while he's driving slow, understand that, and you're about to see the pit maneuver right now. I mean the spike strips, and the spike strips are deployed, if you didn't know, to disable the tires to flatten them, and eventually they'll run out of, air, and it would be a hard time, trying to have a high-speed chase with the police. Car is starting to definitely lose control of the road. It was kind of veering off the road into the other lane earlier, but and sometimes spike strips can hit just like the front of the car or the back of the car, depending on when they pull them.
Just be advised I'm en route to this incident.
Heading westbound on 12 crossing Pierce. The vehicle has flat tires. It's kind of swerved a little bit.
And that was about to be an accident because whoever just came right in front of the police did not see that they were obviously, watch this shit. Bam. This car was about to be T-boned and you were doing too much. So even though the speeds are low, the car is still swaying because whoever's driving it is having an issue with, you know, the tires are deflated.
Running code. Going to go.
Probably have kids crying in the background. They asking for their mommy. Super dangerous.
X6 in the area.
But some tires is wobbly.
Out to Cleveland.
If anybody can get a little bit ahead of
All right, here comes apprehension, y'all.
Like 6:30.
Here we go.
The kids are in the vehicle.
Yeah, for number 2 Natural Resource Drive.
And hold on, you'll be able to see a side view of what's going on in 1 second.
Can I hear from somebody else here on the standby?
This is inside the car, the version of the body camera from the arresting officer. The one that was on pursuit. And you may not have heard it, but he said, let's get these kids, let's keep these kids safe. And I commend him for that. Let's go.
The kids are in the vehicle.
Transport number 290 repost
Come out with your hands up! Show me your hands right now!
Everybody take cover.
We're good. Hey, go ahead. Hey, listen. Hey, he's gonna give talk. Hey, listen. He's giving commands. He's going hands on. Y'all watch us cross. Pulley, stop. Pulley. We're gonna take it back to you. Okay. Chill out. Ma'am, stand up. Exit the vehicle right now. Keep your hands up. Turn around.
Hey, we're gonna walk right back to
pull your jacket up. Have her walk straight back, ma'am.
Hands like that. Hands just like that. Come on. Keep back. Keep coming back to my boy. Keep coming back. Back. Keep coming back. Keep coming back.
Okay.
Keep coming back.
Yeah.
Keep coming back.
Hey.
All right.
Crowder. He and I are moving up. We're going to clear the car. Y'all watch y'all's crossfire. Good, Paul.
Because at this time, they're not sure of who else is in the car besides the children.
Clear. Kids. I got three babies. We're clear. Come here, sweetheart. Come here, sweetheart. Come here, baby. Come here, sweetheart. Come here, baby. Ma'am. That's the LT's car. You good? Okay.
We can go back to my car.
We're at the corner of Broadmoor and Berkshire. Looks like 27 Berkshire.
Yes, but luckily, Chloe, in this case, they were unharmed. I really think the police did a good job on this apprehension because they were able to take the car down, children unharmed, before anything had happened.
Yeah, we're going to let a Southwest person transport to
But listen, a baby girl cry for her mommy. Like, that shit almost made me cry.
You saw it, right?
Right now. And I'm the one that edited this video.
Southwest.
You transport, because they need to go to major crimes because you got a kidnapping involved.
Yes.
So who got the suspect?
Pulley.
Who was secondary? Who was primary?
I was primary.
Who was secondary?
They were secondary.
Does she live here? Does she know anybody here?
I don't know. We need to.
Major crimes is gonna work it, so y'all gonna have to. Okay. Only one suspect.
And you see, they called it a kidnapping because children were in the car. Again, ain't no car thief gonna steal this fucking car right here. Nobody is gonna steal this car. You could literally leave the keys in there. But in this situation, there was 3 children inside the car that were fairly young, and the bitch, right? Whoever she was, you'll see her in a second while they put her against the police car, whatever, was melanated. And she was getting ready to steal other fucking children that were melanated to do God knows what with, right? Good night, Monica. Thank you for joining in the chat. I appreciate you.
It's funny because Crowder went Roosevelt and I went Asher Wright.
No, not when I'm literally in a pursuit, spike strips, cars fishing on me the whole time, and I seen three little baby heads popping in the back. I was not happy. I was most of my body cam the entire pursuit just sitting there praying.
And he told the truth. Y'all may not have heard it, but I did in editing. The bus is dropping off kids. And mind you, I also wonder why she pulled into this area. Like, why not pull on the side of the road somewhere else or whatever? Did she live at this home? Was there some type of relevance to her at this residence?
You see, that's me. 98. You did right. You did right. You did right. Okay, that's right. I said you K9, yeah.
LT, appreciate you. So,
yeah, she wasn't gonna go too much further.
Oh no, I'm surprised she went as far as she did.
Any Southwest when
Yes.
Right here, then the one that's got the suspect. I
gotta grab the envelope out of my
Does anyone know this lady's name?
Yeah, I want that car to go.
They have her. I don't know.
What's her name?
Y'all can turn this off.
Theo's on scene.
So I included this because you're gonna see a girl to make sure that, you know what I mean? She's melanated. Like, who the fuck is gonna steal some motherfucking kids? But she did. She right here. They gonna put her right in front of this car and watch this. And I've been saying that females are involved in this shit. This is a black woman. I wouldn't give a fuck what color she was. But a lot of people, you know, try to condemn me sometimes or whatever, because I look at, you know, these type of cases. But a lot of the times, these type of women that would do some shit like this, right? Because she was stealing these kids for somebody or whatever. You know, when it comes to females, it's rarely talked about, but I do highlight where females are involved, because these motherfucking bitches are involved in this shit, period. And again, I wouldn't care what color she was, but the fact that she was a melanated female and there was 3 melanated children in the car also spoke a little bit of shit to me. I'm not gonna lie. So this is her being checked by a female officer, being patted down. That's sad. That's sad, bro. She continues to be checked. But at the end of the day, she's one of the people, in my opinion, that was used to kidnap children. So kidnappers are in all shapes, colors, sizes, and it's really sad. But at the end of the day, these people need to get the fuck off the street, period. And I'll continue, whether shadow banned or not, from YouTube to look into these type of cases. I do appreciate those, though, that do support my pre-uploads. And again, I will be live. I'm going to try to do live from sorry, my alarms are going off for my kids to go to school, but they don't have school today. So but I'm gonna try to go live from now on Monday night, Wednesday night, and Friday night. If I'm not able to go live, then I will have at least a pre-upload. I'll be probably pre-uploading throughout the week. So, at this time, my channel is shadow banned, I think, because of some of the content that I looked at and some of the content that I didn't look at. But I do salute those that are supporting the channel still. And please believe you are not going unnoticed. Please believe I have a mental memory of everybody that is watching these premieres and things like that. And we're actually normally live in the chat, you know what I mean? And talking to you guys about the case that we're looking at. So there's really no difference. It's just that I'm not, going live. Like, I've been live for 7 hours, and 7 hours can pass easy as hell. However, I'm going to continue to look into these cases that I've been looking at. I'm going to continue to look into these cases that were looked at tonight. One sticks out more than the other, in my opinion, honestly, and that one being the situation with Athena, because we actually have a live culprit in the matter, right? He's actually alive. The other one is not. So whatever police information that they're holding off on, I would hope that, I don't hope that this dude committed other crimes, but I hope that that's the reason why they are holding back on some of the information, because if not, they're holding back on a lot of this information for really nothing, period, at the end of the day. But I'm going to continue doing me, and I'm going to tell you right now, Wednesday's live stream, Wednesday night's live stream, I plan to be live about, I would say 11:30, and I know that doesn't agree with some people's schedules, but at that time, that's what works for me. So 11:30 Central every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I don't know why I would keep wanting to say Thursday, but and obviously there's also a case going on that I talked about with a lady named Tatiana that was killed by police a couple of years ago in front of her nephew. And if you want me to also look at that trial while it's going on now, let me know in the comment section. I would appreciate it. But other than that, I'm just kind of finding content on the interwebs, and especially things that I think that I could shed a light on, or at the end of the day could be possibly a learning experience. But at the end of the day, I'm here for y'all. Shout out to those that are here for me. Now, one issue that I do have is, as far as music, I do listen to some aggressive ass music. I do stand against violence. However, right, there's some things I'm trying to change in me, but I do sometimes get motivated, crazy enough, by the most aggressive, angry fucking music. So on the way out, we're gonna listen to Oppressed by Rocky Bad. Shout out to Rocky Bad. She is from Detroit, and one of the main reasons why I showcase her on my channel is because she's a female artist. I do rap myself, but I do appreciate other female artists, and sometimes I don't think they get the proper, whatever, right? We're always playing other music. Anyway, so I can go on and on, but tonight's live stream, I think, was eventful. Even when I edit a video, sometimes it doesn't all the way sink in, or I don't have my ultimate feelings about said situation or said case until we come in front of the royal family. But I do like editing my videos that I present on live stream, or obviously pre-recorded, because I am talented enough, right? If you believe in God, or whatever creator, or just, wisdom, I never had to go to school to edit. I just know how to edit, and I'll be damned if I'm just wrapped up in YouTube drama and not using my skills, okay? Period. At the end of the day, I do have a lot of shit on my list. So if I do miss any live stream or whatever, I will let you guys know in the community tab if I'm going to foresee that I'm not going to be able to make it. However, I'm going to try to stick to, besides holidays, right? Or, you know, certain events that I pre-warn you guys about, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at about, I ain't got the time down right, but just expect a live stream from me. Y'all know I go live at night or whatever. But anyway, I'm going to get the fuck up out of here. We chilled. We looked at some cases. There's some crazy shit. I also showcased some of my artwork as far as videos where, yeah, we're looking at videos that may already be out here on the interweb, but they don't look like mine. Their graphics don't look like mine, period. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. But salute to everybody that has rode out with me tonight. I appreciate y'all, period. At the end of the day, I will try to get some content up today as I'm now working from home. And even though today is Tuesday, I will still be working from home, okay? So I will probably get, there's a couple of videos that I want to try to pump out to y'all. But regardless, Wednesday's live stream is going to be messy as hell because I was informed of something that's going on in the sectors, right? And personally, you know, shout out to Lady Snoop. She informed me in her live stream last night while I was, you know, getting ready for my live stream and kind of chilling and shit, that some events had happened, which I think are important in the documentation of things that I've already looked at on my channel, mainly Methiana Scissorhands. So what we're going to do is at least document that. At some point in time, I want to have a channel that's dedicated to that. I don't know if it's going to be this channel or another, because I do have other channels, because I am flagged down frequently sometimes. And a lot of the times, not for the YouTube beef, but really for looking into some of these topics or whatever. I would not censor myself. At least I need one channel where I do not have to adhere to their guidelines, right? While I work on building a whole, I can have it up right now, but I'm particular and I'm really trying to do something that has not really been done on the interwebs or whatever, fries these YouTube streets in these sectors that we in. So I'm patiently waiting because I'm trying to do something else. But for the time being, you can find me here, like I said, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And then also check this channel for uploads, as well as my other channels. If you're not subscribed, make sure you subscribe. Anyway, I appreciate y'all. Yeah, it was nothing but bad news. Oh, okay. You said she's nothing but bad news. I know, but this is something that because in the beginning, when I had found out about it, I found out about it from the Detroit mayor. Now I got a special love for Detroit or whatever, but not the Detroit mayor, but Detroit. Anyway, he had, you know, I commented on one of his videos. He said he wanted me to interview him on my channel. I don't know if he went and looked at my channel stats lately and seen that I was shadow banned or seen, you know what I mean? But anyway, he is going to be doing a live stream later on today. I don't know if it's AM or PM. I don't know which time zone, but today with Lady Snoop. And Lady Snoop already knows that I come through and remix her shit. Also, shout out to Hennywise. I need to head over there because I haven't gotten a notification for Hennywise in a minute. But you know, I'm just saying, when it comes to certain people like Methiana, oh, I'm covering it, period. I don't care where it's at. We can relocate and all that, but we still gonna cover it. But anyway, much love, y'all. If you haven't, please hit that like button. And if you're new, rewatch. Please subscribe. Shout out to the rewatch gang. I understand that I go live at certain portions of y'all life that y'all probably don't, you know what I mean? It's not cohesive with your life. But anyway, I'm here. I'm still doing my thing. And I appreciate everybody in the building. I did get a couple of donations. I appreciate that. So with that said, I will just be playing Oppressed, my bad, not Obsessed, by Rocky Bad, and the end of the live stream. But you can see me Wednesday again. Again, I will be posting uploads for your pleasure. I was just thinking, like, why am I just going live? Like, I don't have, editing skills. I'm one of the coldest. They call me the editing queen. Like, you talking about the queen of content, okay, period. Anyway, I'm out of here. I love you guys. Much love. Shout out to Rocky Bad. Shout out to everybody in the room. Let's go. Much love. I'll talk to y'all soon. Bye-bye.
I didn't get this Draco tatted for no reason. I got this bitch tatted after a bitch told me in her song, you ain't got enough muscle for that Draco to kick back.
Rocky, why you speaking on me, bitch? I wasn't speaking on you.
You been on my dick, bitch. You love my style.
Yo, Glock on me 9, that bitch fully loaded. My bitches talking pistols and I know they homies. Do it for the gram, they don't really want it. I got bitches picking up cause they already folded. You got a big head, I got a big gun. I want bitches dead, don't care which one. I put bitches on their heads, tell them get some. We can scrap or we can shoot, just tell them pick one. Say she coming to the city, I should bring my niggas. She must want me back in jail cause I don't play with niggas. But my guys don't need a reason, better stay your niggas. When you finally get your L, bitch, don't be blaming niggas. Cuban got her head bust for a free chain. Molly linking up with ops so she can scream gang. Had a gun, she never shot, I think the bitch lame. Never been a hoe, if it's a problem, I'ma speak names. I chopped the whole car, fuck them bitches right. Stunner came to Detroit, but the bitch was high. They don't really want no smoke, bitches know I'm sly. Cause if it really came to it, bitches know they die. Molly on some shit, bitch, come get it tested. If she stay off my dick, should I give her extra? Seen in person, she ain't shit, so I don't even sweat her. All she do is talk shit, so I can't even let her. You gave that pussy to a lane, now you mad about it. Cuban fucked the snitch, nigga, ain't no way she bought it. Stunner pussy got a ticket, you can pay her out it. My nigga know my shit on lock, so he don't play about it. Oh, still ain't got a car, but they got it on. I'm a hustler, I never see me run with them. Free hair and some clothes, bitches think they goes. Whoever put you bitches on, know they fucking wrong. Hoes don't see a doctor, but they see me post. When I ran down on Cuban, that bitch seen a ghost. I be thugging in my city, it ain't hard to find me. Talking niggas that they fucked is when they caught a body. Yes, I'ma not the color of these bitches' wigs. Me turn down some beef, bitch, I never did. Since these bitches want me dead, tell them give me then. Y'all got abortions cause y'all know I would've killed the kids. I spit on bitches' mamas if I ever seen them. I tell the truth to be 100, I do not believe them. Hoes gathered all they niggas just for one scar. And the picture in the cage, that was the dumbest part. Let me gather all my niggas, ain't no going home. Head busted, teeth missing, and some broken bones. Cuba told the whole world she be calling 12. If I don't get them back on earth, I'ma catch them in hell. Bitches catching the shell, they be capping for real. They now know me like my jeans, ain't no lacking for real. Bitches acting for real, give them action, they tell. When you have braces in your mouth, that's not packing the steel. I think bitches is jokes, besides pictures they broke. I let bitches hand they self, I just give them the ropes. Every bitch that wanted beef said my song is a quote. That's why they can't stay away, shit, I'm better than dope. All y'all bitches can die, they just sick, I'm the goat. Until they bury bitches' souls, I'ma bully them hoes. Bitches know what I'm on, just keep rapping for now. All that tough shit that was posting, they taking it down. Ain't no taking me down, get to spraying them down. And if you want them bitches out, then I'm laying you down. I'm in the booth like it's a gym, shit, I'm playing for now. I'm Rocky Bad, hard body, and I say that I'm lying.
Bitch, you already know what the fuck I'm on. And you been on my dick, bitch, you love my style. We keeping all that shit. Yeah.